The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701 Worst Case. After Shen Feng led people from the sewer to the steel factory, he closed the gate and counted the number of people. There were more than 100 people here, and half of them took the initiative to follow him to the steel factory. The mutated beasts are still raging in the city. The swarm formed by these mutated beasts is really too strong. As long as there is possible food, the mutated beasts will swarm directly, and even the iron gates will be smashed open. Shen Feng also saw the rats running around on the street. Some of these rats even held the bones and gnawed, as if they were using the bones to grind their teeth. Hiding in the steel factory, Shen Feng began to observe the beast hordes. The crisis in Tumen is too serious for most people to deal with it. Therefore, a large city with a population of 50,000 will be surrounded by beast hordes and mutant birds. Team up to break through. Having said that, even Ulaanbaatar, with a population of hundreds of thousands, would be attacked by eagles and wolves. Today's Tumen itself has a small number of people, and it is impossible to avoid the attacks of mutated birds and beast hordes. However, obviously most of the people in the city were dead, and as a result, beast hordes often rushed into the city, and there was no food to be found. People who died in the city can be sure that most of them were eaten by mutated beasts or mutated crows. Even the bones were used as tools for grinding teeth by rats. There was almost no food to be found in the city, but the horde of beasts still visited the city every day. This is a puzzling thing at this time. Lu Xian saw a black shadow in the sky in the distance, and said quickly, "City Master, the black dragon is coming, hide." Shen Feng looked towards the sky, and really saw a black dragon flying towards him, but this black dragon was not a real black dragon. It was an illusion caused by tens of thousands of mutated crows flying in groups. Looking at it from a distance, it's like a meandering dragon flying towards him. It looks really spectacular. Crows are very smart and hold grudges. Some people abroad have done experiments. After capturing a crow and letting it go, a few years later, the crow can still remember the person's face after the mutation. The crows have learned to unite, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. One crow cannot cause harm, but if more crows gather together, it will be a disaster. In addition, many crows cannot migrate. They are not migratory birds. These crows will store food and rely on the stored food for the winter. Moreover, the diet is also very wide. If there are seeds, they will eat seeds, and if they have fruits, they will eat fruits. If they see a dead body, they will still eat meat. Shen Feng immediately hid in the steel factory. As long as he was not seen by the crows in the sky, there would be no danger. Moreover, if he hid here, even mutant beasts would not be able to rush in. After sitting down, Su Xing couldn't help asking, "City Master, is there really a prophet in this world?" Hearing this question, Shen Feng frowned and said, "Why do you ask this? I don't think there are prophets in this world, if they can really predict. Why has no one predicted the arrival of the end? According to my opinion, it's all fake, it's all deceiving people in the name of prophecy." After Shen Feng finished his opinion, Su Xing quickly explained, "But I heard that some people have said that the end will come before, but people at that time generally believed that it was 2012, but now, the doomsday has really come. Could it be that the prophesied time has deviated, but someone has already predicted the coming of the doomsday?" Hearing this, Shen Feng didn't know how to explain for a moment. He could only look at Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan beside him, and motioned for them to explain why this happened. Lu Xian didn't know how to explain it. He didn't believe in the content of these metaphysics, so he didn't study it, so he couldn't give an answer in terms of debate. However, Qi Lingshan has been living abroad, and the degree of contact with such things it was obviously taller, and Qi Lingshan immediately began to answer, "The so-called end of the world is just a bunch of crooks bewitching the world. If you want to make money, you need to make people afraid first. How can people be afraid? That is to fabricate dangers. Ning's situation, or there will be a catastrophe in the future. In short, the worse the situation is, the easier it is to achieve the goal, and then you can talk about how to avoid disasters, but you need to be sincere, then buy indulgences, or give some incense money, or send the statue to the house to worship." Qi Lingshan explained, "So, doomsday is a lie to cheat money? It was made to scare people." Su Xing gradually understood what Qi Lingshan meant. Qi Lingshan nodded quickly, and said, "Egypt, Greece, Nordic mythology, Mayan civilization, even Buddhism and White Lotus all predicted the end of the world. Some are myths, some are religions, but in the final analysis, they are all for the sake of profit. Things. Let's say thousands of years ago, those people didn't even know the world was a sphere, so how could they accurately predict the world thousands of years later? It's a lie. Didn't Yaramini say that the bishop predicted the appearance of the world-destroying black dragon? As a result, the mutated crow really appeared this winter. Isn't this a prophecy? Susan continued to ask, this kind of prophecy is nothing more than listening to it, talking about vague prophecies, saying that the secrets of the sky should not be revealed, but that is a matter of shooting arrows first and then drawing targets. Let's talk about the black dragon. What if the crow does not appear? Then look for other black animals, such as snakes, or beast tides. You say that beast tides are also black, which can also be called black dragons, and no one can refute them. It didn't say what the black dragon is. Shen Feng also interjected at this time, that's right, it's about shooting the arrow first and then drawing the target. The city lord has the best opinion. Qiling hastily flattered him. The so-called prophecies in this world are actually used to deceive people. They never say exactly what will happen. When asked what the bloody disaster is, the fortune teller will probably answer, the secret of heaven must not be revealed. So, if the prophecy is successful, it is their credit, and if they hit it, even if it doesn't hit it, it can be far-fetched can be drawn at this time. Shen Feng also remembered the so-called Tuibai map that has been circulating in China for a long time, saying that thousands of years of national destiny are written in it, so all the proverbs in it have been artificially added with many important events. Many political events are attached to it, resulting in a mysterious color on the pushback map. But in the final analysis, this so-called pushback map has also been modified several times. It can become whatever the ruler wants it to be. It is just a tool for better governance. After figuring this out, Su Xing also understood that the so-called prophecy is totally unreliable. If you believe this, you would be too stupid. There is truth in this world, and truth is science, regardless of beyond. No matter how much the earth changes, science will not change. It seems that we should study hard in the future, otherwise we will be deceived easily. Su Xing said helplessly among the people present, that is, Su Xing's education is the lowest. She hasn't graduated from junior high school yet. Shen Feng has been in college for more than a year. Lu Xian also graduated from college. Those who came back from overseas are well informed and know a lot more than Su Xing at this time. Evans and Jerome found Shen Feng and said, now we don't have enough food here. There is a river next to it. Don't worry about the water source, but we can't survive without food. Shen Feng nodded, and said to Su Xing and Qiling, you two are going hunting, go back quickly, be careful not to expose our base, as a superhuman. Basically there is no need to worry about the food problem, because as long as there is something edible, the supernatural can find a way to get it. Don't worry about too many mutant beasts around. What you worry about is where you are. You can't even find mutant beasts in this place. As long as there are mutant beasts, you can eat mutant beasts. Su Xing and Qiling then started to act. Hunting with guns was definitely not an option, as the noise was too loud, so in order not to disturb too many mutant beasts, they had to use cold weapons to fight. However, even if they fight with cold weapons, hunting is very simple for these two supernatural beings. Shen Feng urgently needs a map outside the city, especially a map leading to the forest with treasures. It is said that the place where the trunks are found is in the big forest. That is to say, if you want to find these trunks, you must go to the big forest. Just work. Then, what? Will there be white mist in the forest recently? It's the kind of white mist that can't be dispelled no matter what. Shen Feng asked Yaramini, who was facing Yaramini shook her head immediately. She hadn't understood the outside world for a long time, so it was naturally impossible to know at this time. We haven't dared to go out of the city recently. Of course we don't know what's going on outside the city. Besides, it's winter and there's often fog in the woods. Yaramini said seriously. In winter, there are often fogs in the forest. Even if it is daytime, the fog will not dissipate. It is easy to get lost when walking in the forest. Therefore, if you don't know the terrain and roads in the forest, then look for Xiao Shen. A group of people looking for treasure is almost impossible. Think about it. Why are mutated plants so easy to deal with? Maybe people like Xiao Shen have already died in the forest. Lu Xian whispered to Shen Feng, don't talk nonsense. What happened to others is still completely unclear. Only after entering the forest can we know the specific situation. Don't casually curse others to die. Shen Feng said hastily. In any case, Xiao Xing is also someone Shen Yu likes, and it is impossible for Shen Feng to watch her sister be heartbroken, so Shen Feng is also prepared to save Xiao Xing's safety. But Lucian was not talking nonsense, he was explaining seriously. I am not talking nonsense, City Master, you should think carefully. People like Xiao Xing have been out of contact for more than a month, and have no news. Even if they are trapped, you always have a satellite phone with you, don't they? Don't they call for help? It makes sense, but it's also possible that we can't contact the outside world in the fog. You must know that when we were in Yuzhen, the people inside us couldn't emit electromagnetic waves at all. Only when we leave the fog, the communication will become normal. Shen Feng explained, since that's the case, it's even more dangerous. It's winter now, it's freezing 3 feet outside, and the river is frozen. Where can I find food? Where can I keep warm? Lucian continued to ask. Shen Feng didn't answer, and after thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. I'll go to the forest early tomorrow morning to check the terrain. I have to try it out. It's best if I can find this group of people. If you can't find them, then observe situation for a while, then return. Naturally, it is impossible for Shen Feng to see death without saving him. After all, the purpose of coming to Siberia was to find Xiao Xing and his party. If the plant heart is found, Yazhao's unique advantages will be gone, and Su Xing and Qilingshan came back soon after hunting. Qilingshan came back dragging a huge snow leopard, while Su Xing carried a bag of potatoes on his shoulders. It can be seen that today's dinner is potato stewed meat, although the taste is simple, but it is absolutely full. Chapter 702, Sneak Attack. The beast horde returned to the forest directly during the day, and the city returned to calm, but every time it is dark, the beast horde will always rush to the city to wreak havoc. Nowadays, it is impossible for people staying in the city to go out. They will be eaten if they go out, but if they do not go out, they will only starve to death. No matter what, it is a dead end, especially in winter, when fleeing is a problem, and there is no direction to escape at all. Going north is the ice cap of the Arctic Circle, and going south through the forest is the prairie. Countless packs of wolves are raging, and there are large forests on both sides of the east and west. Siberia has the most forest resources in the world. It is said that most of the timber needed in Europe comes from Siberia. In addition, natural gas and oil are also abundant. In peaceful times, you can make a lot of money just by selling resources. The bowl is full, but in the apocalypse, resources cannot be sold at all. City owner, be careful. It's best to come back before dark. If you don't come back overnight, we will have to find you. Lucian said to Shen Feng, who was about to go to the forest. Shen Feng smiled and said, I see, you can rest assured. I want to come back from the forest at the speed. No animal can catch up with me. What Shen Feng is proud of is his speed. As long as he explodes with all his strength, it is easy to reach the speed of sound. In the air, the speed of sound propagation is more than 300 meters per second. What kind of concept is this? Even a flying man, it also takes more than 9 seconds to run 100 meters. With 9 seconds, Shen Feng can run more than 2 kilometers directly. Su Xing handed the package containing the glider to Shen Feng, and said, City Master, if it really doesn't work, you can assemble the glider and fly back. Shen Feng did not bring the glider, but explained seriously, bringing such heavy equipment will slow down my speed. In order to be able to advance at full speed, the glider should stay with you. When I explore the forest environment, if nothing is found, we will directly take the glider back to Lake Baikal, and then drive back to Yazhao. Of course, Shen Feng knew that it would be safer to bring a glider, but in this way, with a weight of several tens of kilograms on Shen Feng's body, his speed would inevitably drop sharply, and there are many trees in the forest, which is not a good place to take off. If you are really in danger, you might as well just run. The speed of sound is already beyond the reach of others. Shen Feng then set off, performed accompanying the wind, and went directly to the forest in the west. There was still a lot of snow on the ground, but a lot of the snow had already melted. There were footprints of wild beasts on the snow, constantly under the stampede. The snow also melted. Walking in the forest, Shen Feng began to look around, and finally found a path that had just been opened. Because there were still a lot of wood piled up around it, the road was very winding, and the road surface was not hardened, so it was easy to get stained when walking on it. Soil, you have to rub off the dirt on your shoes while walking, Otherwise, the original 300 grams of shoes will become a caddy and a half caddy after walking down, and all the thin mud will stick to the soles. However, it is precisely because the road surface is not hardened that ruts can still be seen in the mud on the road surface, indicating that this is someone driving by recently. Shen Feng immediately decided to walk forward along the path, because this was likely to be the trace left by Xiao Xing and his party. He took people to look for the treasure. There must be a lot of people, and in this way, he could only move by car. Well, anyway, there are oil fields and 2 men, so there will be no shortage of gasoline. After walking along the path for half an hour, Shen Feng found many resting animals, and Shen Feng didn't disturb them, but just moved away. In the end, Shen Feng saw a huge machine appearing in an open area. Besides the huge machine here, there were also many trucks here. The truck was covered with huge oil barrels. Shen Feng opened a barrel of oil and found that there was black crude oil underneath. He immediately understood that this place must be the mining site. Go to northeast China. It seems that I went to the wrong place. This is where the oil field is located, not the place where they said they found the treasure, Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng looked around the drilling machine. At this time, the towering machinery had stopped working, and there was no one around. Shen Feng had to be suspicious, but there were still many fragments of clothes and white bones on the ground. The fat in the bones has also been sucked dry, and the original staff here have all been killed. It would be great if so much crude oil can be sent to Yazhou, but Yazhou is short of oil. Shen Feng looked at hundreds of trucks and muttered, so much oil, there could be thousands of tons, as long as unfortunately, it is impossible for Shen Feng to take it away at this time. Not only Yazhou is short of oil, but China is short of oil. Karame's oil exploitation is limited, and it is difficult to send oil from the Middle East by sea. Therefore, in China, which lacks oil stocks, driving it is already a rare thing. Shen Feng looked at the surroundings of the drilling well, and suddenly found a strange thing. Many footprints on the ground lead to the depths of the forest. Perhaps too many people passed by here, causing the ground near the forest to be trampled. Gotta get stronger. Shen Feng hurriedly approached this side, but just as Shen Feng made such a move, he immediately felt a strong sense of crisis, as if there was danger. Bang! There was a sudden gunshot in the forest, and a bullet was fired towards Shen Feng's direction. The moment the bullet exited the chamber, it actually exceeded the speed of sound, so, at this moment, think it is impossible to escape. Fortunately, when the bullet came to Shen Feng's side, it hit the invisible barrier. The sharp bullet made a crack on the barrier, and finally fell to the ground. Who the hell is plotting against me? Shen Feng roared angrily. Originally, Shen Feng thought that the biggest danger in the forest was the mutant beasts. After all, the forest is dominated by mutant beasts, but along the way, Shen Feng was not attacked by mutant beasts. If he didn't have the perception in time, at this moment, Shen Feng had already been hit. When Shen Feng sensed the crisis, he directly opened the Wind King barrier. This was an instinctive reaction. He sensed the existence of murderous intent, and he naturally had a means of defense. There was no answer from the forest, but Shen Feng saw a black figure and turned around and ran. This guy's body was furry, like a long-haired gorilla, running with 2 feet on the ground. If someone in North America saw it, if this scene happened, one would think that it was a savage in the Andes, but Shen Feng did not believe in the existence of savages. Animals that can shoot must be humans. Perhaps chimpanzees will learn to shoot the day after tomorrow, but chimpanzees are extremely large, and they can survive just by their size. There is no need to work hard to learn to shoot, especially in the end of the world. Among them, who would have nothing to do to train chimpanzees? Shen Feng directly used a company like the wind and chased after him. He wanted to catch the enemy and rectify the flaw on the spot, but unexpectedly attacked himself. This kind of shameless behavior must be taught a lesson. It is best to kill him with a sword. It is impossible to communicate calmly after being plotted against, but when Shen Feng chased after him, he found that the figure had disappeared. Shen Feng climbed up the tree, jumping on the branches, and turned into a pine tree. He would not be hindered by any movement in the forest. Even though Shen Feng searched hard, he couldn't find the enemy. What? Could it be invisibility? Otherwise, I can't find it for no reason. It's so strange. Shen Feng frowned and said to himself. At this time, Shen Feng already felt that the problem was serious. A guy who plotted against him could disappear without anyone noticing. Shen Feng didn't believe that the other party had escaped, because at Shen Feng's current speed, it is impossible for anyone to escape from his palm. Since he didn't escape, there was only one possibility. And that was that the enemy hid. As for where he hid, Shen Feng didn't quite know. When Shen Feng was wondering, suddenly, an animal appeared on the ground in the distance. It was covered in golden fur with some patterns, and walked on all fours. Occasionally, it would stand up and watch the surrounding situation. It looks sharp, but on this guy's head, there is a cute face with 2 front teeth exposed. Is this a marmot? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. When Shen Feng saw the sudden appearance of marmots in the forest, he couldn't help being a little puzzled. Did they say that marmots live in plain areas, usually deserts and grasslands? How come there are also in the forest? Many people are not familiar with the name marmot, but as long as you say its other name, there must be many people who know it, that is, groundhog. Once there was a very magical video that went viral on the internet, that is, a standing groundhog is roaring. Shen Feng didn't disturb the groundhog, he was going to see what the groundhog was going to do as a result. At this moment, the groundhog kept walking on the ground, and after finding a blind spot, it went straight in. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng reacted immediately. Although the old saying goes, stand tall and see far, the situation is not absolute. Sometimes standing tall, the ground situation can't be seen clearly, just like the earth. Just like the groundhog disappeared on the ground, the groundhog got into the cave, so the enemy is likely to get into the cave to hide. After figuring this out, Shen Feng immediately jumped down from the tree, without saying a word, just silently pulled out his long sword, and started searching for the dead branches and leaves on the ground. The enemy will never escape, the only possibility is to hide in caves. Dong! Dong! After Shen Feng probed for a while, the longsword in his hand struck the ground, and suddenly made a dull sound. Shen Feng summoned a gust of wind to blow away all the snow and leaves on the ground, and found a wooden board with several bamboo tubes around the board. Needless to say, the bamboo tubes were used for ventilation. Come out. If you don't come out, don't blame me for killing. Shen Feng said coldly. Now that Shen Feng has found the enemy's hiding place, the next step is to interrogate. After the board was discovered, the guy in the cave also knew that he could no longer hide, so he opened the board and said in broken Chinese, "It's not aligned, it's not aligned, don't make a nest." After the plank was pushed away, a slovenly man came out of the cave. He was wearing an animal skin. I don't know if it was a bear skin or a wolf skin. From a distance, he looked like a savage, but from the aspect of being able to speak, he is definitely not a savage, and savages can't shoot at all. Shen Feng found a rifle in the opponent's hand, and snatched it over, using both hands to bend the barrel. The most important part of a gun is the barrel. Without the barrel, the bullets cannot be fired at all. Now that the barrel has been bent at 90 degrees by Shen Feng, it is impossible to shoot, and the other guy who eats it was ruined by Shen Feng just like that. After seeing Shen Feng's actions, the enemy's first reaction was anger. The guy who was eating was ruined by Shen Feng in this way. What else can he do in the future? However, after thinking of Shen Feng's powerful strength, this person can only shut up, because since the other party can easily bend the barrel of the gun, he can also break his own neck. Chapter 703, Encountering Scum. When Shen Feng stretched out his hand and bent the barrel of the gun, his strength was fully revealed. At this moment, he continued to press the enemy. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? In the face of Shen Feng's powerful strength, an enemy like a savage can't refuse to answer at all, because if he doesn't answer seriously, he will lose his life. At this time, he also regrets that he should not attack the opponent. Can't even kill the guy in front of him. Under the animal skin, Shen Feng saw a foreigner's face. Obviously it was a local. He had a hooked nose and a big beard, with fierce eyes and light blue pupils. Living in the forest is really unbelievable. It is obviously impossible for human beings to survive in the Siberian forest, but this guy lives in the forest safe and sound. Hey, answer my question quickly, why are you attacking me? Seeing that the other party was silent, Shen Feng continued to ask. The enemy was forced by Shen Feng to have no choice but to babble, but Shen Feng didn't understand Russian at all, and now he heard the other party's answer, but he couldn't understand a single word. Damn it, what a jerk. Stand up for me. I want to see what else is in this cave. Shen Feng said coldly. Shen Feng drew a circle on the ground with his long sword, and then asked the enemy to stand inside. If he was disobedient, he would be killed directly. Since he couldn't communicate, it would be fine to kill him directly. Shen Feng drilled into this underground cave, and he could barely see the situation inside the cave through the light from outside. Regardless of the entrance, it was covered by a wooden board, But the cave was relatively spacious. There was a big box next to the box. There was also a bed with a dirty bedding. Shen Feng opened the box with a long sword and looked, only to find that there were many leather boots and gloves inside the box, and even an engineer's shovel, and there was even a military uniform in the deepest part of the box. Where did these things come from? Shen Feng continued to ask. The other party still couldn't answer, as if they didn't understand anything. The problem of the language barrier is obvious now. The enemy attacking Shen Feng doesn't know any Chinese except the Chinese that begs for mercy. Shen Feng's own English is not good. What is the other party's name and how old is it? After all, this is a way of asking since elementary school. Shen Feng is helpless. It seems that he doesn't want to know more. Now, he can only bring this bastard back to Yumen City, and only hope to get some key information from this guy. Shen Feng then led the people towards Kilming. If Shen Feng had been advancing at extreme speed, he would have been able to return to the steel factory very quickly, but after bringing an ordinary person with him, things were not that simple. The speed of ordinary people can't match Shen Feng at all. No matter how hard he runs, he can't catch up with Shen Feng in front of him. Shen Feng could only walk for a short distance and then stopped and waited for the other party, so that the other party would not be able to keep up with him. As a result, at this moment, there was a roar in the forest. Ooh, this voice was extremely powerful, and the moment the roar appeared, it immediately shook the forest, as if the entire forest was shaking. Siberian tiger? This guy doesn't have such a back, right? After hearing such a sound, Shen Feng immediately realized that it must be the roar of the Siberian tiger. It is impossible for other animals to have such a strong roar. Although the roar of a lion is similar to that of a tiger, this is Siberia, and lions cannot live here. Therefore, such a powerful roar can only be made by Siberian tigers. Immediately afterwards, a man's scream came from the path behind Shen Feng. Shen Feng hurried back. At this time, the slovenly man had been crushed by a strong Siberian tiger, and the Siberian tiger was about to kill him, so as to feast on it. Judging from the shriveled stomach under the Siberian tiger, it has not been a serious meal for a long time, and now, the delicacy has come in front of you, and you can't let it go after being crushed by the Siberian tiger. Most people have only one thought, that is, my life is over, and this sloppy man is no exception. At this moment, he closed his eyes while screaming, as if he had expected its own ending. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the distance, as if a cannon had been fired. A black shadow flashed in the air, and then a stream of warm liquid flowed down. The man felt a warm liquid on his body, and hurriedly he opened his eyes and looked, but found blood red. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and his face was covered with blood. It turned out that his eyes had been covered with blood. The man continued to scream, thinking that he had been bitten by a tiger, and the blood on his body was sprayed from the carotid artery. Shen Feng took back the long sword slowly, and while retracting the long sword, said, "Stop barking, shut up. The tiger has been killed by me." After hearing Shen Feng's voice, the man was stunned for a moment, and quickly looked around, only to find that a huge head had fallen beside him, and the tiger's corpse of several hundred kilograms was still on his body, only on the neck. His head was gone, and there was blood flowing out of his cavity. At this moment, the man quickly checked his body. There was no pain or discomfort. His heart was still beating. Obviously, he was not dead or injured at this time. After discovering this situation, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, "Finally, I can survive." But then the man wanted to understand one thing, that is, the kitten man beside him has such a powerful strength that he beheaded the Siberian tiger in an instant. This kind of person is definitely not an unknown person of supernatural beings. Afterwards, the man pushed away the huge carcass of the Siberian tiger on his body, got up from the ground, took out the knife on his body, and prepared to dissect the Siberian tiger. Whether it is meat or tiger skin, they are very precious materials. It is the guarantee of survival in the forest. Impatiently, Shen Feng kicked over the Siberian tiger carcass of 500 or 600 kilograms, and then said, "Don't waste my time. Follow me quickly." The man couldn't understand what Shen Feng said, but he could understand Shen Feng's current actions. Shen Feng kicked the Siberian tiger's body away with one kick. It was obvious that he was impatient, so he had to put it away. Embarrassingly, the knife, the rifle has been destroyed by Shen Feng, and now the only weapon on his body is the knife, but a knife definitely cannot pose a threat. It took Shen Feng the whole day to bring the bloody man back to the steel factory in Yumen. It only took Shen Feng an hour to enter the forest, but he brought an ordinary person back. You can only wait for the man to catch up, but the speed of ordinary people is too slow, so you can only move slowly. Not long after Shen Feng led his people back to the steel factory, the beast tied in the forest appeared again. All the beasts in the nearby forest ran out, and after entering the city, they ran around. There were mutant beasts that ate meat. Staring at the mutated vegetarian beasts, they kept chasing them. Some Siberian tigers were chasing wild boars, and some brown bears stood upright to catch wild wolves. The whole city became chaotic. It seemed that there was really no food to be found in the city. These mutant beasts can only target food on other beasts. City. Lord, who is this guy? Lu Xian and Qiling couldn't help being a little puzzled when they saw Shen Feng appearing with this scruffy man. What exactly does this guy do? Shen Feng didn't know the origin of this guy, so he just said casually, I found this guy in the forest. He has lived in the forest for a while, but he dared to attack me. I grabbed him in a fit of anger. I'm back. It's best if I can get some necessary information. If you don't know anything, then kill me, Shen Feng said lightly. After Qiling and Lu Xian heard what Shen Feng said, they glared at the man at that time. They didn't expect that Shen Feng was attacked by humans in the forest afterwards. Su Xing called Yaramini over and asked her to act as an interpreter to inquire about the anomalies in the forest, and it would be best to find out the movements of Xiao Xing and his group. Hey, you are Skylaniv, you devil, why are you back? Unexpectedly, after seeing the sloppy man, Yaramini exclaimed at that time. Obviously she did not expect that she could see such a terrible sight. Guy, do you know each other? Shen Feng asked hastily. Yaramini explained, this guy is a demon. A year ago, he killed his good brother and occupied his good brother's wife. After the incident was exposed, he took his brother's wife with him. He was going to flee to the deep mountains, but the other party didn't want to, so he killed the poor woman and ate her body. He is really a rare demon in the world. Hearing such an explanation, Shen Feng's contempt for the sloppy man deepened immediately. This guy is a complete scum, and he doesn't need any doubts afterwards. Shen Feng asked Yaramini to translate, and was going to ask about the situation in the forest. Since he had lived in the forest for more than a year, he must know a lot of inside information. As a result, the man began to bargain. I can tell you everything, but you need to ensure my safety. After I tell you the information you need, you give me a gun and let me go back to the forest. When Yaramini heard this condition, she quickly dissuaded her. Master Fengshen, you must not agree to this suggestion. Since this demon has been caught, he should be punished on the spot. If you let him leave, wouldn't it be letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Shen Feng thought for a moment. If he didn't guarantee the other party's safety, he would definitely not be willing to tell the truth. I promise you, I will guarantee your safety. Su Xing, find a gun and give it to him as a deposit first. Shen Feng said directly. Chapter 704, Monsters that Appear at Night. For a scumbag's request, Shen Feng directly agreed, because now he only wanted to know the situation in the forest, and as for punishing evil and promoting good, Shen Feng no longer wanted to deal with it. After Su Xing heard what the city lord said, she was shocked. She felt that the Shen Feng she admired must be a great hero. Be admired by everyone, otherwise, how can you become a hero among others? But at this time, Shen Feng directly agreed to the other party's conditions to protect the safety of this scumbag. This guy can eat people. Much of the content in the madman's diary is just speculation. It really can eat people. Why should this kind of thing stay? Su Xing had a lot of things to say in her heart, but at this moment she didn't know where to start, so she could only follow Shen Feng's instructions to find a gun and hand it to the sloppy man. When it comes to strength, with a gun, you have the ability to survive in the forest. Shen Feng then continued to ask, tell me, the miners and soldiers who went to the forest in Tingmen before, where did they go? At this time, Skylaniv didn't hide anything, and said directly, they are all dead, and they were all killed by monsters. If you want to find them, then don't even think about it. What? They were all dead? How is that possible? Shen Feng immediately revealed an expression of disbelief when he heard the news. Xiao Xing and his group brought miners and soldiers with them, and their fighting power should not be underestimated. In the end, they were all killed. Died in the forest, which made Shen Feng unbelievable. You must be talking nonsense. How could they all be dead? You must be lying to us. They have elite soldiers and strong miners, and they cannot die so easily. Yaramini retorted directly. She didn't believe what the other party said at all. It was too false. The sloppy man grinned while holding the rifle, and said directly, "Why should I lie to you? There are still a lot of military uniforms and military boots in my house, which I plan to wear in summer. These things are picked off from those soldiers." Under Yeremini's translation, Shen Feng also understood what this guy said. Of course, he had seen the military uniforms in the cave. At that time, Shen Feng didn't know where the military uniforms came from. Come on, the military uniform found in the cave is the equipment of the soldiers before. What are the monsters you mentioned? Also, where did they go? Shen Feng continued to ask. At this time, Shen Feng is most concerned about the whereabouts of Xiao Xing and his group. In short, Shen Feng does not believe that more than 20 people with supernatural powers will be killed directly. We'll lose, especially Xiao Xing can use flames, which are designed to restrain tree people. As for monsters, I don't know what they look like. Every time these monsters appear, the ground will shake violently, and this monster has only one eye, which is red and glows in the dark, and grabs whatever it sees. Not only eat people, but also eat other animals. The man quickly replied. Upon hearing such an introduction, Shen Feng was immediately puzzled, and asked, "Only one eye? What kind of animal is this?" Shen Feng still doesn't know what kind of animal has one eye. No matter it is human or other animals, the eyes always appear in pairs, or there is no eye at all, such as earthworms, but Shen Feng has never heard of it. He had seen an animal with only one eye, so Shen Feng also wondered if this guy was telling the truth. Skylin said seriously, "I'm sure monsters have only one eye. I have lived in the forest for more than a year. I have discovered monsters since half a year ago. I have lived so many times. It's down, it's impossible to read wrong, it's impossible to get it wrong." "Then you draw the monster, just draw a rough outline, maybe I can guess what the monster is," Shen Feng said directly. However, Skylin said, "No, these monsters will only appear at night, and I can't see clearly at night. Anyway, these monsters have many tentacles on their bodies. As long as they find prey, then it will directly touch the prey, grab the prey and drag it back to the cave to eat, and wait until the next day. You can see a lot of clothes and other items outside the cave." Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng also figured out the habits of the monsters in the forest, which actually appeared at night. From this point of view, the frequent occurrence of beast hordes near Kinmen recently is also related to the routine of these monsters of, I think this is a trend. It has tentacles all over its body, and it haunts at night. This is obviously the way trends act. They are easily exposed to ultraviolet rays during the day, so it is no problem to haunt at night. Shen Feng analyzed several people around him. After Shen Feng's analysis was heard, several other people also nodded one after another, thinking that the city lord's guess must be hostile. "Where is that cave? Draw it." Shen Feng continued to ask. Shen Feng guessed that the whereabouts of Xiao Xing and his group had something to do with this cave, and if Shen Feng wanted to find it, it would definitely take a lot of trouble. Now it is best to know the location of the cave from this scumbag. Save a lot of effort. However, Skylin is not a fool. He knew that once he told the location of the cave, he would be killed, so he said directly, "No, I'm not good at drawing, but I can bring let's go with you." After finishing speaking, Skylin carefully looked at Su Xing on the side. After living in the forest for a long time, his perception had become very sharp. He knew that among the people present or those he is hostile to himself. In his opinion, the most hostile person among the people present is this beautiful woman beside him. Although she is just a woman, her eyes are shining coldly. If she disagrees, she will really hands-on. Su Xing really wanted to do something. The reason is very simple, she hates scum. It is not easy for human beings to survive in the doomsday, but this guy killed his good brother for his own selfish desire, and occupied the good brother. His wife was not finished in the end. After the incident was revealed, he actually killed the poor woman and ate her meat in order to survive. This kind of cooking is simply outraged by both humans and gods. If possible, he would kill her with a knife. At this moment, Shen Feng looked out of the window, and a crow like a black dragon sweeping across the sky appeared again in the sky, and the sun was setting in the distance. It was getting dark, and this meant that a beast horde would soon appear. Then, let's rest for the night first. Tomorrow, you will lead us to find the cave where the monster is hidden. If you can't find it, you will be prepared to die. If you find it, I will let you go." Shen Feng said lightly. However, at this time, Yeremini asked quickly, "Master Fengshen, if you leave, we really can't live anymore. I heard a saying in China that a good person will do it to the end, and send the Buddha to the end. West. You have saved us from the basement, how can you abandon us now? At this time, Shen Feng directly encountered moral kidnapping, because in the final analysis, Shen Feng and Qiming's people didn't know each other, and they were not evil people from Siberia, so why should they save these people? Being able to bring them to the relatively safe place of the steel factory is already very good. In the end, the other party wanted Shen Feng to do more. Don't worry, I won't ignore you. We will set off tomorrow to find your miners and soldiers from Yumen. Maybe there are survivors? We will come back later, do you understand? Shen Feng said seriously. Really? Jiramani's eyes showed hope. She was still looking forward to Shen Feng's guarantee at this time. Now that the situation is like this, she can only believe that Shen Feng can do what he says. Shen Feng patted his chest and said, don't worry, I will do what I say on this matter, I will never lie, just don't worry. After getting the guarantee, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they will definitely be able to get more protection from the supernatural beings, and there will always be no danger as a result. In private, Shen Feng summoned 3 of his subordinates and said, tomorrow, we will bring all the equipment. Let's go to the forest. As for this side, don't worry about it, neither Qilingshan nor Luxian showed any special attitudes, but after hearing Shen Feng's answer, Su Xing looked at Shen Feng in disbelief and asked, City Lord, if we ignore these people, what will happen to them? How are they going to survive? Regarding Su Xing's question, Shen Feng shook his head and sighed helplessly, and said, you shouldn't ask me about this, you should ask these people, we have our own territory, and we stay outside for a long time, what should we do at home? It's not those chivalrous heroes who do nothing all day long to help others. The most important thing we should do now is to confirm the situation here. There will be fewer mutant plants. If there are no mutant plants, then go back quickly. Winter in Yazhou is almost here. Shen Feng also knows that Su Xing is a kind woman. In the past, such a kind woman would naturally be rushed by many people, but now is the end. Kindness is not impossible, but it must be moderate and within one's ability. It is okay to help others from time to time, but to help others regardless of one's own conditions is not something a normal person can do. Su Xing was a little disappointed when Shen Feng said these words. In Su Xing's heart, he always felt that Shen Feng was a hero who fought for justice. After all, this is what he has been doing and saved many people, but now, she discovered that Shen Feng is also very unfeeling. Sometimes Luxian also enlightened Su Xing at this time. Su Xing, you should think about whether you want to kill the bandits in the future. You are so indecisive now, the city lord will not let you do such a dangerous thing in the future. You are making a decision. It's a serious problem that we can't make timely decisions. When Su Xing was told by Luxian, he suddenly realized that the goal he had set before was to kill all the bandits in the world, but now, he was restrained by many weak people. How could he accomplish it in the future? Great goal, city. Master, I want to go hunting. After counting the time, it's time for dinner. Su Xing whispered to Shen Feng. Su Xing really hopes that Shen Feng can help others with all his strength, but this kind of thinking is a moral kidnapping. He is obviously a person from other countries, so why should he help? Well, it can be said that it is for the sake of all mankind, but people in his own country are not. To rescue, why spend so much effort on foreigners? Shen Feng nodded in agreement with Su Xing's decision, and said, okay, you can go and come back quickly, and look for the cave early tomorrow morning, don't delay. Su Xing then went out, but she didn't follow Shen Feng's advice to go and return quickly. Instead, she hunted many times and killed many wild wolves and wild boars. The survivors beat enough food for more than 100 people to eat for a month and one night. It is still winter, and the meat quality is not easy to rot. Chapter 705. Su Xing fell into confusion when she was hunting wild beasts. She asked herself deep in her heart, what is the identity of the hero I am pursuing? Did I do something wrong? But isn't a hero just helping the weak people? At the very beginning, Su Xing had the idea of becoming a hero, which was actually related to her. At that time, she saw the fighting scenes on TV at a young age, and immediately felt the demeanor of a hero. It is also inevitable to start to worship, and the chivalrous use of martial arts to break the ban and use one's own powerful strength to help others. What's wrong with that? Therefore, Su Xing was different from other girls a long time ago. Other girls wanted to become a gentle and virtuous woman, but in Su Xing's view, she wanted to become a respected hero. This kind of thinking was suppressed by her parents since she was a child. Now, Su-Jing wanted to help others, but she was also hindered from Su-Jing's point of view. Heroes must help others unreservedly, but on Shen Feng's side, they chose to give up after saving half of the lives. What's the matter? However, Su-Jing could not refute Shen Feng's decision. Even after discovering Shen Feng's many shortcomings, Shen Feng was still Su-Jing's most admired object. Perhaps it was because when he saw Shen Feng, who was still very weak, he dared to fight against zombies. Su-Jing will never forget that scene under the siege of the police. In the end, Su-Jing could only struggle between Shen Feng's orders and the justice in his heart. Although he was leaving tomorrow, Su-Jing also wanted to do what he could, which was to leave as much food as possible. Perhaps, with food, these people can live longer. On the second day, Shen Feng escorted Skylaniv back and set off, while the others watched these people leave with anticipation. Perhaps, they were still fantasizing that as long as Shen Feng, if you go to the forest, you will be able to find the miners and soldiers who left 2 men, and then they will be able to rebuild 2 men during the daytime. The beast horde returned to the forest one after another. The city was not the place where wild beasts should live. The living environment of the beast horde should be the forest. Shen Feng looked at the city that had been ravaged for a long time. At this time, there were still some bold mutant mice running around in the streets, but they ran away immediately after seeing humans. Rabbits are so big that a mouse is enough to feed a person, but nowadays, the concentration of zombie virus in mutated animals is already very low, which means that the content of virus protein is getting lower. In the past, one could become an evolutionary only by eating the meat of dozens of catties of mutated animals, but now, eating the meat of a few hundred catties of mutant beasts may not be able to become an evolutionary. As time goes by, the influence of the zombie virus is gradually decreasing. As long as the human beings in the steel factory dare to go hunting during the day, they will definitely not become what they are now. They wait for the help of others in everything. If this continues, they are just a burden. Shen Feng suddenly sighed. Said ordinary people are definitely not opponents in the face of ferocious mutant beasts, especially the tide of beasts rushing over the mountains and plains. Not to mention ordinary people, even people with supernatural abilities are a little afraid, unless it is a particularly powerful supernatural ability. Otherwise, others could only turn around and run when they saw the beast horde. However, if you can't deal with powerful mutant beasts, you can always fill your stomach by catching some weak mutant beasts, such as mice and marmots. People, but gave up going out, all waiting for help from others. In the final analysis, just fear and laziness, no subjective initiative at all. Soon, Shen Feng and his group followed the sloppy man into the woods. When the man entered the woods, he couldn't help but start looking around, as if he was worried about the beasts that might appear around him. If there were real beasts, then it can only be handed over to the 4 people behind to solve it. Skylaniv led the people into the depths of the forest. After passing the area where the oil well was located, they continued to go deeper into the forest. At this time, Shen Feng also found huge footprints on the ground, in the snow and dead branches. There are many huge footprints between the leaves. After seeing such footprints, everyone was a little surprised, because they have never seen such a large footprint. What kind of giant can have such a large soul? The huge footprints, which can be 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters long, are deeply imprinted on the ground. As long as such huge footprints are stepped on, no matter who they are, they will be trampled into meat paste. Fight back. After seeing this scene, Lu Xian and Qi Shen felt a little guilty, because they both felt that the enemy was very powerful. This is just one of the monsters, and it can have huge feet. Then, when countless huge monsters appear in front of them, can I still be an opponent on my side? Compared to the dignified expressions of the two, Su-Jing showed an excited look on her face, because at this moment, she suddenly gained motivation, and she had never fought a powerful enemy before. Even in the grassland when facing the Wolf King above, the Wolf King was only a sneak attack, and never dared to fight with real swords and guns. If it was a real confrontation, Su-Jing didn't believe that he would lose. Look good, no matter how powerful the enemy is, I can cut it down. Su-Jing said excitedly. Don't brag, even Guo Pinming back then couldn't break the defense, you alone can't do it. Shen Feng said mercilessly. At this time, passing through the footprints he saw, Shen Feng was able to determine one thing. The thing is, this footprint is definitely the footprint left by the tree man. When facing the tree man, Shen Feng himself actually failed to break through the enemy's defense. Dead. Su-Jing said seriously, Mr. Guo can't break through the defense, but it doesn't mean I can't do it. This time, Su Xing was very confident. She thought it was impossible to lose. No enemy had ever been able to block her sword, and I believe that the tree man was no exception. Shen Feng immediately felt helpless. The young people nowadays don't listen to persuasion. They clearly said that Shen is very powerful, but Su Xing didn't believe it. It seems that only by trying it can you know how powerful Shen is. It's a pity that I didn't bring the purple light, otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about the tree people. Shen Feng said with a sigh when going to Siberia. Shen Feng didn't expect to meet the tree man, otherwise, he would have wiped out the tree man with the purple light suddenly at this time. Shen Feng remembered something, quickly took out a small bag from his body, found a seed from it, handed it to Su Xing, and said, "You take this thing first. If it is dangerous, you can use it directly, can break through the supernatural power and gain powerful power." Su Xing quickly took it away and kept it close to her body. It was a life-saving item, so she couldn't pretend she didn't see it. Next, Shen Feng gave Lu Xian and Qiling one each, and everyone had the ability to save their lives. All of you save me for the last moment. The plant that can produce this seed has been killed. The enemy smashed the centenarian with an air cannon. This thing is one less than one. Wan, save it for me, and if the crisis cannot be resolved within half an hour after eating, the energy storage substances on the body will basically be consumed. Shen Feng was very worried that the 3 people following him would be treated. I was taken away, so I had to seriously remind them. After getting the centenarian orchid seeds, the few people finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is easy to say that they have something to save their lives. I heard that the city lord and Yu Hangai escaped with the centennial orchid seeds when they were attacked at sea. This shows that the seeds of centennial orchid must be good things. Next, the 4 ordered Skylanov to continue to lead the way, and everyone approached the cave. And here, a lot of fog suddenly appeared in the woods, and the appearance of these fogs made the woods very dark. 5 meters away I can't see anything directly. Shen Feng saw this scene, and he was too familiar with it. He had encountered such a moment 3 years ago, but now at this time, the fog appeared again. Shen Feng explained to several people, "Don't worry, these fogs are not poisonous, but they will block the sun. Tree people are afraid of ultraviolet rays. This is a shortcoming caused by the evolution of tree people. If I didn't guess, there must be many towering trees in the woods, which are constantly releasing mist." Lu Xian nodded, but for him, the fog will not affect his ability. Even in the fog, Lu Xian can accurately distinguish the direction and know whether there is anyone around. Qiling approached Su Xing at this time, and whispered to her, "After we find the cave, you can kill that bastard, understand what I mean?" While talking, Qiling pointed to the guy who led the way. Since he was undoubtedly a scum, he would not have any psychological burden if he killed him. On the contrary, it would give Su Xing the pleasure of punishing evil and promoting good. In fact, Shen Feng had already planned this matter, but he didn't say it clearly. After all, the enemy still has value to use. When Su Xing heard this, she immediately became excited, holding the handle of the knife with her palm, as if she might draw the knife at any time. After walking in the mist for 2 hours, the woods became darker and darker, the sky was endless, and no animals could be seen in the mist. It seemed that they had already escaped to here, and there were many more on the ground. The huge footprints, it seems, are getting closer and closer to the cave. However, at this moment, Skylanov, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly sped up and ran. It could be seen that Skylanov didn't trust Shen Feng at all. He had no chance to escape before, so he couldn't make an escape plan, but now at this time, he has already arrived in the foggy forest, so naturally the opportunity has come. Seeing the opponent running away, with a clang, Su Xing pulled out a long knife glowing with phantom light and chased after him, shouting, "Scum, where are you going?" Su Xing was going to kill a scumbag with his hands. For this kind of bastard who harmed his brothers and cannibalized human flesh, he must be killed. Otherwise, it would not be enough to cause public anger. Although Qiling's public anger is only 200 people left, it cannot be ignored. "City Master, you can see that these footprints are all extending towards that side, which means that the cave must be there." Qiling looked at the footprints on the ground and said to Shen Feng, "The huge footprints on the ground are indeed extending to the distance. There is only one possibility, the enemy's lair has arrived." However, at this moment, Lu Xian's face changed, and he sensed something with his supernatural ability, and immediately said in disbelief, "City Master, that scum's heat reaction has disappeared." "Wait, Su Xing's heat reaction has also disappeared. Let's go and see." After Finishing speaking, Lucian immediately took Shen Feng and Qilingshan towards the direction where the thermal energy reaction disappeared. If the thermal energy reaction of a person disappeared, Lucian just thought that Su Xing had killed the scum, but at this time Su Xing's own heat reaction also disappeared, so Lucian had to wonder if something happened to Su Xing. City. Master, there is a cave here, which leads down diagonally. What should we do? Lucian finally found a dark hole leading down, and nothing could be seen below, and the footprints of the two disappeared here. It was obvious that both Su Xing and the scum entered the cave. Take out your notebook, leave a note, and ask Su Xing to hide in a nearby tree if she comes out. She is a supernatural being, and she will definitely come up after the chase is over. Shen Feng said immediately. Shen Feng knew Su Xing's strength is very strong. There is no need to worry about her safety. The only trouble is the contact information, and Shen Feng can't rashly go down into the cave. Chapter 706 Underground World. Su Xing disappeared strangely. There is only one explanation. In order to punish the evil and promote the good, she rushed into the bottomless hole after chasing the enemy, but she never thought about whether there was an enemy trap below. But Shen Feng believed with Su Xing's strength, after Su Xing kills someone, he will definitely be able to return the same way, so just leaving a note is enough. Lucian took out his notebook and wrote on it, I am Lucian, Su Xing. If you see the note, please stay where you are and wait to meet us. Don't go far. After finishing writing the message, Lucian grabbed a piece of paper and pulled it hard. With a sound of, a piece of paper was torn off and pressed against the edge of the cave with a stone. Qilingshan felt puzzled when he saw the cave leading to the ground, and couldn't help asking, you say, who dug the cave here? If Skylynov did it, he didn't. It's impossible to say that this kind of ability was dug out by tree people. The entrance of the hole on the ground is only as thick as a bucket, and the tree man's huge body is definitely impossible to walk through the hole, so Qilingshan feels strange. Such a well-organized hole must not be excavated by humans, but, if it was not excavated by humans, who else could have dug it out? Shen Feng also couldn't understand this point. Such a small cave can only accommodate one person crawling underground. There is no reason to use a small cave, so it is definitely not the work of mutant plants. Okay, let's go to the Trent's cave to investigate while we are at this moment. Shen Feng didn't want to get entangled in this matter, so he immediately proposed to explore in the cave. Lucian and Qilingshan had no objections, and followed Shen Feng, following the footsteps of the Shuren, without encountering any danger along the way. Shen Feng thought that he would see a few Shuren in the mist, yes, but along the way, not to mention tree people, even a few vines have not been seen. Soon, the three of them saw a high mountain in front of them. Even in the mist, it was still dark, and there were bullet casings on the surrounding ground. Lucian picked up the bullet case and looked at it. Although there was a lot of dirt on it, there was no rust on it, so it was obvious that it was a bullet case left not long ago. City. Master, there was a battle here. Look, there are so many bullet casings on the ground, the battle must have been fierce. Lucian analyzed directly. Then Shen Feng remembered the battle that Skylynov said before. The soldiers were all killed by the tree people. It seemed that this was the place where all this happened, and he didn't know where Skylynov was. How did you escape? Go ahead and have a look. Shen Feng continued. There is a huge cave at the foot of the mountain, and there are more things that can be seen on the ground. There are guns, clothes, and even some hairs, which are scattered on the ground. Burnt marks. Go down and have a look. One flashlight is enough. Shen Feng then said to Lucian and Qilingshan. Shen Feng had the confidence to lead the two of them out of the cave fully. When Su Xing was about to catch up with the sloppy man in front of him, he found that the man had disappeared suddenly, surrounded by mist. It was not impossible to escape, but the disappearance of this man was a bit too abrupt, so it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. After seeing this situation, Su Xing immediately searched the surrounding ground and found a cave. What? A cunning thing. Want to run away? That's impossible. Seeing the bottomless cave, Su Xing immediately sneered and jumped down. But when she jumped down, Su Xing encountered an embarrassing thing. Because she still had a lot of clothes and equipment in the backpack on her back, it was easy to jump down at this time, but the cave below it gradually became narrower, and Su Xing was stuck without paying attention. Su Xing felt a pain in his chest, and was squeezed by the stones in the narrow place, so he had no choice but to lift his backpack high, which was considered to have passed the narrow area. However, just after Su Xing landed on the ground, she was stunned for a moment, because she found that there was a light source underground. There were many roots and vines on the walls and ground in the cave, and some of the vines bore fruit. The green fruit and the green fruit are emitting fluorescence, which looks very beautiful. Su Xing didn't lament the scene below the cave at the first moment, but drew his knife and looked around. The scumbag had already fallen down, and he still had a gun in his hand. It would be too miserable if he was plotted against. Therefore, it is most appropriate to find that vicious scum immediately and kill him directly. However, when Su Xing looked around, he found that the enemy had long since disappeared, and she was the only one left in the passage. Su Xing raised her head and looked at the cave where she fell down. It is definitely no problem to climb up at this time, but since they have already come down, Su Xing doesn't want to return without success. I'm here. I must take a closer look at the underground environment. Maybe I can make meritorious deeds. Su Xing said to herself. Su Xing knew the purpose of the city lord, and the most important purpose was to find mutant plants. If he found a mutant plant, he must kill it in the shortest possible time. There is already a mutant plant in Yazhou, so there is no need for a second. The two mutated plants, I don't need them, but I can't let others get them. Another purpose is to find Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng is the man Shen Yu likes, and Shen Yu is Shen Feng's sister. With this relationship, as long as he can find Xiao Sheng, it can be regarded as a great achievement. Su Xing thought for a while, took out a mirror, smashed it casually, and put a fragment of the mirror on the ground as a mark. If he came back the way he came, he would know the way to leave as long as he saw the reflection of the mirror on the ground. Su Xing originally thought it must be very dark underground, but after falling, she was surprised to find that there was also a light source underground, and there were many fluorescent plants in the cave, which were always glowing. Su Xing became interested. She picked a fruit and squeezed out the juice inside. The juice can also emit fluorescence. I don't know if it will emit fluorescence after eating it, but it would be bad if it is poisonous. Su Xing said to herself. Next, Su Xing continued to walk forward, but found that there are many forks in the narrow cave. If you are not careful, you will get lost. One fork follows another invisible. Su Xing had no choice but to mark the entrance of the cave as he passed by, so as not to get lost. The passage in the cave can be as tall as a person, but there are often raised rocks, so Su Xing can only walk with a bend. It didn't take long to hit my head full of bags. Su Xing walked a certain distance, but couldn't take it anymore. Walking underground was too aggrieved, and she couldn't even stand up. It would be too embarrassing to kneel and crawl on the ground. Seeing useful information, Su Xing wanted to go back the same way. However, at this moment, Su Xing saw the scratches on one side of the wall. SOS SOS is a signal used internationally for calling for help. Once you see this symbol, you will know that someone is calling for help. Could it be that someone has been here before, encountered danger, and is asking for help? Su Xing said to herself. However, Su Xing was not sure if it was left by the scum who came down before, and it was impossible for her to judge when it was left by the scratches. After much deliberation, Su Xing decided to move on. There is also a directional arrow on the stone wall, which seems to be guiding Su Xing forward. Su Xing walked forward in the direction where the arrow appeared, and found more arrows, which immediately lifted Su Xing's spirits. Perhaps he could find useful clues. As long as he can find useful information, he will definitely get the city lord of praise. Brother Shen Feng, just take care, I will definitely return to you with useful information. Su Xing said to herself. Su Xing turned around in the passage, followed the direction pointed by the arrow, and finally arrived at the destination. Here is a huge stone chamber with many vines hanging down from the entrance. Su Xing parted the vines and walked in. There were more than 20 people, all of them were dressed as miners, and their faces were full of haggardness. Who are you? When the two met, both of them were stunned and asked quickly, but they couldn't understand each other's words. One side was speaking Chinese, the other side was speaking Russian. It was inconvenient for the two parties to communicate. There is no bilingual guy, and it is almost impossible to translate the meaning of the other party. Su Xing had an idea and asked, "Do you know Xiao Sheng?" Xiao Sheng. After this name appeared, everyone immediately realized it. After all, this name is too familiar. They have fought side by side before, so it is impossible to forget it so quickly. Afterwards, the two sides began to communicate using sign language. Su Xing also found paper and pens from his backpack. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the language, but you can always understand a drawing. Su Xing danced and drew, and finally made it clear that he came from the Far East and came to look for Xiao Sheng. The miners are also very happy. After all, they haven't seen any living people appear for a long time, especially those outside. They have been waiting for rescue, but the rescue has not come. They are almost desperate. Now, there are people outside. People finally showed up, which suddenly made people excited. Next, the miners danced and danced, explaining the current situation on their side. It turned out that they and Xiao Xing and his party had been separated, and the soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. Dodge. Find a cave and drill. Unknowingly, drilled here. From this point of view, Xiao Xing and the others may not be dead, maybe they are just trapped below. Su Xing thought silently in his heart. By the way, what do you eat? Su Xing continued to ask, trying to figure out how these people survived the 1-month underground life. These miners were very helpless. They found a lot of yellow and black furs from one side of the ground and handed them to Su Xing. They wrote and drew in their notebooks, explaining that the food they ate these days turned out to be earthworms' mouths. Under the miner's explanation, Su Xing figured out how the cave here came from. It turned out that the cave was dug underground by marmots in order to survive. It turns out that native dogs are animals that like to dig holes, and many animals will burrow them in these caves. After the marmot mutated, its ability to burrow was further strengthened, and it dug a huge space underground in one breath. So, whether it's a hiding place or food, they all rely on the groundhog to survive. Poor groundhog, even if it hides underground, it's hard to survive. Su Xing couldn't help it in her heart sigh. These groundhogs can be regarded as making the best use of everything, digging holes to give humans a living space, leaving flesh and blood to continue to support humans. But the problem came again. Su Xing continued to ask, then where does your water source come from? Su Xing has heard that drinking urine can also replenish water in extreme environments, but it can last for a day or two. But drinking urine for a month is too ridiculous. Chapter 707 Underground Space. Su Xing is very curious about where the water source for these 20 people comes from. If there is no food to eat, the highest record of human starvation is more than 20 days. Drinking water without heating, but if there is no water, no matter how strong a person is, they can resist for 4 or 5 days. They can resist for more than a week dying. However, at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the cave, and Su Xing instinctively put her hand on the handle of the knife, as if she might strike at any time. But the miners waved their hands quickly at this time, as if to indicate that the people who came were not enemies. The vines at the entrance of the stone room were suddenly separated from the two sides. A guy in military uniform had already walked in. There were 5 or 6 water bottles in his hands. Seeing that there were other people in the stone room, he was stunned. Asked as soon as he opened his mouth, who are you? Why haven't I seen you? As soon as this guy opened his mouth, what he spoke was standard Chinese. Obviously, judging from his face, he felt that Su Xing was from China, and one of his hands was secretly stretched behind his waist, looking very wary of the one who just appeared. People seeing the other party's appearance, Su Xing knew that the other party was guarding her now, so she quickly explained, don't worry, I'm not a bad person, I'm here to save you, and I will take you back to Kidman. You don't have to be so careful. Fortunately, the guy who just came back from fetching water can understand Chinese. After hearing what Su Xing said at this moment, he immediately relaxed and passed the water bottle in his hand to other people. Everyone is also very short of water. Got it? After the water bottle, start hydrating right away in caves. Even if you find fuel, you dare not start a fire casually, not because you are afraid of attracting the attention of the enemy after starting a fire, but because the cave is underground, and the air condition is not good enough. If the oxygen is consumed after ignition, then everyone will be suffocated. However, fortunately, the temperature is not too low underground. Even if there is no fire, it will not be frozen to death. The surrounding loess is the most suitable insulation material. Even if the ground has been frozen for 3 feet, the underground temperature will not. There are too many variations. Su Xing looked at the group of people here, and said quickly, I'll take you out of here. Anyway, if you stay underground now, you won't have a better life, do you know the way out? The man fetching water asked hastily. Su Xing nodded and said, no reminder, I do know a way to leave the underground directly. Although Qingming is dilapidated now, the city is always safer. Su Xing looked at the miserable people present, and it was not a good choice to continue to let them stay here. Since she came to find mutated plants and save people, saving people at this time is also her job. Content. Everyone was very happy when they heard that they were able to leave the underground world. It has been a long time since they entered the underground world. There is no sunlight in the underground, so they can't distinguish between day and night. They dream of those who left the ground. As for what happened to the outside world, they were completely ignorant. But at this time, the guy who fetched the water said quickly, "I just saw that the tree man has already acted. If we go out at this time, we will definitely be attacked. Why don't we wait until the tree man comes back? Go out again, Su." Xing also remembered that when he went down to the cave, the surrounding area was already very dark. If he went out, it might be in the dark, and the tramps acted in the dark. Thinking of this, Su Xing gave up the idea of taking people away immediately, and said in her heart, "I just leave the city lord for one night, so it should be fine, right, Su?" Xing was also very uneasy at this time. It can be said that he was very disturbed. Obviously, the city lord ordered to kill that hateful scum, but he let people escape. This is a very inappropriate thing, but Su Xing also knows that there are more than 20 people in the cave who need protection, and now they can't leave easily, so Su Xing has no choice but to stay. Su Xing trusted Shen Feng's fighting power very much. He believed that the 3 people on the city lord's side would be fine, so he saved them for the time being. Maybe, when I tell the city lord the way to the underground, he will praise me for it. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. However, Su Xing suddenly remembered something at this time, and asked quickly, "By the way, where did you find the water source? Also, how do you know that the tree man has already moved? How did you know all this news?" The man who fetched the water was called Chatsev. After hearing Su Xing's question, he quickly said, "When we were hiding underground, we have been investigating the situation underground, trying to find a way out, but we haven't found it yet. But we also found places with underground water, as well as where the enemy is located, and there are caves leading to the enemy's lair." When Su Xing heard this, she was immediately pleasantly surprised, and quickly said, "Take me to see. I want to see where the enemy's lair is." The purpose of Shen Feng this time is to find the mutated plants, and then burn them directly, but recently he is just about to find the location of the enemy. As for where the enemy is hiding, it is completely unclear, but at this moment, maybe when Xing heard that there was a cave leading to the enemy's lair, she immediately became excited. If she could directly find the enemy's lair, wouldn't it be a great achievement? City Lord, I will not let you down. I will definitely return to you with useful information. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. Chatsev showed an embarrassed look at this time, but the one over there is far away from here, and it will take at least 2 hours to go back and forth. It's okay. 2 hours is 2 hours. Take me to see it quickly. I will take you out tomorrow. Such important news, you must tell me at this time. Su Xing said stubbornly. Su Xing has already said this to this level, and it's not easy for Chatsev to refuse. After all, he still has to rely on Su Xing to lead him away from the ground, and this cannot be offended. Otherwise, if the other party repents, he will miss leaving in vain. It's time for the underground afterwards. Chatsev took Su Xing and left the hiding place, carrying 5 or 6 empty water bottles with him. The water source brought back just now has been drunk by more than 20 people, and no one has any extra water device, so I can only come back with 6 kettles at a time, and fetching water is done in turns. The cave was dug out by mutated marmots, but it wasn't big enough. Su Xing couldn't stand up straight when walking in the cave. In this way, after walking a certain distance, Su Xing's waist would become sore and limp. In fact, the best way to walk in this kind of cave is to kneel and crawl on the ground. This is the most energy-saving way of action, but Su Xing is not allowed to do this out of human dignity. When children crawl on the ground, no one will say anything, because everyone knows that children cannot walk, and crawling is the only way they can move. However, if adults kneel and crawl on the ground, they are as low as livestock and will be looked down upon by others. After thinking of this, Su Xing could only endure the weakness of her waist and limbs in silence, and continued to move forward. After walking for more than an hour, I went through many forks. Every time I passed a fork, Su Xing would drop something as a marker to make sure that I didn't take the wrong path. Finally, Su Xing followed Chatsev, found a hole with light. Before getting close, Su Xing could hear the sound of rumbling. When he got closer, his eyes were stunned. Outside the entrance of the cave where Su Xing is located, there is a huge space. Although it is still underground, a huge waterfall can be seen flowing out of the entrance of the cave, and finally falls downward. The height of the waterfall can be more than 30 meters. The rumbling sound I heard before was the sound of the waterfall falling into the pool. It is hard to imagine that there is such a scene underground. The waterfall falls from the sky and makes a loud noise. This is a huge space. It seems that the ground has been torn apart at this time, and directly below the torn ground is a pool. In the middle of the pool is an island in the center of the lake. A huge tree grows from here, with a height of 50 meters. There are colorful fruits on this tree, and it is emitting fluorescence at this time. The light that was seen was emitted from these fruits. Although a single fruit is nothing, the range of illumination is limited. At that time, when tens of thousands of fruits were shining, the cave was shining like daylight. This must be a mutated plant. It's really huge. It's unimaginable that such a tall tree grows underground. Su Xing began to sigh silently in her heart. At this time, she could hardly believe what she saw. There is such a space in the underground world, and there are such big trees. This tree, Su Xing couldn't tell what kind of tree it mutated from. He could only see the huge canopy, which almost filled the entire underground space. There were many paper strips hanging down from the top of the tree. The small cage, although it looks small, is relatively speaking, because Su Xing saw that there were many animals in these translucent cages, and even such a ferocious Siberian tiger was among them. Su Xing was carefully observing the underground space, while Chatsev stretched out his hand from the hole and put the kettle on the nearby stone wall. When the waterfall falls, there is also water flowing on the stone wall, so just put the kettle move over. It will be filled in no time. Su Xing continued to observe, trying to find the trunks, but found that there were only a dozen or so sporadic trunks wandering around. There was a glowing fruit growing on the heads of these trunks, which looked like a tree from a distance. It was as if they were lighting a lantern. Seeing this scene, Su Xing also figured it out. The scum I met before said that the tree man had one eye. Shen Feng didn't believe it at the time, but now it seems that there is just a glowing fruit on the tree man's head. If it's about the same, let's go back. Now that we have found the enemy's lair, the problem is simple. Next time, I will lead people to sweep the hole directly. I don't believe that we can't defeat the mutated plants. Su Xing said at this time, having obtained enough information. I am very relieved. No matter how the city lord blames himself, as long as he can inform the city lord of such important news, then the city lord will definitely not punish himself. While Su Xing was secretly happy, Chatsev quickly poured water into his mouth. He came out rarely, and of course he wanted to drink from the water source next. Chatsev was going to continue to reach out to irrigate, but at this moment, a vine suddenly flew over, grabbed Chatsev's arm with lightning speed, and then pulled it hard, actually directly dragged out a man who was 5 big and 3 thick. Chatsev didn't expect that. He had been pouring water at the entrance of this cave for a long time. And there was no accident during this period, and no tree person found him, but at this time, he was dragged out of the cave entrance, facing the cave below. The pool fell, and Chatsev let out a scream. Ah! Help me! Chatsev's loud cry for help echoed in the air, and it sounded miserable. In the end, he fell heavily into the pool. This happened unexpectedly. Su Xing wanted to reach out to help, but at this time it was not even Su Xing's turn to lend a helping hand, and Chatsev had already been taken away, which made Su Xing feel a sense of panic, uneasy emotions. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen vines emerged from the canopy and chased towards the entrance of the cave. It was obvious that Su Xing had also been exposed at this time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, Encountering a Trent. When Su Xing saw countless vines flying towards him, he immediately felt fear, and then with a kang lang, he drew out his long knife and slashed wildly, cutting off all the vines flying towards him. Cut to the side and retreat to the back. Su Xing didn't dare to stay here any longer, for fear that he would be attacked again. The mutated plant was too huge. It could be 50 meters high, with a thick trunk and a huge crown. Su Xing once saw it in Fengshan Palace. An apple tree 30 meters high, but even an apple tree is not enough to look at in front of this mutated plant, and there are many trunks underneath at this time. Su Xing could only retreat quickly. After retreating for a certain distance, Su Xing didn't see the vines chasing after him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately felt a sense of loss, and said with self-blame, "It's all my fault. It's all because of my bravery that I killed a person." Su Xing recalled the communication between himself and Chatsev. At that time, Chatsev obviously didn't want to come to fetch water again, but he insisted on going his own way, and he had to find the enemy's lair before giving up. The result became what he is now. The guy who came with him has been killed, but he is safe and sound. The occurrence of this kind of thing made Su Xing feel guilty at the time. She felt that it was all her fault. If she hadn't insisted on this matter, the other party would not have died like this. It can be said that Chazev was killed by his own stubbornness. Thinking of this, Su Xing couldn't help but slap herself, and said, "It's all your fault that you killed a miner by showing off." Up to now, it is impossible for Su Xing to turn things around. She does not have the ability to reverse time and space. Moreover, the ability to reverse time and space only exists in fantasy. Let alone time, even space cannot be changed. Now, Su Xing could only return to the stone chamber alone. Now Su Xing can only make up for his own mistakes, that is, take out the other miners who survived. This is the only thing Su Xing can do now. When Su Xing returned to the stone room where the miner was, she told what happened just now. She was afraid that these people would not understand, so she used a notebook to draw pictures to explain the whole thing clearly. When they learned that a companion was taken away, immediately showed a sad expression, obviously unable to accept this fact. However, there is no other way now. None of them can save the tree man from the hands of the tree man. For ordinary people, the tree man is a complete monster. It is impossible for them to deal with the tree man. Wait until dawn to leave the ground. Su Xing took out her watch to check the time, and decided to take everyone out of the ground in 8 hours. It was just early in the morning. At that time, there would be no tree people on the ground. These tree people were all at night. It appears sometimes, and almost never appears in the forest during the day. Next, everyone needs to rest and wait for the dawn of the next day. Only by maintaining sufficient physical strength can they have the hope of escaping from the ground. However, in the middle of the night, Su Xing suddenly felt a vibration outside the stone room. Although it was a slight vibration, it immediately attracted Su Xing's attention. She immediately drew out her long knife and was ready to rush out to fight at any time. If marmots pass by here, they can have extra meals. If the enemy appears, they will be hacked to death. At this moment, Chatsev's voice came, "I'm back, don't be nervous." Then, the vines at the entrance of the cave were separated, and a person walked in. Su Xing quickly turned on the flashlight to shine on it, and immediately saw Chatsev, who was wet all over. Seeing that Chatsev was fine, Su Xing quickly asked, "Are you still alive? Did you get caught?" When seeing the scene where Chatsev was taken away, Su Xing was convinced that this person was dead. Although he fell into the pool, there were huge tree people around him. 6 meters, and even more than 10 meters tall. In this case, how could the other party come back alive? Chatsev took a deep look at Su Xing, and then explained, "After I fell into the water, no tree man came to arrest me. I vaguely saw a fire appearing in the distance, so I immediately found the nearby water. The entrance of the cave, ran for 3 hours, and then came back." After getting this explanation, Su Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party is fine, she thought that she had already implicated someone, but now it seems that is not the case. As long as Chatsev is still alive, Su Xing's sense of guilt will be greatly reduced. The others also woke up at this time. When they saw that their companions were safe and sound, they immediately smiled. As long as the good brothers are fine, they will have a chance to escape together. After a few more hours, Su Xing reckoned that it was almost daytime at this time, and she could take these poor guys to the ground, but Su Xing was very worried about one thing, that is, after they returned to Kilman, what kind of expression would you show if you saw the ruined city? Come to think of it, they must be heartbroken at that time, right? Sigh, I can't care so much anymore. In short, I can only take them back at this time. I only hope that they can accept such a painful blow. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. Su Xing also told these miners what happened to Kilman, because the mental state of these people is already very fragile, and it can be said that they cannot accept any blow. Breaking down, so after much deliberation, Su Xing didn't tell this matter, and this was her last tenderness. Next, Su Xing led more than 20 people back the same way, and finally found a hole leading directly to the top, then took off the backpack on his back, held it above his head to avoid getting stuck, and then said to the people around him, "You all follow me to climb, go up from here, and you will be able to reach the ground." Su Xing took the lead and got into the cave. Fortunately, it was a special moment. This group of big men only wanted to go out from the ground. Otherwise, they would not allow women to stand on top of them. Say, that's an insult. The humiliation of the crotch exists in both the East and the West, And it is even more humiliating to sneak through a woman's crotch after Su Xing led a group of miners to climb for 200 meters. They finally came to the top. Here, there is still a lot of fog in the woods. As for the figure, half of them have not appeared. It was daytime. Su Xing came out very relieved, but at this time, Su Xing suddenly found a note on the ground, picked it up and looked. It turned out to be a message from Shen Feng, telling her not to run around after she came out, and just stay on the nearby tree. Su Xing saw looking at the 20 people behind him. He fell into hesitation. Su Xing said, saving people to the end, sending Buddhists to the west. Since these people have already been brought up, it would be too much to leave them alone. Why not send these people back first, and then think about it? Find a way to come back and join the city lord. Su Xing couldn't be as heartless as Shen Feng. She felt that since she chose to be a good person, she should be good until the end. It would be bad if she gave up halfway, so Su Xing said to the people behind him, "You all follow me. I will take you back to Kidman, and if you encounter mutant beasts, I will also protect you." Su Xing is very confident at this time, because she believes in her own ability. No matter what kind of mutant beast she encounters, she can deal with it, and this is the first time for everyone to come to the outside world in more than a month. Seeing the strong sunlight outside, they couldn't help but close their eyes. Fortunately, there are many fogs in the woods. Otherwise, once the sun appears, these people long-term exposure to sunlight may even lead to blindness. Su Xing then walked in the same direction with a few people. Su Xing still managed to remember the road. As long as he continued walking, he could leave the area of the mist. However, at this moment, the ground began to tremble, boom, accompanied by a huge sound. After Su Xing felt a vibration around him, he was terrified, because he never expected to encounter such a strange thing. He had already come out during the day, but why was there still something around? Through the shock from the ground, Su Xing could feel that the enemy must be a giant. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a strong tremor just by walking. The strong wind was also blowing at this time. Although the fog could not be blown away, the visibility in the woods immediately increased. There were more than 30 huge tree people around Su Xing. These tree people were very tall and could reach more than 10 meters. For the group of people here whose average height is 1.8 meters, the tree people with a height of more than 10 meters, that is a giant. There were many vines on the tree man's body. These vines were like snakes, crawling on the ground, and suddenly surrounded Su Xing. After seeing this scene, Su Xing immediately said loudly, "Hurry up and go back, I'll stop these monsters for you." After finishing speaking, Su Xing rushed forward, and the long knife also buzzed at this time, while Chatsev said to the people around him, "I will take you out of here, just follow me." Su Xing had heard from Shen Feng that the Shuren were very powerful before, but Su Xing never took it seriously, thinking that it was Shen Feng bragging about the enemy to show off his own strength. After all, if the enemy is too weak, how can you show your strength as a winner? But now, Su Xing rushed up to meet the huge tree man more than 10 meters high, but felt that the tree man was so tall that he really looked like a giant. Su Xing gritted her teeth and rushed forward, jumped up, and chopped down the huge tree tumor on the tree man's head. There was only a sound of, and the long knife made of titanium alloy broke through the shell of the tree burl in an instant. "Can't stop the chopping of the long knife." A smile appeared on Su Xing's face, and he said in his heart, "That's all, for Su Xing, as long as he can break through the defense, it is nothing, and he cannot be said to be his opponent." Now, the tree man's defense has also been broken by himself, so it is not easy to kill him next. Simple things, dang, but at this moment, the long knife let out a mournful cry, and it got stuck in the tree tumor. The picture of the overwhelming force in Su Xing's mind did not appear when Su Xing saw this situation. She was stunned for a moment, because she couldn't imagine that the tree man's defense was so hard that the long knife couldn't cut it down. At this moment, the tree man who was attacked by Su Xing clasped his hands together and wanted to slap Su Xing to death. Su Xing pulled out the knife vigorously, but the long knife was already stuck in the burl at this time, and even with the strength of Su Xing, a supernatural being, he couldn't pull it out. What the hell is going on here? Su Xing was taken aback, because she had never expected the tree man to be so weird. In order to avoid the tree man's attack, she had to retreat quickly and let the long knife get stuck in the tree burl. Chapter 709. Su Xing drew back and stepped back. The tree man clasped his hands together and slapped them together fiercely, making a huge roar. If Su Xing did not dodge in time, Su Xing would have turned into meat paste at this time. The 10-meter high tree man, slapping your hands with all your strength, Let alone a human, even an elephant can't stand such an attack. Shusha. Suddenly, many vines on the ground came towards Su Xing. Su Xing dodged quickly, but in all directions, there were more than 30 trents besieging, and there was almost no place to stay on the ground. It's a smooth vine if she didn't pay attention. Su Xing was entangled by the vine at that time, and the rest of the vines were still entangled when both feet were entangled. It was not so easy for Su Xing to dodge, and the tall tree man was still approaching Su Xing constantly at this moment. Chat 7 and the miners directly bypassed the tree man and fled towards the distance. He didn't even care about Su Xing who was entangled. What's strange is that the tree man didn't chase these people, but just concentrated on to deal with Su Xing whose feet were entangled. Su Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone escaped smoothly at this time, and said to himself, "It seems that my hard work is not in vain, at least I'll let these people escape." Next, Su Xing frantically cast the ability. Her whole body began to shake, and then all the vines wrapped around Su Xing's legs were instantly broken, and Su Xing escaped from the trap. At this time, Su Xing was already a 4th order ability user. Yes, the strength is also very strong. After all, abilities are abilities specially used for fighting. Next, Su Xing, who was out of trouble, wanted to escape from here. As the saying goes, a hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Su Xing is not a hero, but a woman, but the reason is the same. Since he is a guy who cannot be beaten, there is no need to continue entangled. Su Xing fled frantically in the distance, and wanted to rush out at this time. In her opinion, a group of ordinary people had already rushed out, so she could definitely do it. However, more than 30 trents immediately formed a circle. No matter where they charge from, they will definitely encounter trents. Moreover, no matter whether Su Xing charges in Shen Feng's direction, the trents in front will open their vines, turning the vines into fishing nets. They directly blocked the way. Su Xing tried to rush out several times, but failed at this time. Su Xing suddenly remembered the information about the tree people that the city lord had said before. Ordinary tree people have no eyesight. Predation depends on sound, and the essence of sound is sound waves. Therefore, as long as they are on the ground quickly running, the tree man can react quickly. Thinking of this, Su Xing immediately understood, opened it, and threw out all the things in the backpack, hoping to distract the tree man. After throwing the things out unexpectedly, Su Xing had already thrown all the things in the backpack, but in the end, he still didn't distract the tree man's attention. The vines of the tree man continued to extend towards Su Xing. People don't look at it, they don't look interested at all. Su Xing was stunned by this scene, and couldn't help but said aggrievedly, "City Master, you are lying. These trents don't rely on sound to prey." Su Xing had no choice but to retreat step by step. If he was not surrounded, he could still fight for speed. He believed that it was impossible for the slow tree man to catch up with him, but now Su Xing was surrounded by groups, and it was almost impossible to move. Perhaps, for a while, Su Xing was already in a state of disarray. Suddenly, Su Xing saw the tree tumor on the tree man's head, and there was a glowing fruit on top of the tree tumor. This fruit was something Su Xing didn't know about, and Shen Feng hadn't introduced it, which meant that Shen Feng had never encountered it before. A trent with a fruit growing on its head. Thinking of this, Su Xing finally got a light in his head, and said to himself, could it be that the tree man's weakness is this glowing fruit on his head? The more Su Xing thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. In order to test this, Su Xing immediately rushed towards the tree man, avoiding the entanglement of vines on the ground along the way, and came to the tree man with difficulty, and punched the tree man in the face on the legs. When attacking the tree man's leg, the shock wave was sent out at this moment, and the speed of the shock wave passing through the wood was even faster than the sound, but in an instant, it was almost Su Xing who hit the tree man's leg. By the time it reached its legs, the glowing fruit on the tree tumor had already exploded and turned into pieces, and after the luminous fruit above the head exploded, the trent's actions also became chaotic at this time, and the direction was all chaotic. And he began to attack the surrounding trents. Seeing this, Su Xing breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she had finally found the weakness of the trent. However, after the luminous fruit exploded, the trent just couldn't sense the surrounding situation. Also totally fine, could it be that these fruits are the eyes of the trent? If I smash this glowing fruit, it means that the trent has lost his eyesight. Su Xing thought silently in his heart. Su Xing felt that it must be what she thought, and the next step was to attack continuously. Shock waves can propagate in objects. In terms of long-range attacks, Su Xing's strength is not very good, but at this time, all he needs to do is touch the tree. With a human body, Su Xing can display her own strength, but it's just a matter of crushing a few fruits, so what's the problem? Next, Su Xing found the right direction to attack, and continued to attack the tree man, and actually smash the glowing fruits on the tree man's head one by one. At this moment, the actions of the more than 30 tree people became chaotic in an instant, not only waving their arms indiscriminately, but also the vines around them were entangled indiscriminately. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Su Xing was about to escape. There were more than 30 trunks, and they were still too powerful. Su Xing only realized after the real fight that it was impossible for her own abilities to cause substantial damage to these trunks. Shui. At this moment, Su Xing was suddenly entangled by vines, so she quickly used her supernatural power to break the vines around her, and looked around, only to find that there was another growth on the head of the tree man. There are more luminous fruits one by one than before, and there are luminous fruits in almost all directions of the burl. If these luminous fruits are the eyes of the tree man, the current scene means that the tree man's head is covered with eyes in all directions. Seeing this scene, Su Xing wanted to scold her, but the tree man has no mother. She never expected that after smashing a tree man's fruit, the tree man would grow a lot of glowing flowers in a short time. Fruit, how can you fight in this situation? However, even at this time, Su Xing has no intention of admitting defeat. She wants to fight until the last moment, and she still has a little hope in her heart. Maybe the city lord is around. After hearing the voice from here, the city lord will definitely come to save me. What Su Xing hopes most is for the city lord to descend from the sky and take him away from the tree people. This is how a hero should appear on the stage. However, just when Su Xing was having fantasies, a trunt suddenly swung the entangled vines and beat Su Xing's back forcefully. Su Xing was so impacted, his throat was sweet, and his mouth was full of fishy smell, and then spat out a mouthful of blood immediately afterwards. Su Xing passed out, and in the end, Su Xing did not wait for her dear brother Shen Feng to rescue her. Su Xing, who was knocked out, was not in a hurry to make up the knife. Instead, after binding her with vines, he led her slowly towards the cave, and even brought Su Xing underground. Su Xing had a dream. She dreamed that she was eating at home in Yazhou. Her mother was still the same, and she was very vigilant about everything. It was clear that the city lord's mansion brought fresh food, but she was still asking repeatedly, "These foods, does everyone have it, or is it just for me? Why would the food be sent over in a good way? Mom, can you trust others? This is something sent by the city lord's mansion, why do you still doubt it?" Su Xing said to her mother, dissatisfied. But at this time, Wu Yilian looked at Su Xing seriously, and said, "My silly girl, the world has changed, don't trust others foolishly, no one is worthy of your trust, you should doubt everything that is doubtful." Su Xing wanted to refute, but suddenly woke up at this moment. "Mom." Su Xing instinctively wanted to look for her mother, but when she opened her eyes, was there any mother around? At this time, I was in a bright cave, and I was in midair, being hung by vines. I wanted to use the supernatural power, but I couldn't do it at all. I couldn't bear the force in the air. Look, this little girl has already been beaten to the point of being called mother, what a pity. At this moment, a human voice came from behind Su Xing. Su Xing hurriedly looked back, but saw many familiar faces. Behind her, there were 20 people hanging on vines, and all of them were long famous supernatural beings. The capable ones have already emerged, and they are all members of the Ability Management Bureau. Unfortunately, at this time, they are all hung on the tree. You were all caught? How did this happen? Su Xing originally didn't believe that people with supernatural powers would be so fragile. You must know that people with supernatural powers are existences beyond the limits of human beings, even among mutant beasts. Killing 1 7 in and 7 out, as a result, more than 20 people were all caught. Isn't this too outrageous? At this time, Lu Yizhan quickly explained, Stop, don't talk nonsense, we are not completely wiped out, and there are still 3 people on our side who have not been caught. Speaking of which, little girl, where did you come from? I haven't seen you before, Chai? Kifu looked at Su Xing's young and beautiful appearance, and said with a smile, it goes without saying, it must be a child of a big family, otherwise, how could it be possible to use the supernatural potion? Su Xing said coldly, don't talk nonsense, I'm from Yazhou, under Fengshan Shen Feng. It's fine if you don't know each other, but I bet that none of you is my opponent. At this time, Su Xing was very upset after being despised. She clearly came to save people, but instead she was ridiculed as a child of a big family. Isn't this saying that her ability to become a supernatural person depends entirely on her background? After hearing this, everyone in the Ability Management Bureau immediately laughed, because they didn't expect this little girl to be Shen Feng's subordinate, and they had never seen it before. It seems that this is really fate. Okay, you are amazing, but what can you do even if you are amazing? You have been arrested. Lu Yizhan said with a smile. Lu Yizhan's ability is visual enhancement, and he can even see if others are using supernatural powers. With visual enhancement to the extreme, he can also see the heat dissipation that others cannot see. It can't be done. If he meets Su Xing, he really isn't an opponent at this time. Although Su Xing was caught, she still wanted to speak hard. I was arrested to cover others from escaping. If I wanted to leave, I would have left, then. You are really pitiful. You have already been betrayed by others. I don't know. Last night, a miner was caught. After being threatened, he was willing to show the direction. You will be caught by the tree man. The guy you rescued exposed his position, so proud of that. Chai Qifu also laughed at this time. What? Did you say? I was exposed by my own people? Impossible. Su Xing became angry when she heard this, because she didn't believe that she was caught because someone she was protecting betrayed her. Chapter 710 3 Difficulties. Su Xing couldn't accept that she was betrayed by her own people. She was caught in order to keep the miners safe, but she was betrayed by the miners. How could that be? Seeing Su Xing's unbelievable look, Chai Qifu also felt that Su Xing was very pitiful, so he said directly, last night, I saw you and a miner were fetching water, and that guy was arrested, stopped, fell, and you ran. Do you really think that any human being can escape from the hands of the tree man? Then, you mean, after Chatsev was caught, he finally chose to compromise under the threat of the enemy? Su Xing asked quickly when he heard Su Xing's question. Chai Qifu gave an affirmative answer. That's right, that's what you think. You've been betrayed, you should be aware of this, right? I saw with my own eyes that the mutated plant gave that guy something. With this thing, your whereabouts will be determined. After learning the news, Su Xing was in a daze for a while, because she didn't expect that the guy she desperately rescued turned out to be an enemy who betrayed her. No wonder after she left the underground with her people, she immediately encountered the tree man's attack. The attack turned out to be someone deliberately exposing his position. How could this be? I saved them. Why did they betray me so easily? Su Xing couldn't accept the fact at this moment, because she didn't want her good intentions to save others, but ended up being plotted against. Lu Yizhan also kindly said at this time, little girl, you are still too young. If you can mature a bit, you will know that there is no one in this world worthy of your trust. The appearance of this sentence directly made Su Xing confused. If no one in this world can believe it, then is there any price for doing good deeds? Will this happen to me next time? At this time, Lu Yizhan remembered something, and asked quickly, little girl, why did you appear here? Aren't you from Shen Feng? You should be in Yuzhou. Why did you come to Siberia now? Could it be that Shen Feng is here too? This was the first time Su Xing was betrayed by someone she trusted, and she was also in a low mood at the moment, so she replied flatly, that's right, we are here to find you, and we came here at the request of Miss Shen Yu. When I arrived in Siberia, I thought you were alright, but unexpectedly, you have all been caught. When Lu Yizhan heard this, he felt strange immediately, and couldn't help asking, why did you, Yuzhou, come to rescue us? Could it be that the headquarters is completely indifferent to us? This question was very sharp, and Su Xing had no choice but to answer truthfully, that's right, you have all been abandoned, and the headquarters needs to deal with the mutant birds that are going south from Siberia, so there is no time to take care of you at all. After everyone heard the news, they all showed disappointment on their faces, because they obviously did not expect that the headquarters would abandon themselves so easily, and they clearly came to Siberia under the order of the headquarters. Yes, in order to end the oil shortage in China as soon as possible. As a result, when they encountered danger on their side, the headquarters turned a blind eye, as if they were abandoned like an unnecessary dog. This kind of blow, I can't stand it no matter when, it is not a good experience to be abandoned. Su Xing was betrayed by the guy she protected, and she was not in a good mood. She finally understood why her mother said that she could not trust anyone. It's because people in this world are already too insidious. They obviously only wanted to save people, but they were directly betrayed at this time. Chai Qifu said seriously, then we can only wait for Xiao Xing and the others to save us. After all, Shen Feng must be able to save us. Su Xing tried her best to observe backwards, and found that among the captured 7 supernatural beings present, several key personnel were missing. Xiao Sheng, Zhengzi, and Jin Zijia did not appear here. The 5th order ability users are the strongest group of people. It seems that these 3 people have not been caught. You said they would come to rescue us, so where are they now? I haven't seen them. Su Xing asked hastily. Lu Yizhan said helplessly, they are probably hiding in the underground ice spring. As long as Shen Feng can go there, he can find them. Ice spring? What ice spring? Su Xing instinctively asked. Chakifu hurriedly said, you didn't go through the main entrance, so you didn't pass through the 3 difficulties. You don't know that the 2nd difficulty is on the side of the ice spring. There are transparent shrimps in the water. If people who don't know enter the water, they will be caught. The transparent prawns are caught and poisonous, but they can be eaten without the head. And what are the 3 difficulties? Su Xing asked hastily at this time. Su Xing really wanted to know what kind of difficulties there were in going through the main entrance. After all, if he wanted to be rescued, he would probably have to wait for the arrival of Shen Feng and the other 3. As for Xiao Sheng and others, if they could do it, they would have already. It has already been done, and the group of people here will not be hung up. And if Shen Feng couldn't come back through the storm, then it was impossible for Su Xing herself to be rescued. Therefore, Su Xing was eager to know what difficulties he had to go through to get from the front cave to the deepest cave. Lu Yizhan quickly said, it's nothing, a hot spring, an ice spring, and a cliff. Hearing what the other party said, Su Xing couldn't help being a little puzzled. If there were only 3 such simple checkpoints, how could these people from the Ability Management Bureau be caught? Could it be that all the 3 people did it? Just when Su Xing was wondering, a woman's voice came from a distance, you all wait for a while. It will be all right in a few days. Su Xing hurriedly looked in the direction where the voice came from, and immediately saw a woman who was being hung from a tree. Her face was covered by her long hair, and she couldn't see who she was, and Su Xing didn't know this either. Who the hell is a woman? Leave her alone. She's been talking nonsense for the past few days, always saying nonsense that she can escape with her own ability, and now we can't move at this time. Eating, drinking, and messing are all dealt with on the tree. Trying to escape going out is completely a dream. Zhai Qifu said lightly, with my own strength. Su Xing suddenly thought of something at this time, and she immediately cheered up. She remembered that there was a centenarian orchid seed given by Shen Feng on her body, and she could eat it at a critical moment of, that's right, I have a chance to escape from here. I still have centenarian seeds on my body. As long as I find a way to eat them, I can escape. Moreover, I can also take the seeds from here. Save them all. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. However, Su Xing wanted to escape the seeds from her body, but she was so weak that it was very difficult to move, and she couldn't use her abilities at all. Just like the feeling after staying up late for several nights and drinking alcohol, the whole body is limp, and can only sway in the air. Shen Feng encountered a hot spring directly after entering the cave. This is a hot spring flowing from the ground. It looks steamy, and the range is too wide. The passage in the cave is more than 50 meters wide. All are flowing hot springs, and it is undoubtedly a wonderful thing to see hot springs in the cold winter. Lu Xian used his supernatural ability, and later discovered that on both sides of the cave are hot springs and ditches flowing out. The hot springs are naturally formed, but the temperature is too high. Wait a minute, Qi Lingshan, come back, it's not suitable for taking a bath here, it's over 100 degrees in here. Lu Xian said hastily. When Lu Xian was speaking, Qi Lingshan had already taken off his shoes and socks, and was taking off his clothes and pants. He hadn't showered for several days, because the weather was too cold. For a standard southerner like Qi Lingshan, not being able to take a bath is really a torture. But Qi Lingshan dismissed Lu Xian's dissuasion at this time, and said directly, come on, even if you are bragging, it's better to draft a draft. Don't think that I'm just a high school student and you can lie to me. The boiling point of water is 100 degrees, and now you say that the water in here is more than 100 degrees. Do you think I have never read a book? With that said, Qi Lingshan was about to reach out to test the water temperature. It would be best if he could soak in the cave for a while. As a result, as soon as Qi Lingshan stretched his palm into the hot water, he immediately felt the scorching heat. For a while, his palm was in pain, so he quickly retracted his hand, and at the same time tried hard to blow air, trying to let the hot air flow out of his hand. Give some away, huh? It's so hot, it's so hot. It's like boiling water, how can it be so hot? Qilingshan said, puzzled. Lucian explained, although these are hot springs, you think they are water, but there are many minerals dissolved in them. In fact, they should be counted as solutions. The boiling point of pure water is 100 degrees. A little higher, more than 100 degrees, absolutely no problem. There are minerals? Doesn't that mean we can drink mineral water? Qilingshan continued to ask. No, the water in the hot spring is not drinkable. There are many toxic substances in it. If you drink it, you will be poisoned. If the temperature is lower, it can be used for bathing, which can treat skin diseases. Shen Feng also interjected at this time. Qilingshan had no choice but to put on his shoes and socks again, thinking, the chance to take a bath is gone. Looking at the cave in the distance, Shen Feng was already lost in thought, because he couldn't figure out how those people from before penetrated into the interior. The distance of more than 50 meters is not long, but as long as it falls, it will be cooked. Let's investigate the situation first. By the way, we have to wait for Su Xing to return. Look around to see if there is a place to live. Shen Feng said hastily. It was getting late at this time, and Shen Feng was worried that he would encounter a Trent at night. Although he was already a 6th-level supernatural being, Shen Feng was not sure that he would be able to beat the invulnerable Trent. Setting fire was a good way. There is still oil beside the oil mine in the distance, but it is obviously too late to use oil to deal with the enemy now. Therefore, Shen Feng is going to investigate the situation first. However, at this moment, Lucian suddenly sensed something, so he quickly took out a flashlight and illuminated the cave in the distance. After a closer look, more than 50 red-skinned salamanders appeared here. It looks very ugly, because many salamanders live in inaccessible places, and most people have never seen them. When they meet for the first time, they must feel ugly. City Lord, what is this? Lucian asked quickly. Lucian knew that there was a book presented by Professor Niu on Shen Feng's body. This book was full of illustrations, so Shen Feng probably knew what the thing that appeared in front of him was, but Lucian miscalculated, because Shen Feng was also in a daze after seeing what appeared in front of him, and it seemed that he didn't expect to see this thing at all. So Shen Feng said in time, I don't know what it is either. It looks like a salamander, but it can move in boiling water. I've never seen it before. Shen Feng was also taken aback after seeing the animals living in the hot springs. This kind of animals can live in hot water, so aren't they afraid of the high temperature of the hot springs? If a person falls, they will be boiled into broth immediately. The three of them looked at each other, faced the rapidly approaching salamander, and quickly fled out of the cave without stopping at all. After the salamander found that the enemy had disappeared, he did not continue to chase, but returned to the caves on both sides. Chapter 711 Worst Plan. After seeing a creature they had never seen before, the three of them fled underground directly. Although the entrance of the cave is at the foot of the mountain, the real way forward is constantly going down. Shen Feng estimates that the real underground world there is a depth of 600 to 700 meters, and Shen Feng does not know what is deeper. Leaving the underground, Lucian found a cave on the mountain, and there were many stones beside it. If he lived in the cave, he only needed to block the entrance, and no one else would be able to enter. Su Xing is really a little girl. She hasn't come back yet. Could it be that she has lost her way underground? If she comes back, I must seriously criticize her. Even if she is a supernatural person, she shouldn't be outside. You stayed for such a long time. Shen Feng couldn't help complaining, for Su Xing hasn't come back yet. Shen Feng has a big opinion. Qilingshan couldn't help but said, City Lord, you are not Su Xing's guardian, why are you so concerned? Shen Feng said immediately, don't get me wrong, Su Xing is just like a younger sister to me. Is there any reason for me to care about my younger sister? It's just human nature. Shen Feng quickly defended himself, but don't let others misunderstand, otherwise, once such a thing gets to the ears of Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, Shen Feng needs to think about how to explain it clearly. The three then rested in the cave. The entrance of the cave was built with stones, and there were gaps in the stones. Even if they hid in the cave, they would not suffer from lack of oxygen. One night passed. Shen Feng needed to wash, but he couldn't find a container, and there was no water source around. After wandering around the mountain for a while, he found a lot of snow, so he used the snow to wash. It worked out really well, because the trio was already refreshed in an instant. When Shen Feng found out that Su Xing still hadn't come back, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although Su Xing is a supernatural being, He's just a fledgling, and the enemy he's chasing after is still a vicious scum. It would be too dangerous if he was plotted up. Shen Feng felt a little regretful, and said in his heart, if I had known earlier, I would have let Lu Xian or Qi Lingshan take care of the scumbags. In this way, the current situation would not have happened. However, even regretting is useless, because things have already happened. If you regret, it is impossible to change any situation. Shen Feng wanted to find Su Xing first, so he went to the cave where Su Xing disappeared. As long as Su Xing made marks along the way, he would be able to find Su Xing by relying on these marks. However, when Shen Feng came to the entrance of the cave where Su Xing disappeared, he found that the entrance of the cave had been blocked at this time, and the note placed on the side of the cave before had disappeared, and there was still a hole on the side of the cave. There are many messy footprints. It can be seen that someone has come out from here, and the entrance of the cave has been blocked. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately sensed something was wrong, and said in his heart, if Su Xing was alone, it would be impossible to leave so many footprints. Now, there are many footprints beside the cave entrance. There must be others, looking. At the messy footprints, Qi Lingshan felt something was wrong at this moment, and quickly asked, could it be that there are accomplices beside that scumbag? Otherwise, how could there be so many footprints here? Besides, blocking Su Xing won't be able to get out if she gets out of the cave. Is she trapped under here? As soon as this remark came out, Shen Feng was worried at the time. If Su Xing, who was just a fledgling, encountered this kind of situation, something bad might really happen. The footprints are so messy, and the note has disappeared. Someone must have come out of the hole. Let's search separately. We must find clues. If you find the scum who killed your brother, kill him immediately. Shen Feng said coldly. Now Shen Feng is already very angry. Su Xing was brought out from Yizhao by herself. If she is really in danger, there is no way for Shen Feng to face Wu Yilian when she returns to Yizhao. She is the only one left. My daughter is gone, and there will be accidents in the end. The white-haired person sends the black-haired person. How can this be tolerated? Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan nodded, knowing the seriousness of the matter. If Su Xing, a supernatural being, is plotted against, then their team will lose a strong combat power. It is almost impossible to complete the task. The three of them quickly searched around the cave. Qi Lingshan had a brighter mind and followed the footprints around and chased them out. Lu Xian and Shen Feng chose to go in another direction. If they found the enemy, they could go on their own. Decide if you want to fight. It is already daytime now, but there is still a large amount of fog in the surrounding large forest. The existence of these fogs seriously affects the sight. In order to be able to see clearly the situation in the forest, Shen Feng immediately began to use his abilities, Dongfang Mighty. After this move was performed, the fog in the woods disappeared one after another. With a howling wind, the woods quickly returned to light, and the sun in the sky also shone down. At this time Lu Xian and Qi Lingshan were also affected by the strong wind in the distance, but they also knew that this was Shen Feng's ability, so they didn't worry too much at this time. However, when Shen Feng was chasing quickly in one direction, he suddenly saw a black shadow walking in the distance. This black shadow had long hair on his body, but he was walking upright. Thought it was a human bear. In Siberia and other places, brown bears can walk upright, and it looks like a strong human being walking from a distance, so some people named them man bears. And from Shen Feng's point of view, this guy is too familiar. Isn't that Skylanov who escaped yesterday? Yesterday, Su Xing disappeared after chasing him, but now at this time, Su Xing had already disappeared, and it turned out that this scumbag seemed to have nothing to do with it. Shen Feng doesn't know how many people are around this guy, so he is more careful. The footprints he saw before are too messy, and it is definitely not possible for one person to step on them, which means that they are on the guy in front. There must be exceptions. After thinking of this, Shen Feng quietly hid behind and followed the opponent forward. If Su Xing was caught, he could still try to rescue him, but Su Xing's skills cannot be handled by an ordinary person. Yes, therefore, Shen Feng believed that Su Xing was tied up rather than caught. Afterwards, Shen Feng followed Skylanov to the depths of a forest, where there are other caves. As the saying goes, the rabbit knows how to find more caves, and as humans, naturally smarter, especially living in the forest, if there is only one residence, it is too dangerous. Skylanov went directly into his cave, and then covered the wooden boards on the ground. There were many moss and dead branches and leaves on the wooden boards. In Siberia today, the ground is full of fallen leaves and moss. As long as the wooden boards, once the camouflage is done, it will never be discovered. Shen Feng saw this new lair, and knew that it was the other party's hiding place, so he approached silently, and suddenly lifted the wooden board. After uncovering the wooden board, Shen Feng was shocked, because this slovenly man was leaning against a wooden bed to sleep, and there was a pink bra on his face, which was still trimmed with lace. Shen Feng recognized it. It was Su Xing's personal belongings during the trip. Shen Feng always needs to change the clothes, and it is inevitable to dry them, so Shen Feng knows the color and style of Su Xing's underwear. As a result, at this moment, Shen Feng found out after discovering that Su Xing's personal belongings fell into the hands of scumbags. Shen Feng couldn't help but start guessing. Now that Su Xing's personal belongings have been obtained by others, could it be that something happened to Su Xing? Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately shouted angrily, "Hey, you shameless bastard, where is Su Xing?" After putting the underwear on his face, Skylaniv fell asleep directly after smelling the fragrance on it. He hadn't seen a woman for a long time, and now he can get a woman's personal belongings. This guy is very happy, even if it's a dream, and it's also very sweet. However, at this moment, Shen Feng just yelled loudly, and immediately woke up Skylaniv, who was in a deep sleep, and then saw Shen Feng's face, and was immediately terrified, because he knew that this man was a terror. The person with supernatural powers is someone who must not be provoked, and now he is stunned, not knowing what to say. Shen Feng didn't talk nonsense, and directly grabbed Skylaniv by the collar, took him outside the cave, and asked, "Where is Su Xing? What did you do to her?" Shen Feng doesn't think that Su Xing is the kind of woman who throws away her personal belongings casually, so the things in this guy's hands must have been obtained from Su Xing. Now, Shen Feng has already prepared for the worst, that is, Su Xing was murdered by this guy. Skylaniv probably never dreamed that he would meet Shen Feng. In his opinion, he managed to get rid of the pursuers behind him, but now he has been spotted so easily. Does the enemy have radar? Next, Skylaniv knelt on the ground, handed over the underwear in his hand, and said with a wry smile, "I didn't do anything, I picked it up." However, Skylaniv doesn't speak Chinese, and he can't remember any Chinese words when he is in a hurry, and he speaks in Russian. Shen Feng couldn't understand the guy's words, and then he didn't answer. He walked into Skylaniv's house and started searching. He found a rucksack by the bedside. When he opened it, he found Su Xing's personal belongings, even sanitary strips, were found. She continued to rummage, but she saw the black hair on the head of the bed. The long hair is very smooth, and it is obviously a woman's hair. After seeing the hair, Shen Feng immediately understood that Su Xing must have had an accident, and the hair on the bed belonged to Su Xing, a hateful scum. After killing Su Xing, she took away her underwear and even cut off her hair. Thinking of this, Shen Feng was furious. Immediately, drew out his long sword, walked out of the cave, and looked at Skylaniv coldly. He started to do it, took off the rifle he was carrying with him, aimed at Shen Feng and was about to shoot. Bang! Bang! The bullets were fired continuously, but just when the bullets were about to fall on Shen Feng's body, the bullet stopped suddenly, suspended in the air, and could no longer move forward. This scene happened again, and Skelani the husband is almost desperate. Even the bullets can't penetrate the opponent's defense. How can we fight? Shen Feng didn't care about these things anymore. Facing the guy who killed Su Xing, he immediately started to attack. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Skylaniv. His speed is already so fast that ordinary people can't see clearly. So, for ordinary people, Shen Feng's speed is so fast, others can't even try to see clearly. Shen Feng stabbed out with a sword. The dark long sword pierced through the chest of the scum in front of him in an instant. There was still a resigned look on Skylaniv's face. He didn't understand. He didn't have it at all. Why would they kill themselves against these foreign supernatural beings? Chapter 712. After Shen Feng killed the scum, he put his hair in Su Xing's backpack. Needless to say, this rucksack belonged to Su Xing, but for some reason it fell into the hands of the scum. A bad plan would be that Su Xing was killed, and her hair had already been cut off. When Shen Feng returned with his backpack, he found that Lu Xian was already waiting in the cave where he was hiding, but Qi Shen had not appeared for a long time. Shen Feng told what he saw, and finally said sadly, "It's because I failed to take good care of Su Xing. Her experience is not enough. It is my fault that she is being plotted against now. If I don't let her, it is very simple to kill people. Obviously, when the scum escapes, I can directly solve the problem with a single wind blade." Lu Xian quickly comforted, "City Master, don't be sad. Haven't you already avenged Su Xing? If Su Zingquan knew about it, he would be very pleased. Shen Feng took out a black hair in the backpack and sighed. Su Zing, you bless me with a spirit in the sky. If you can find the real murderer in the dark to avenge you, then you also blessed me to find your body. Bring your corpse back to Yazhao. Shen Feng knew that he probably couldn't avoid making Wu Yulian sad, but the only thing he could do now was to find Su Zing's body, so that Su Zing's body could be returned to Yazhao for burial. As a result, at this moment, Qi Lingshan came back panting with a man, dragging a dirty man in his hands, and this man's hands and feet had been broken, and he looked very ugly. Miserable city. Lord, I brought back a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Qi Lingshan asked directly. After hearing what Su Zing said, Shen Feng immediately said pessimistically, let me hear the bad news first. In Shen Feng's thinking, the so-called bad news is that Su Zing is dead. After all, he has found Su Zing's relics now, so she must not be able to survive. And so lost his life in the end. Qi Lingshan said seriously, Su Zing has been arrested, and many other people with supernatural powers have already been arrested. After getting this result, Shen Feng was suddenly surprised, so he quickly asked, you said Su Zing was arrested? What is the good news? Good news. The good news is that I caught a tongue. It was this guy who caused Su Zing to be caught. He betrayed Su Zing. Qi Lingshan threw the guy with severed limbs to the ground without any trouble on his face. The slightest look of pity turned out to be disgusting. After hearing the news, Shen Feng was a little surprised for a moment. In this way, Su Zing is not dead yet, so isn't it too early for him to cry? Of course, at this time Shen Feng hadn't shed tears yet. He was thinking that he would cry after discovering Su Zing's body no matter what, but now, Shen Feng found that Su Zing was just caught, so there was no need to live. I was already worried, and now I just need to find a way to save Su Zing from the clutches of the mutated plants. After thinking about this point, Shen Feng wanted to know the whole picture of this matter, and then he had to ask, and the guy who was captured by Qi Lingshan was actually Chatsev. When Qi Lingshan followed the footprints, he kept his eyes open, and finally, after finding the crowd, he took them as Skylanov's accomplices and started to fight directly. After killing more than a dozen people, Chatsev stood up and said, one person does one thing and one person does it. In this way, Qi Lingshan learned the whole story from Chatsev, and also knew that Su Zing was caught because he betrayed Su Zing. Next, Shen Feng was going to interrogate the matter again. Qi Lingshan knew about Su Zing's condition, but Shen Feng didn't know it yet, so Shen Feng could only listen to it again. Chatsev was also unambiguous. Although his limbs were broken, he never begged for mercy. He gritted his teeth and looked at Shen Feng with hatred, and then told what happened before. It turned out that he had been caught by the tree man after falling into the water. Stop, the water pool is the territory of the tree man. How can it be so easy to escape from the tree man's hands? That is to say, Su Zing didn't have too many doubts. If Shen Feng or Qi Lingshan had encountered such a thing, they would have already started to be wary of each other. Chatsev was taken to the area of the island in the middle of the lake, where there was an unusually strong tree with many translucent cages hanging from the tree. There were many animals in the cages, and these animals were soaked in digestive juice. In the middle, the body is being disassembled little by little, and many supernatural beings are tied up with rattan in a higher place. Next, there was a hole in the trunk, and a strange-shaped tree tumor came out of it. There was a vertical eye on the tree tumor, and it could still speak. The condition of the deal with Chatsev was to inform Su Zing's position, and in return, the Trent will not pursue the 6 fleeing others. Chatsev continued, I have something in my pocket. As long as I wear it, the mutated plants will know my location, and the Trents will not attack us. Lu Xian stretched out his hand to dig out, and found a fruit from Chatsev's body. It didn't look strange, it seemed to be an ordinary wild fruit, but now Shen Feng has learned one thing, that is, Su Zing was caught because he was betrayed. Thinking of this, Shen Feng suddenly became angry and said, Su Zing is being caught. I was still trying to save you before, but you ungrateful things are so ungrateful, you bastards. What Shen Feng hates the most now is those guys who repay their kindness and revenge. It is clear that Chatsev can throw away the fruit on his body after returning to Su Zing's side. As long as he tells the truth, Su Zing will not be besieged by tree people. As a result, in order to bring the miners back smoothly, Chatsev betrayed Su Zing directly. Shen Feng could still think of the scene where Su Zing fought for a group of unworthy people. People are sad. Chatsev was accused of being ungrateful at this time, and immediately couldn't help but refute. His eyes also showed the light of hatred. Now his attitude towards Shen Feng is obviously hatred, and his limbs are also broken. Otherwise, if the limbs are intact, he may have started to do it now. It's all you hateful East Asians who use nice words to bring us to find some treasure. Fortunately, none of you East Asians died. The worst people were all caught, but all my friends they were killed, and now there are only a few dozen people who survived, and they came to Tumen for profit, but in the end, they said that they will repay their kindness, and logically speaking, you are the ones who will repay their kindness. The light of hatred in Chatsev's eyes has been flickering, and the accusations against Shen Feng and others have never stopped. When Shen Feng heard this, a sneering expression appeared on his face. We will repay you with revenge. You continue to talk. I want to hear what lies you have. Chatsev also had stage fright. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive, so even if he was going to die, he must say everything before he died. You East Asians came to Tumen just to get oil. The crisis in our surrounding forests has not yet been resolved and we are forced to work quickly. The oil we mine is sent to the southeast as soon as possible, and the money you paid the food is nothing more than a small amount, not to mention the fact that we earned a lot of money. In the end, we brought more than 5,000 of us to die in the ground. These people are good young people from Tumen, but they were killed by you in the end. You still say this is not revenge. Chatsev said directly, HMPH, you really know how to throw the pot away. Suzing didn't do it by exchanging grain for oil. Whether you suffer or not, has nothing to do with Suzing. You keep talking about East Asians. You think you are great, but you still don't know what to do. She was not taken away from the cave by Suzing. From this point of view, she is your benefactor. She plotted against her benefactor in every possible way. East Asians kept her mouth shut after the incident was revealed. Did the Ability Management Bureau help you kill the mutant beasts? He really doesn't know right from wrong. Shen Feng couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately began to curse. No matter what the other party said, they couldn't cover up the fact that Suzing was betrayed. Moreover, after all, the Ability Management Bureau had killed countless mutant beasts, big and small, in Siberia for more than a year. It can be remembered that the exchange of oil for food suffered a little loss, and immediately felt that it was an aggrieved concession. Chatsev continued to say, if you kittens don't show up, then there will be no accidents at all for more than 5,000 of us. We should still be living in Tumen safe and sound. We can grow food and have oil. There will be no accidents at all. It has become what it is now. Go back to your south. After Shen Feng heard these words, he immediately became furious. This guy always talked about his nationality, as if he was reasonable, but Shen Feng couldn't listen anymore. It's you who should go back. You are a gang. The insatiable bears ate up so much of our territory, took advantage of people's dangers, and took away countless good things. Among other things, the outer Zingan Mountains are ours, and Sakhalin Island is also ours. Now they are all occupied by you. Now it's plausible, if you can snatch it with a big fist, we should have driven you back to Europe long ago. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng looked at Qi Lingshan and said, let's do it. It's useless to talk too much, let him die quickly. Shen Feng didn't like Maozi very much, and the reason was very simple. That was Maozi's insatiable greed. How could he have the world's #1 territory? Was it theirs in history? It's just nonsense. It wasn't snatched, but in the end, he even plausibly told himself to go back, but he didn't know that this place was once someone else's territory. Snatching the territory and letting others go away, that's Maozi's true face. Thinking of this, Shen Feng didn't want to say anything anymore. He only wanted to see the guy who deserved his crime die, and other things were out of his consideration. City Master, calm down. It is said that this guy follows Io Sheng and the others into the depths of the cave. He knows the underground situation very well. It would be a pity to kill him now. Qi Lingshan said quickly at this time, hoping that Shen Feng could calm down at this moment, and it won't be too late to kill. After asking about the situation in the cave, it's a pity that Shen Feng has already made up his mind at this time. After the anger rises, it is very difficult to dissipate it. Normally, Shen Feng will not get angry often, and getting angry is not a good thing for the liver. However, as long as if Shen Feng's anger appeared, then this anger would not disappear easily. So, Shen Feng said coldly, give me a hand right away. Needless to say, kill him. Qi Lingshan was helpless. Seeing that Shen Feng was so angry, he had no choice but to act. He didn't know Shen Feng's mood very well, but he had heard that there was a group on the internet called Faking, who were often angry or sad about major national events, so there was the title of Angry Youth. Now it seems that Shen Feng is an angry youth. What's the situation underground? I'll investigate it myself. Isn't there a salamander? I killed all the way there. I don't believe that Su Xing can't be rescued without an ungrateful guy. Shen Feng said coldly. Lu Xian also said, Qi Lingshan, hurry up and cool down this ungrateful thing. In fact, Qi Lingshan can directly use nitrogen to expel oxygen and carbon dioxide. In this way, Chatsev can be suffocated to death, but now that Lu Xian has already said so, Qi Lingshan has no choice but to use it. Ability. A stream of liquid nitrogen rained down on his head. Chatsev soon stopped thinking, and finally turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 713, Ice and Fire, Heaven and One. After Qi Lingshan had killed the traitor, the next task was very simple, which was to find a way to rescue the trapped Su Xing. To achieve this step, the first thing to do is to find out the situation in the cave. If you don't even know the situation, trying to save people is even more nonsense. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, Two men, there is no need to go back. Since they are all a pack of white-eyed wolves, there is no need to save them. Anyway, we don't need Kingman's oil. Shen Feng also knows that the most important thing now is to find a way to rescue Su Xing, and then immediately take people to the cave. First of all, to find a way to find out the situation in the cave. They have been blocked, and it is obviously impossible to walk through the Marmot's cave. City. Master, the hot spring is still easy to pass. Throwing stones can cover it, but the salamanders inside are not easy to deal with. There are too many of them, and they are very aggressive. It is not that simple to cross the hot spring matters. Lu Xian said hastily. If it's just a hot spring, Lu Xian is not very worried, because the hot spring is not very deep directly passed by. However, it is impossible for anyone to believe that a thing that can live in a water temperature of more than 100 degrees is not harmful. Animals living in a dangerous environment must not be easy to deal with. And, most importantly, Lu Xian didn't know if these salamanders were poisonous. In all, let's try to cross the hot spring first at this time, and continue to explore the terrain after it passes. Shen Feng also thinks that the salamander is more difficult, because he has never seen such a strange thing, and he does not know the opponent's strength. How strong is it? The three of Shen Feng then moved the stones to the cave, and there were many huge footprints in the cave. Needless to say, these footprints were all left by the tree people. Speaking of which, the tree people seem to be able to pass through the hot springs here safely, so the salamanders don't attack the tree people. Also, why didn't the tree people catch the newts living in this place? Qi Lingshan suddenly became curious at this time. He thought of a problem. The food source of the mutated plants is to rely on the tree man to tie the animals into the cave for digestion. As a result, there are many salamanders in the hot spring, but the tree man did not do anything. Which is confusing. When Qi Lingshan said this, Lu Xian also found it strange. Shen Feng, on the contrary, explained at this time, that's because the mutant plants are also intelligent. Now the mutant plants have a nervous system and learn to think, so Su Xing will be betrayed, and the most important point is that the salamanders living in these hot springs can also be used as bodyguards to block the enemies entering the cave. Why not do it? Others have never been in contact with mutated plants, but Shen Feng has seen a lot of mutated plants. He also knows very well that the mutated plants now have the ability to think, so for the salamander, staying as a watchdog is a good choice. After hearing Shen Feng's explanation, Qi Lingshan also understood why the mutated plant kept the salamander in the hole still, and it was regarded as a defensive force, which is not simple at all. After going hundreds of meters underground, there is no light here, and there is no lighting facility here. Shen Feng had to turn on the flashlight and illuminate the cave. It is hard to imagine that there is such a hidden place in the depths of the forest. Moreover, there is such a warm place under the ice and snow of Siberia. Generally speaking, hot springs are always accompanied by volcanoes, because the heat released by the magma is transferred to the hot springs, which causes the hot springs to have extremely high temperatures. But Siberia, it stands to reason that there are no hot springs. Shen Feng at that time, I couldn't figure it out. Since there is no volcano, where does the hot spring come from? City. Master, look at this side. We don't seem to need to hold the stone. There is already a road on the stone wall. At this moment, Lu Xian found something on the stone wall on one side, so he immediately began to report. Shen Feng also turned on the flashlight shine to the side. Shen Feng suddenly discovered that there was a neat row of pitons on one side of the stone wall. These pitons were already rusted under the fumigation of water vapor. Most of these pitons were a month ago. Those who entered the cave stayed behind in caves rich in water vapor. Steel corrodes very quickly. If you wipe the pitons casually, you will find a thick layer of rust. After a period of time, at most half a year, these pitons will not walking. However, at present, the piton can still support the weight of an adult, but it needs to maintain balance on the piton. Otherwise, once it falls into the hot spring, it will be cooked. Oh, it's too busy to work. I brought down a big stone weighing more than 80 kilograms, but it turned out to be useless. Shen Feng was also very helpless. It was all because the salamander disrupted the observation plan in a hurry yesterday, which resulted in an accident. No pitons on the wall were found. Luckily only 3 stones were moved. No big deal. Throw the stone aside and follow me. Just go straight there while the salamander is not disturbed. Shen Feng said hastily. After Shen Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped on the rock nails, leaning on the wall with one hand, holding a flashlight in the other hand, and then walked towards the depths of the cave, and the other 2 quickly followed Shen Feng's footsteps. Inside the cave it was very quiet. The 3 of them walked on the rusted piton, and the rust kept falling into the hot spring. Fortunately, the rust of the piton was not particularly serious. Otherwise, the 3 of them could only use earth to build it on the ground with stones. A road, it is simply impossible to do it in a day or 2. While the 3 of them were walking quietly, the water surface of the hot spring suddenly changed. Red-skinned salamanders emerged from the small caves on both sides. These salamanders seemed to be the size of rabbits. It's not a big deal, even an 8-year-old child can solve it. But one thing to know is that these salamanders came out of hot springs with a temperature of more than 100 degrees, and they lived in extreme environments. Animals are absolutely not to be underestimated. After thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately cast accompanying like the wind and stepped on the rock nail. A second later, Shen Feng appeared on the shore in front of him. Spread up Lucian in the middle saw Shen Feng in front of him and ran away in a flash, and couldn't help asking, "City Lord, you are too disrespectful. You walked past. What should we do?" Dozens of salamanders had appeared in the hot spring at this time, and they were all surrounding the remaining 2 people on the piton, and the piton was only 40 to 50 centimeters away from the water surface of the hot spring. Standing on the shore, Shen Feng said hastily, "Don't complain, just walk quickly. Am I not here to cover you?" Shen Feng can stand on the surface of the water, so even if he falls into the water, he won't sink. But Shen Feng doesn't want to get close to these salamanders he has never seen before, so he goes directly to the shore and looks at Lucian and Qilingshan on the rock nails. Threatened by the salamander, he quickly fired the wind blade to prevent the salamander from approaching. Swish! A series of wind blades were launched, and instantly hit the salamanders that were approaching in the hot spring, and the salamanders were also killed one after another. But when the salamanders died, there would be red blood in their bodies. Red blood flowed out, and the original light green hot spring immediately turned bright red after being polluted by the blood of the salamander. However, in the dim light in the cave, Shen Feng couldn't see the position of the salamander very clearly, especially after more than 20 salamanders were killed. The hot spring was dyed red, and the body of the salamander was originally red. For one thing, Shen Feng couldn't be sure where the salamander was. Lucian and Qilingshan were already moving forward as quickly as possible. If they were on the ground, the distance of 50 meters would be nothing at all, and it would pass quickly, just a few seconds. Standing on the nails, it is not easy to balance yourself, and you need to worry about falling at any time. Now it is not easy to reach the shore quickly. Taking advantage of the chance that Shen Feng couldn't see the salamander clearly, the red-skinned salamander in the hot spring approached quickly at this time, and even surrounded Lucian and Qilingshan on the rock nail, which was still more than 10 meters away from the shore. The distance, whether it is far or not, is not short. What? I don't want to provoke you, but you are aggressive. You are really deceiving me so much? Do you really think that I have no temper at all when you provoke me? After Qilingshan found out that he was surrounded, he was really hurt. It's over, I retreated again and again. You primitive creatures still kicked your nose and face. If that's the case, leave me alone. When Qilingshan immediately came to display his supernatural power, a stream of liquid nitrogen flowed down in the air instantly. The low temperature that can be achieved in the current industry is basically achieved by using liquid nitrogen, and it can also be done at temperatures tens of degrees below zero. Now, The liquid nitrogen flowed down and landed on the surface of the hot spring. At that time, there was a sound of chi-chi, a large white mist appeared in the air, and the temperature of the water began to change sharply. Sometimes it is a high temperature of more than 100 degrees, and sometimes it will drop to more than 10 degrees as a result. The salamanders in the water couldn't stand it anymore. These salamanders can live in high-temperature hot springs, but they have no tolerance for places with low temperatures. The spring water in the area near Qilingshan is sometimes hot and cold. Such a drastic temperature change made the salamander feel excruciating pain all over his body afterwards. The salamander who couldn't stand it immediately began to flee from the surrounding area of Qilingshan, giving up all the water. Qilingshan didn't expect that his supernatural power would be so effective that he could directly force the newts in the hot spring back. If he had known it would have such a good effect, why should he be so anxious? One thing falls one thing. I'm the nemesis of your primitive animals. Qilingshan said directly. Salamanders are very primitive animals. Under normal circumstances, they are not seen in the wild. They can only be seen in the depths of caves and in inaccessible places. They looked like this millions of years ago. It still looks like this after millions of years, so for many people, ugly things like salamanders are primitive species. Lucian didn't dare to be careless. Even if the salamander didn't attack for the time being, it's best to go to the shore as soon as possible to avoid any more moths. Don't talk too much nonsense. Let's go ashore now, and be careful to cook it in the water. Lucian quickly approached the shore while talking. On the other hand, Qilingshan walked in a leisurely manner, as if he didn't worry about the salamanders underwater at all. Anyway, he only needs to release liquid nitrogen continuously to lower the temperature in the hot spring. In this case, the salamander didn't dare to approach at all, and Qilingshan was not worried about being attacked. Lucian went ashore quickly, and when he got to the shore, he saw Qilingshan walking unhurriedly. At this moment, a salamander suddenly jumped up from the water and rushed towards Qilingshan. Lucian hurriedly reminded loudly, "Be careful behind you." Qilingshan had also seen the salamander coming out of the water, so he quickly pulled out a long sword at his waist, and slashed down with his sword. At that time, the salamander was split into two, and the blood of the salamander sprayed out, falling on Qilingshan's face. "Ah, it's so hot, it's boiling water." The blood fell on Qilingshan's face, and just as the blood came into contact with the skin, he felt severe pain instantly afterwards. Lucian rushed directly to the shore, found a handkerchief from his backpack and began to wipe it off, wiping off the salamander blood on his face. Chapter 714, Ice and Fire to Heaven's Eye. Qilingshan felt severe pain in an instant, and couldn't help but took out the handkerchief he was carrying to wipe it. Nothing happened if he didn't wipe it, and the skin on his face was wiped off as soon as he wiped it. I saw it with my own eyes. After the scene, Qilingshan was startled. He didn't expect the salamander's body to have such a high temperature. "Aren't you stupid? You were warned before, but you didn't listen at all. Now you're disfigured. Let's see how you marry a wife in the future." Seeing the blood on Qilingshan's face, Lucian couldn't bear it. Can't stop talking sarcastically. In his opinion, Qilingshan is self-inflicted for becoming what he is now, and he will be fine when he gets to the shore quickly, but he wants to walk slowly, as if to show off like the guts. However, Qilingshan suddenly felt hot all over his body at this time, and his whole body heated up. He couldn't help but said, "I'm so hot now, you guys have to think of a way." Lucian joked, "You are so hot, it must be because you have been drugged, that's why you feel this way. This drug has no antidote, it can only be detoxified by intercourse. It's written like that in it, but it's a pity. Now it's in the cave, it is impossible for you to find a woman." There are similar plots in many novels. I can't think of a way to advance the relationship between the hero and the heroine, so I can only think of a way. One of the options is to be drugged. Either the hero is drugged, or the heroine. To be drugged, one must do shameful things to get rid of the poison. This kind of routine has been used rottenly 20 years ago, and Lucian obviously knows this. After Qilingshan heard this, he couldn't help being angry, and accused him, "Can you be a little sympathetic? I am in this state now, the skin has been burned off, and my whole body is extremely hot. Don't you give me thought no matter what the solution is, it's still talking nonsense." Shen Feng quickly said, "It's okay, it's just being scalded by boiling water, it's just a stress reaction. It will be fine after a while, let's move on." After that, Shen Feng took the lead to go inside. Qilingshan felt hot and itchy all over, But he could only endure it, and said in his heart, "This is a stress reaction, and it will be fine after a while." However, the further you walked, the more uncomfortable it became. Qi Lingshan couldn't help scratching the skin on his body. Not to mention, the itchy skin soon disappeared after being scratched. A feeling of, Qi Lingshan, why did you scratch the skin on your neck? Lu Xian sensed that something was wrong, and quickly looked at Qi Lingshan, only to find that the skin on Qi Lingshan's neck was torn. Blood is flowing. Shen Feng, who was walking in front, also quickly turned his head and looked at Qi Lingshan, only to see that Qi Lingshan's face was flushed at this time, as if Master Guan had appeared, and there was a painful expression on his face, which could be seen he is having a hard time right now. How could this be? Could it be that there is a virus in the salamander's blood? Isn't it simply high temperature? Shen Feng was stunned originally. Shen Feng saw that Qi Lingshan's face was scalded with blisters, and thought it was just a scald. After all, the salamander is a species that lives in hot springs of more than 100 degrees. The blood is hot, which is normal. But now that Qi Lingshan is itching all over, it's not normal. What should we do now? Qi Lingshan is probably poisoned. Shall we take him to the hospital? Seeing that Qi Lingshan had been scratching his skin, Lu Xian couldn't help but grab Qi Lingshan's arm. Shen Feng frowned, and said, "Where can we find a hospital at this time? In this day and age, cities have been destroyed for countless times. There is no hospital to be found for a while. Now it seems that only I hope Qi Lingshan can carry it over." Seeing him like this, the poison of the salamander is not particularly strong. Generally speaking, there are several simplest reasons for the human body to get hot all over, one of which is virus infection. The human body will directly heat up to kill the virus in the body, but salamanders live in hot springs of more than 100 degrees. The virus will inevitably, it is impossible to survive. In addition, there is hormone intake, so the body heats up. Shen Feng speculates that there are many hormones in the blood of the salamander, and it is because of the intake of these hormones that the whole body becomes hot. Hormones will definitely decompose. No matter how powerful the effect is, hormones will decompose sooner or later. Therefore, if Qi Lingshan wants to survive, he can only rely on his own immunity and physical fitness to resist. There are only antibiotics and analgesics left in the backpack, and no glucocorticoids. I hope it is not an allergic reaction. Shen Feng sighed a little. The only medicines used in the backpack were antibiotics and analgesics. There was a poisoning situation, and now Qi Lingshan has a situation, so he can only bear it in order to prevent Qi Lingshan from scratching the skin on his body. Lu Xian had to tie Qi Lingshan's hands to prevent Qi Lingshan from being dishonest, and Qi Lingshan regretted that he showed off on the hot spring. "Will not be poisoned. I'm so uncomfortable." Qi Lingshan wailed as he walked, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over his body. Shen Feng had no choice but to let Qi Lingshan hold back. Kidman is already the largest city east of the Ural River, and it has been attacked by beast hordes and mutated birds, and other cities are even worse. It may exist, maybe Moscow can find a hospital, but it is too far away, and it may not be able to persist there while walking. The sound of water appeared in front of them again. The three of them hurriedly stepped forward to watch, and with a flashlight, they immediately saw the sparkling water surface. However, the span here is even greater, with a width of more than 100 meters. These fucking mutated plants are really good at hiding, right? The cave often leaks, so it's not suitable for living at all. Lu Xian was speechless when he saw the water flow appearing in front of him again. The leaky cave is not at all it is suitable for living, but the water vapor is too heavy, so the mutated plants just burrowed into it. Shen Feng also looked at the water surface in front of him at this time. It looked relatively deep, but the water source was very clear, and he could see the bottom. The bottom was clean, and no animals could be seen. There used to be a lot of water mist floating above the hot spring, which seriously blocked the view, but now the water mist is no longer visible on the lake. It seems that it is not particularly hot. Lu Xian used his ability to detect the lake water, and immediately frowned, saying, "This seems to be a cold spring. The water temperature is very low." Qi Lingshan was already hot all over and felt extremely uncomfortable, and there was no way to cool down in the cave. Hearing this, he immediately rushed over and jumped towards the pool. With cold spring water flowing from his body in the past, Qi Lingshan immediately felt very comfortable all over, not to mention how cool it was. Phew, it's finally cooling down. It's almost killing me, but the temperature is a little too low. Qi Lingshan was floating on the water. It affected his swimming. He didn't have any movements, but he could float. Seeing that Qi Lingshan was so comfortable in the cold spring, Shen Feng finally felt relieved. It seemed that as long as Qi Lingshan was in this spring, he would be fine, and the dryness and heat on his body could be relieved, which was good. Then Shen Feng squatted on the edge of the cold pool and touched the spring water, and immediately felt a biting cold. The temperature of this spring water is really too low, at least 5 or 6 degrees. The temperature is about the same as ice water. Shen Feng looked at the stone walls on both sides. There were no pitons here. It seemed that if he wanted to reach the opposite side, he had to swim. Then he looked at Lu Xian on the side and said seriously, "Qi, the shirt can be soaked in the cold spring, and I can walk on the water, so it seems that you can only swim in winter." As soon as Lu Xian heard this, he immediately started shaking his head and said, No, I am most afraid of the cold, and still go swimming in winter? I won't do it. At worst, I will go back to find the newt and smear it on my body with the blood of the newt. So as not to be frozen to death after entering the water. In most areas of the world, the results of winter swimming are much better than those of summer swimming. In the final analysis, this is because the temperature in winter is too low, athletes are anxious to go ashore, and no one wants to stay in the water. It is impossible for a person with a good physique to soak in the water all day for winter swimming, and it is even more impossible for a person like Lu Xian, who is afraid of the cold, to choose winter swimming. Shen Feng was also very helpless when he heard this. If he couldn't find a way to cross the 200-meter wide water surface, how could he save people? As a result, at this moment, Qi Lingshan floating on the water shouted loudly, "City Lord, Lu Xian, save me, something is biting me, it hurts so much." Shen Feng and Lu Xian hurriedly used flashlights to illuminate them, thinking that something appeared in the water again, so they immediately became vigilant. However, under the light of the flashlight, there was nothing around Qi Lingshan. There was clear and transparent lake water around Qi Lingshan. There was nothing, but Qi Lingshan said that he was bitten by something. "Yes, this is really weird," Lu Xian then said. "Just now you were still supercilious, but now you are in a state of chaos. There is nothing around you, and now you are not saying that you have been bitten, but I am telling you, if you continue to lie about the military situation, I will kill you. Beat you." Lu Xian felt that Qi Lingshan had an illusion. Maybe after soaking in the ice water for a while, the illusion appeared, so he opened his mouth and started talking nonsense, but Qi Lingshan was still saying, "Help me, I'm not talking nonsense, there is really something that wants me, and this thing got into my trousers." Shen Feng sensed something was wrong. Qi Lingshan is unlikely to be talking nonsense at this time, so there may be something invisible in the water, so Shen Feng immediately cast walking on water and rushed to Qi Lingshan beside him. He reached out to pick up Qi Lingshan, threw it vigorously, and threw Qi Lingshan directly to Lu Xian, who also quickly caught it after landing. Qi Lingshan jumped on the ground immediately, and a mass of transparent things actually shook out from the trouser leg of his left leg. Lu Xian took a flashlight to see it, and was immediately stunned. It turned out to be a transparent body. Shrimp, except for the 2 eyes that are black, the whole body is transparent. If it appears in the water, it really can't see anything, and it can only be seen on the shore. Oh. Go, there's really something in the water. It's really surprising. It's really hard to guard against this kind of thing for conspiracy. Lu Xian couldn't help but said at this time. Qi Lingshan complained, "Just now I said I was bitten, you didn't believe it, but now you see it, do you believe it? Really, I don't have the most basic sense of trust, so sad." After Shen Feng landed, he had to sigh, "This place is really weird, there are hot water and cold water, and there are monsters in it. It's blocked out." While talking, Qi Lingshan immediately became hot again, couldn't help but slip into the water, waited until the temperature on his body dropped slightly, and then went ashore, not daring to continue soaking in the water like before, and Shen Feng needed to worry. Yes, how to walk across the water, it is very difficult time, because the transparent shrimp in the water cannot be seen. When Shen Feng was struggling with this matter, Lu Xian suddenly felt a heat reaction in the distance, so he quickly said, "Someone is coming, turn off the flashlight." Shen Feng quickly turned off the flashlight, and Qi Lingshan resisted the urge to go into the water, and the 3 of them stayed quietly on the shore to see what appeared. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715 Fire and Ice Double Heaven I. 3 people appeared in the darkness, holding torches in their hands, and suddenly came out from the darkness in the distance. The 3 people on Shen Feng's side hid on the side and watched quietly. Lu Xian took the time to untie the rope on Qi Lingshen's body. Let it go. If there is a fight later, the wounded Qi Lingshen will be needed to fight with him. When the 3 people in the distance were far away, Shen Feng couldn't see each other's appearance clearly, and the 3 people suddenly found a raft from one side, and the punting boat approached Shen Feng's side. The raft exists, but the light in the cave is not very good, so Shen Feng and his party did not see it. The actions of these 3 people on the raft were very tacit. One of them punted the boat, the other tilted the torch to illuminate, and the other was holding an automatic rifle on his body, and was slowly approaching the exit. When the 3 people on the raft approached his side, Shen Feng immediately saw each other's faces clearly. They were all locals, with beards on their faces, burly, and wearing military uniforms. Most of them were local soldiers. Do you want to catch them? Lu Xian asked quickly. If he wanted to know the situation in the cave, he just grabbed them and forced them to question. Shen Feng thought for a while. He just killed a miner this morning. If he met soldiers at this time, if they knew about it, wouldn't there be conflicts? Since ancient times, some people said, it is better to attack first, and then suffer disaster, so now it is better to directly seize and interrogate. City Master, have they left the cave or not? I don't even know what's going on outside. It seems that it's not the way to treat guests if you meet them immediately. Qi Lingshen also hurriedly said to Shen Feng, we are the guests, okay? Shen Feng couldn't help but said, after all, he was the guest who came from afar, and the host said in a way of hospitality, not himself. The guest, however, Shen Feng didn't think about the conflict anymore. Those who betrayed Su Xing were not these soldiers, and the ungrateful person had already been punished, so he didn't have to implicate others. Thinking of this, Shen Feng walked out directly and said, over there, can you understand me? After Shen Feng said these words, the soldiers on the raft obviously didn't expect anyone to appear, and immediately became vigilant, but after seeing that Shen Feng and his party were only holding cold weapons in their hands, they immediately relaxed. Yes, these soldiers did not shoot directly. Seeing that there was no threat from Shen Feng's side, the 3 soldiers quickly approached, still speaking in Russian. Where are you all from? The 3 soldiers are not stupid, they can tell whether the other party is their own. Shen Feng has a typical East Asian face. He is definitely not a local. You can tell it directly at a glance. Therefore, these people must be coming from outside, so they are very vigilant. Shen Feng couldn't understand these words, but after these people approached, he reached out and took out the rope from behind, intending to tie up the 3 people on Shen Feng's side. Bastard, are you able to tie us up? If you don't do anything, you really think we can bully you casually? Lu Xian was immediately angry when he saw this situation. If he was tied up by a rope, don't you want to become a prisoner? The 3 goose soldiers saw that they dared not cooperate, and aimed their rifles at Lu Xian at that time. This was a naked demonstration, and Lu Xian is not used to facing each other. He is more or less a supernatural being, not something you bastards can humiliate casually. Facing other supernatural beings, his combat ability is not very good, but against the 3 of you supernatural beings, he still isn't it simple. Afterwards, Lu Xian dodged the rifle with his hand. The soldier with the gun hadn't reacted for a while, and the rifle in his hand had been taken away. The soldiers were stunned. Now that the weapon has been taken away, what next? Manage. Look out. Lu Xian was about to show off to these daring guys, and then he used his hands hard to bend the barrel made of steel. Now, the rifle can no longer be used, although the ability is not suitable for combat, but Lu Xian is still a 5th-order supernatural being, so he still has strength and speed. After Lu Xian finished this step, he looked at the opposite soldier with a sneer, stretched out his hand, and said, come on, tie me up, I want to see if you have the guts. The soldiers were very surprised when they saw this situation. They were already evolutionaries, but they still couldn't easily bend the barrel of the gun. This step could only be done with the help of tools. As a result, the East Asians on the opposite side unexpectedly such a thing has been completed, which is beyond their imagination. The soldiers quickly began to defend themselves. After being shot by the force, They no longer dared to use force casually. They could only reason. However, they did not understand Chinese, and what they said could not be understood at all. What bird language are you talking about? I don't understand. Can't you speak Chinese? Lu Xian asked, dissatisfied. The three soldiers stood there in embarrassment. It was a great shame and humiliation for them to be threatened like this as soldiers at this time. A woman's voice suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Shen Feng, Lu Xian, are you here to bully our people? Shen Feng and the others looked in the direction of the depths of the cave, wanting to see clearly who was speaking. After the flashlight shone through, they saw a woman jumping on the water surface, and she was jumping towards her side. When jumping on the surface of the water under her feet will freeze quickly, so she will not fall at all. Seeing the light figure approaching towards him, like a cheerful deer, Shen Feng recognized it right away. Isn't this Zhang Zi? I had seen it when I was in Yanjing, and she was the strongest in fighting in the ice and snow, because her ability was to control ice and snow. Zhang Zi, you haven't been caught yet? As for why we came here? Needless to say, of course it's to find you guys who have lost contact. Shen Feng said with a smile. Zhang Zi finally appeared on the shore. Lu Xian shrugged and said nothing. If he was one of his own, there was no need to continue to press him. But Zhang Zi looked at the flushed Qi Lingshan. People who don't know see Qi Lingshan's appearance, most of them will think that Guangong has descended to earth. Otherwise, how could he be like this? Shen Feng, this subordinate of yours doesn't seem to be in a good condition. In my opinion, if he can't get treatment, there will definitely be problems. Is he infected with fire poison? Zhang Zi then asked. Shen Feng nodded and said, if you mean being stained with the blood of the salamander over there, that's true. Anyway, he is hot all over and needs to vent his heat. When Shen Feng said this, Zhang Zi understood, and said to the three of them, follow me, I will take you to our base to rest, and treat this friend. By the way, did you ask for advice, Qi Lingshan? It's an honor to meet you, the legendary Ice and Snow Queen. It's better to meet you than to be famous, and it's better to meet you. Qi Lingshan quickly introduced himself. The three of them then came to the raft, and the group left with Zhang Zi. Shen Feng took a special look at the raft under his feet. It was tied up with wire, and most of the wood was brought in from the outside. Also started talking. Shen Feng, we have been trapped underground for more than a month. We thought that the headquarters would send rescuers sooner or later, but at this time, it is you who came to support. This is an accident. I heard that you have a relationship with the headquarters. I got stuck, but I'm really grateful that you came to support me. Zhang Zi said with emotion. Shen Feng was not polite, and said directly, if possible, I don't want to come to Siberia, not to mention the dangers, and I will be plotted against. If my sister hadn't been begging, I wouldn't want to bother you. After hearing Shen Feng's words, Zhang Zi smiled. From this point of view, we still have to thank Xiao Shen. If he hadn't got a good wife, he wouldn't be rescued by you now. Shen Feng shrugged and didn't explain too much, but asked instead, I heard that many of you have been arrested. How many are left now? I'm asking about the number of supernatural beings. Zhang Zi smiled wryly, with a bit of disappointment on his face, and said, originally there were still 5 supernatural beings, but they were caught fishing. Now there are only 3 people left. Jin Zizhu and Xiao Sheng, and the others have all been arrested. Living, fishing? What do you mean? Shen Feng asked hastily. Zhang Zi did not hide anything, and then said, there is no special meaning. It is simply that the mutated plants have tied up all the supernatural beings, just to seduce us, and the mutated plants here want to catch us all. Shen Feng also remembered that the news he got from Chatsev was that Su Xing was caught, not killed. Now that he thought about it, Su Xing had also been used as bait. Soon, Zhang Zi brought Shen Feng ashore. After hiding the raft, he headed towards many caves on the side. Live inside, after twists and turns, everyone came to a huge cave. It was the 3 soldiers who heard the sound from outside just now, so they went out to check, and bumped into Shen Feng inside the big cave. There were more than 50 soldiers, and it seemed that their morale was not very good. Jin Zizhu was grilling a marmot, but Xiao Sheng didn't see it. When Jin Zizhu saw Shen Feng, he immediately let out a sigh. Oh, I didn't expect it. I met a guy I didn't want to see the most. Shen Feng did not forget that Jin Zizhu had rescued him back then. Seeing Jin Zizhu's attitude, he said lightly, I don't want to owe favors. You rescued me before. This time I rescued you. In the future we're done. Understand? Jin Zizhu shrugged and said nothing. Zhang Zi found a bottle of blue liquid from a box on one side, poured out a cap of the liquid, handed it to Qiling and said, "Drink it. As long as you drink it, the fire poison on your body will be cleared. Otherwise, if you don't, even if you want to survive, you have to fight hard for a month, and you are very likely to die." Qiling took the bottle cap and looked at it. The liquid inside, light blue, seemed to be all right. Then he put his nose in and smelled it. As a result, he smelled a strong fishy smell, which was stronger than the fishy smell of eggs. The taste is several times stronger. Good medicine tastes bitter. Good medicine tastes bitter. Qiling comforted himself in his heart afterwards. Qiling directly raised his head and drank the blue liquid in the bottle cap, and after drinking it, Qiling really felt a lot colder. The hot feeling on his body was relieved a lot, and he felt a lot more comfortable all over his body. What kind of antidote is this? It looks very effective. Qiling couldn't help asking. Zhang Zi explained, "In the ice spring just now, there is a kind of transparent shrimp. The antidote made from its blood, if it is drunk alone, will be poisoned by cold, and then the blood of the fire salamander will be used to treat it." Detoxified, Zhang Zi explained that Shen Feng found it interesting after hearing it. He used the blood of transparent shrimp to detoxify the fire poison, and used fire salamander to treat the cold poison. These two animals live in different environments. On the contrary, mutual generation and mutual restraint. Chapter 716, Mutual Generation and Mutual Restraint. Shrimp and crabs actually have blood. Most people have never seen it before. They think that shrimp and crabs are animals without blood. But in fact, the blood of shrimps and crabs is colorless, so most people just think it is when they see it. The water in the shrimp and crab body, as long as the water in the shrimp and crab body is oxidized outside, it will soon turn blue. This is the blood of the shrimp and crab. Shen Feng then asked, "By the way, is there any other danger in the cave? Tell us to be careful." Zhang Zi put the cap on the bottle and replied, "Passing through the ice and fire Liangai, there is no special danger in the future. Among them, you need to be careful. There is a cliff, which is more than 10 meters wide from one end to the other. Use ropes to pass through in normal time. You may not be familiar with it when you are new here." Seeing the depressed mood of the soldiers here, Shen Feng thought to himself, "These people may not know the situation outside. It's better not to speak out, so as to save these people from being sad." Now that Kinmen has been breached, the number of survivors is just over 200. Such a small number is really too small. It is even more unclear whether the family members of these soldiers are still alive. It will make these people sad, so it's better not to say it back then. More than 5,000 people, including soldiers and miners, all rushed into the burrow just to find the treasure, but the treasure was not found, and there were only a few people left. It was not easy to get out, not to mention staying to save others, so it is understandable to feel depressed. Jin Ziju suddenly asked, "How is Yu Hengai back?" Then, there were only 6 geniuses in the Ability Management Bureau, who were considered heroes who would save the country in the future. As a result, the country has not yet been saved, and something happened to Yu Hengai, a genius. Jin Ziju was also very emotional. Shen Feng said lightly, "Last month, the execution was just carried out. It happened to be the time when Yanjing was attacked, and the black mutated birds attacked the city. I heard that the whole city was in chaos. As a result, under this situation, Yu Hengai, his body is still missing, probably stolen by someone with a heart. After all, the ability to control gravity is too powerful. There must be many people staring at Yu Hengai's body." Jin Ziju couldn't help but let out a sigh, and said, "How did it become like this? I heard that it's because of love and hatred. Isn't it so strange?" My subordinates reported that it was the newly established Xianlong Bureau of Yanjing and the 13 Taibao of Lulian Mountain who jointly framed Yu Hengai. When Xiao and I were at sea, we were attacked by the 13 Taibao. The one who escaped from birth only killed one person, the person who mastered the calcium element, unexpectedly. Even if they returned to China, they would not let us go." Shen Feng said with emotion, "I heard that Qin Qi testified against Yu Hengai in court. Why did this happen?" Speaking of Yu Hengai's matter, Jin Ziju still found many doubts, and immediately began to ask. However, Shen Feng was even more unclear about this matter, so he could only shake his head and replied, "I don't know, probably Qin Qi was brainwashed. Otherwise, in my impression, these two people are still very affectionate, and besides, it's hard to say whether the supernatural potion you have stored in Qin Qi's hands is still there, while The few people were chatting. Xiao Sheng, who had gone hunting, had already returned, still holding the prey in his hand, and the only prey that could be caught underground was the marmot. I heard that the marmot carried a lot of energy. Pathogenic bacteria that infect humans used to be sold in large quantities in vegetable markets in southern China, but after the incident was exposed, marmots stopped selling them, but now they are all trapped underground, and they can find food. Very nice, nothing more to ask for. Hey, brother-in-law, why are you here? Did you bring any presents? Xiao Sheng couldn't help joking when he saw Shen Feng. Obviously he didn't expect Shen Feng to appear under such circumstances. Shen Feng was displeased, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Who is your brother-in-law? You and my sister are not married yet. Maybe you will have a romantic relationship before you get married." Shen Feng hated Xiao Sheng calling himself that, because the matter was so sudden. The relationship between sister and Xiao Sheng started in a sudden situation, and Shen Feng didn't even know about this matter. Therefore, Shen Feng did not want to accept this brother-in-law either. Seeing Shen Feng's attitude, Xiao Sheng also smiled and didn't take it seriously, and then asked, "Did your sister ask you to come to me?" Xiao Sheng is not an idiot. After he found out that the person who appeared in the cave was Shen Feng, he guessed the fact that the headquarters must be indifferent to the situation of the Ability Management Bureau. Therefore, under the worry, Shen Yu had no other choice but to find Shen Feng from Yeshao asked for help from his younger brother. Shen Feng was also very kind and brought people to the rescue. Shen Feng said lightly, "It is indeed what you guessed. If my sister hadn't begged me, I wouldn't bother to talk to you, but it's just right, just pay back your favors. When you save someone and go out, you should hurry back to Rongcheng. Go thank my sister." When Xiao Sheng received such an answer from Shen Feng, he immediately didn't know what to say. At first, he just saved Shen Yu because he was on the way, but now, he was also supported because of Shen Yu. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Shen Yu is so kind to me, I will definitely not let her down. When I return to China, I will marry her right away. Xiao Sheng said seriously. Shen Feng shrugged and said lightly, "Don't tell me these things, it won't do any good. You should talk to my sister about these things. At this moment, think about how to save people. One of my men has also been captured." Xiao Sheng patted his head, obviously remembering the current task, so he said quickly, yes, let's discuss the matter of saving people. Now that you are here, we will be able to deal with tree people. The reason why we to fail is to underestimate the power of the trunt. This thing is invulnerable to bullets, and tanks can't enter the depths of the cave, and there is no way to attack with shells. It will be much easier after you come here. Saying that, Xiao Sheng immediately took Shen Feng to watch the last difficulty in the cave. Look, there is a big crack with a width of 20 meters here, and there is a cave on the opposite stone wall. That is the mutated plant. It's the last hiding place. Have you seen the luminous fruit over there? They can't be eaten. They are all used for lighting. Shen Feng and Lucian hurriedly looked towards the opposite side of the crack, and they could see that this was originally a connected cave, but suddenly a crack appeared, dividing the well-endowed cave into a natural moat with a width of 20 meters, so the wide ravine is definitely an insurmountable obstacle for ordinary people. Shen Feng stretched out his head on the edge of the cliff and looked down. The bottom is bottomless, and the sound of water can be heard vaguely, and there is actually water flowing out of the cave opposite. It seems that the waterfall deep in the cave is drained from the outlet. There may be an underground river below here, but it's hard to say where it leads to. Shen Feng said seriously. When Shen Feng and Chu Qiaoyan were in desperation before, they encountered an underground river. At that time, Shen Feng jumped, but he did not expect to be washed into the Yongding River. Now that Shen Feng encountered the underground river again, this time Shen Feng didn't dare to gamble. It's okay to be brought to the outside world by the underground river. If it didn't work, wouldn't he just die down there? City Master, look at the top, there are also cracks, and it seems that the light can still be seen. Lu Xian pointed to the light above his head and said seriously. Shen Feng also looked up, and he really saw a long ray of light. It seemed that he could reach the top from the crack. A line of sky. Shen Feng murmured. There is a famous scenic spot in China, the line of sky. It is said that it is a very narrow canyon. If you look up from the bottom, you can only see a line, so the name is called a line sky. Don't think about it, you can't get out from above. Zhang Zi has tried it before, and the top is just a gap of tens of centimeters. One person can get out, but more people can't. If you want to go out, then we can only find another way. Xiao Sheng said seriously. After Shen Feng heard this, he gave up the idea of going in and out of the crack. If it can be realized, then use the rope ladder to go up and down. Isn't it very simple? Next, Shen Feng focused on the cave on the opposite side of the ravine. He could vaguely see a light appearing in the cave, most of which were illuminated by fluorescent fruits. The most difficult thing was the tree. Shen Feng is not sure about defeating the tree now. Because tree people are invulnerable to swords and guns, and they don't feel pain yet, it is really too difficult to deal with this kind of thing suddenly. Shen Feng remembered Xiao Sheng's ability, so he asked quickly, isn't the flame you used just enough to restrain these trees? Why can't you win, Xiao? Sheng smiled wryly, and said, you underestimate the tree people too much? My flame is indeed able to restrain most of the mutated plants, but these tree people often hide in their old nests and soak in water. Trees can absorb water. My patience has also increased, and my ability is no longer suitable for fighting tree people. Well, then the mutated plants here are really difficult to deal with. They have already guessed that they may be attacked by flames, so they hide here specially. They are really difficult opponents. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Jin Zijia continued, besides, the mutated plants here are very thieves. During the day, the tree people never appear outside, and they are specially asked to go out hunting at night. Even if they want to use the sun, even if you irradiate them, you won't find such an opportunity. The power of flame can be temporarily resisted by tree people, so why not use oil? Shen Feng asked suddenly. After oil is burned, it can't be extinguished by water casually. It can burn along with the water. An inextinguishable flame is definitely a good choice to deal with trees. It is not so easy for ordinary people to leave the cave, but it is still very easy for Xiao Sheng to go out, so Shen Feng also thinks that using oil to burn the tree man is a good choice. As soon as Xiao Sheng heard this, he said quickly, no, if this is burned, the innermost mutated plant will not be available, and we have to take the plant heart back. Obviously, Xiao Sheng can also think of a way to use oil to fight, but he is unwilling to use this method, because the original purpose is to find mutated plants and bring them back to China to produce evolutionary genes. Is it a waste of effort? Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, yes, you are right, we should take the plant heart back, let's find a way. Although he agreed with the other party's statement, Shen Feng began to think in his heart, we must find a way to burn the heart of the plant, but the most important thing right now is to rescue Su Xing and the others. What should we do, Jin Zijia said directly, it's not easy. Just tonight, when the tree man was out, we rushed in to save people. With Shen Feng's speed, saving people is not a simple matter. There is also a special need to have people hold back the trees who are going out. You can try it. Before, our speed was not enough to break through the tree man's defense. Shen Feng, you are so fast, you must be able to save people successfully. Xiao Sheng also agreed. Chapter 717. Shen Feng heard that he was responsible for saving people, so he didn't hesitate, and said directly, no problem, isn't it just saving people? I can definitely do it. The plan has been decided, and the next step is to distribute the power. Some people will delay the return of the tree man, and some people will go deep into the cave to save people, and this requires the presence of 6 supernatural beings to be divided into 2 groups. Ling Shen and Zhang Zhu went to restrain the tree man, and the remaining 4 were responsible for rescue. Shen Feng looked at Qi Lingshan. At this time, Qi Lingshan's face was much more normal, and it seemed that the fire poison in his body had been almost eliminated. How are you? Can your body fight, Qi? Lingshan nodded quickly, and said directly, of course there is no problem, isn't it just to hold back the tree man's footsteps? It's a small matter, and I can definitely do it. In order to overcome the weakness of being afraid of flames, the tree man chose to soak in water. As the water on his body increased, his resistance to flames also increased. Xiao Sheng could not have any advantage in the hands of the tree man. However, God, while closing a door for you, it will also open a window for you. After there is more water, Zhang Zi can control the ice and snow, and Qi Lingshan can also freeze the tree with liquid nitrogen, preventing the tree from having any damage. Chance of escape. The task of rescuing the trapped people will be handed over to Shen Feng. Shen Feng needs to rely on his own speed to rescue the supernatural beings who have been trapped deep in the cave. According to Xiao Sheng's observations these days, none of the captured supernatural beings were killed, but were hung on a tree, and they didn't know what to eat every day. In short, they didn't starve to death, but similarly, they also moved. No, Lu Xian's identity is quite special. He appears as a bystander, and is responsible for observing the abnormal behavior of the Shuren. It would be the best if he can find the weakness of the Shuren, but if he can't, it's not a big deal. Isn't Yin's ability suitable for combat? When night came, Shen Feng followed Xiao Xing and Jin Zijou and hid in the caves on one side. These caves were very low, and they should have been formed not too long ago, and it was impossible for tree people to enter. It is not difficult to catch people in caves, not to mention that there are many caves dug by marmots underground. It is not difficult to hide. On the other hand, Zhang Zi and Qi Lingshan went outside the cave. After the tree man left the cave, they were responsible for blocking the entrance of the cave to prevent the tree man from repenting. The mutated plant hides deep underground. This is the least courageous mutated plant Shen Feng has ever seen. The 9-death resurrection tree he saw in Yuzhen used to cover a radius of 20 kilometers with mist. Hunting down the mist among them are hundreds of thousands of zombies and countless mutant beasts. In Australia, I have seen zombies constantly fighting. Guarding a mountain made it difficult for the corpses to move. I even saw a few kilometers in New Guinea. Mutated plants can resist even flames. These mutated plants are extremely powerful, and they appear in front of everyone in an open and honest manner. Even the plant heart of Yuzhen is just hidden tens of meters underground, and it is easy to enter it. As a result, it is now in a place like Siberia. Not to mention the vast land and sparse population, hiding underground, it is not a simple matter to obtain energy. Ordinary plants obtain energy from sunlight through photosynthesis, but mutated plants are different. The means of mutated plants is to decompose animal corpses to obtain energy, that is, from the role of producers to producers and consumers. The energy from other animals will even occupy a larger part. But the mutated plants that Shen Feng encounters now, I don't know if they are too afraid of death. They choose to hide in a place hundreds of meters deep underground, and they don't send treemen out to hunt during the day. The energy that can be obtained is further reduced, and the number of trunks that can be found in the cave is only a few dozen. Such a small number of trunks is completely inferior to the many trees that Shen Feng saw in Yuzhen a few years ago. The size of the tree people at that time was many times larger than it is now. It is no exaggeration to say that there were nearly 200 tree people underground. If it weren't for the sunlight that could destroy the tree people, then Shen Feng would never be able to find them. Appropriate way to deal with these trunks. When Qi Lingshan left, he said to Shen Feng, "City Master, if we delay until the daytime, we will need you to take action at that time. It's been sunny recently. As long as the fog is blown away, a large number of monsters can be wiped out." And Shen Feng nodded and replied, "No problem. If the tree man is still outside during the daytime, I will use my ability to blow away the fog. Be careful, you don't need to force yourself." The two sides then parted ways and started to act. When night fell, many vines suddenly grew out of the cave on the opposite side of the cliff. A suspension bridge, a tall tree man walked out of it, followed the suspension bridge to the exit passage. This scene was watched by everyone. Xiao Xing and Jin Zijou had seen it too many times. I don't think there's anything wrong, but for Shen Feng and Lu Xian, this is enough to surprise. These trits can actually build bridges. It's amazing. It seems that we can also reach the other side through this suspension bridge. Lu Xian couldn't help but said. Jin Zijou quickly stopped him and said, "These vines grow from the mutated plants. They can clearly know what is on the suspension bridge. If we walk on it, we will soon be entangled by the vines." The suspension bridge can support tree people to pass over it, and it is not difficult to support a few humans to pass over it. However, once someone appears on the suspension bridge, they will be caught immediately. This has been tried by some people. After the arrest, everyone will understand. You can't even walk on the suspension bridge. How can we get there? Should we jump over it? If we fall down, we really don't know where we're going to be washed away. Lu Xian asked hastily. I don't know how deep it is below the crack, and I don't know what the situation is below. If you accidentally fall, it's okay to fall into the water, and you still have a chance to survive, but if you land on the shore, then it's embarrassing. Don't even think about surviving. Xiao Xing pointed to the stone wall on one side. There were dark iron chains on both ends of the cliff. If ordinary people didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see the existence of the iron chains at all. See the iron chain here. We will reach the opposite side from here later. I figured out that there are more than 30 trunks left, and there are more than 20 trunks left behind. What else do you have? Want to say something? Xiao Sheng asked when Lucian heard that there were more than 20 trins in the depths of the cave. He immediately didn't want to enter it. More than 50 trins could wipe out a huge team of 5,000 people. The trins are really too cruel. If he saw a tree man, he might not be able to beat him. Thinking of this, Lucian quickly said, I won't go in, I'll go and observe how the trins who left the cave set off. You guys come on. After finishing speaking, Lucian chased more than 30 trins and left without making any sound. Shen Feng did not stop Lucian. He also knew Lucian's ability. In terms of combat, Lucian's strongest point is to predict the enemy's movements and make judgments. Under the current situation, Lucian's the ability is useless. He wants to observe the tree man, so let him do it. Both of you, it's you who will cover me later. Try to hold back the tree man, and I will quickly save them. As for how many people can be saved, that's not something I can predict. Shen Feng said seriously. Both Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju nodded, expressing that they will definitely complete the task. Isn't it just to hold back the tree man? Very simple thing. After the discussion, Shen Feng was ready to go. He stepped on the iron chain and performed accompanying the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was on the opposite side of the cliff. The instep was immediately submerged by the water flow, and the shoes and socks were soaked in water at that time. Fortunately, the temperature of the water flow was not too low, and it was normal temperature here. Fortunately, it is underground, and the thick soil and rocks can block the transfer of temperature. If it is soaked by water in the forest, it will definitely be freezing cold at this time. Shen Feng also suddenly remembered one thing, that is, the reason why the mutated plants hide underground may be because of the temperature outside. In Depolia, the most forests are coniferous forests, and the weather is cold. And only coniferous forests are easy to survive, and mutant plants dare not stay on the ground, most likely because the temperature is too low. They may be frozen to death, so, this thing is very likely to be afraid of the cold. I didn't consider this before. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng has already experienced the winter in Siberia. It is a veritable 3-foot freeze. The crops can only be planted in summer, and the winter is long. In this case, the mutant plants are also very likely to be affected by the cold weather. Frozen to death, so generally speaking, if mutant plants want to survive at high latitudes, they'll really have to choose to live underground. At most, they can appear in summer, and Siberia will not be particularly cold at that time. Let's go. Make a quick decision, so as not to be discovered by those tree men. Xiao Sheng said hastily. The three of them then rushed into the cave. There is no need for lighting equipment in this cave, because the walls on both sides have been covered with vines, and there are many luminous fruits on these vines, so many luminescent fruit is enough to provide lighting. Well, I've been discovered again. These tree people seem to have eyes. Let's rush over and face them. Xiao Sheng suddenly saw many vines appearing at the entrance of the cave in the distance, blocking the entrance of the cave. After discovering this situation, Xiao Sheng immediately realized that it was probably because the tree man wanted to block the road. The three of them then accelerated, and when they came to the entrance of the cave, Xiao Sheng threw a huge fireball from his hand, which burned all the vines at the entrance of the cave in an instant, revealing the whole picture of the underground world. After Shen Feng rushed into the underground world, he looked around immediately, and was stunned for a moment, because what appeared in front of him was not the cruel scene in his imagination, but a picture of a paradise. It flows out of the stone wall, and when it falls into the pool, it splashes countless water splashes and makes a loud rumbling sound. In the center of the pool, there is a small island with a huge tree on it. The dots on the tree are all fluorescent fruits, like the stars in the night sky, illuminating the cave, and the whole underground space looks colorful. When you come to this place for the first time, you will feel beautiful immediately. If it weren't for the fact that there were many trins in the cave, it would be a good choice to live here. And under the big tree in the distance, there are countless translucent cages hanging. There are a lot of digestive juices in these cages, and the digested animals only have bones and hair left. People are scattered on the ground. Among them more than 20 people were hung from trees by vines and had not been digested. Shen Feng, hurry up, it's up to you now. Success or failure depends on one action. Jin Ziju shouted loudly. After finishing speaking, Jin Ziju rushed towards a trint immediately. His speed was not slow at all. There were electric arcs jumping all over his body. The voltage on his body was already very strong. It was electrocuted. Xiao Sheng was also buying time for Shen Feng. The flames in his hands spurted out, and at this moment formed a fire dragon, preventing the tree man from approaching. Shen Feng immediately performed walk like the wind and walk on water, and kept approaching the giant tree on the island in the middle of the lake. There were more than 20 trunks in the cave, and Shen Feng didn't have time to count them. Anyway, these trunks were all having been blocked by Xiaoxing and Jin Ziju. Shen Feng only needs to be responsible for saving people. Chapter 718 Giant Trunk. It has been a day since Su Xing was caught in the cave. Su Xing has never given up looking for a chance to escape. In her mind, she only needs to recover her strength, be able to break free from the vines on her body, and eat the seeds of the centennial orchid. When the time comes, I will have enough strength. At that time, let alone being able to escape, it is not difficult to escape with others. However, Su Xing found that no matter how hard she tried, she was still powerless. Not to mention breaking free from the vines, even moving her arms was difficult. The only thing she could do was to chat with the people around her, and they were arrested. After waiting for a long time, hope has gradually been lost at this time, because they have not been able to get support for a long time. If they can be rescued, they will probably be rescued long ago. During the day when she was tied up, Su Xing discovered one thing, that is, whenever she was hungry, a branch full of fruit would stretch out from the tree. The fruit was very sweet and very delicious. Sweet, eating 5 or 6 fruits can keep you from starving for half a day. This is the first time Su Xing has encountered such a situation. However, at this moment, Su Xing also suddenly figured out why he was in a state of powerlessness all the time. There must be some special substance in the fruit. The existence of these substances restricted him from performing supernatural powers. You cannot continue to eat these fruits. Su Xing quickly told others about her discovery, and when the others heard about it, they shook their heads helplessly. We have known about this for a long time, but it is useless. Even if you don't eat it, you will eventually have wooden thorns to inject substances into your body, and at that time, it will still be difficult to move. Su Xing didn't believe in evil, so she had to give it a try. If she wanted to escape with her own abilities, she had to recover her abilities. Moreover, even if she recovered her abilities, she might not be able to break out of the encirclement of the trance. Su Xing looked at the waterfall in the distance. There are few exposed caves above the waterfall. These are passages dug by marmots. As long as they can get into the caves, there is still a chance to escape. As long as I break the vines on my body, I can escape quickly. At that time, if I go into the marmot's cave, no one will be able to find me. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. However, the idea was very good, but Su Xing made a mistake in the first step, because it was impossible for her to recover her abilities. After the mutant plant found out that Su Xing hadn't eaten the fruit that was sent over at night, the trunk immediately split open. A hole was made, and a long wooden thorn grew out of it, piercing directly into Su Xing's abdomen, injecting an unknown liquid into Su Xing's body. Su Xing felt intense sleepiness at that time, and wanted to open her eyes, but her eyelids kept falling down, and soon fell asleep, with her head down, unable to utter a word. After seeing this scene, Chai Qifu shook his head helplessly, and said, "If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer a loss before your eyes." We have already reminded her, but she just doesn't believe it. She deserves it for being hypnotized at this time. The people who were caught before had already guessed that there was something wrong with the fruit sent from the tree, and they tried not to eat this kind of fruit. As a result, they encountered Su Xing's current treatment and wanted to restore their abilities and physical strength. Don't even think about it, mutant plants will never give this opportunity. And when the tree people started to go out to hunt, everyone knew that it was already dark, and this time was usually when Xiaoxing and the others rescued him. Counting the time, it was about to start. Tell me, can Xiaoxing and the others get rid of the tree man this time? Lu Yizhan asked directly. When Chai Qifu heard this question, he answered directly, I don't think so. The two of them are not suitable for fighting in this terrain. Surrounded by water, Xiaoxing's abilities are restricted, and Jin Ziju's thunder and lightning will also be blocked. The trees are blocked by the insulating properties, and they cannot rush over. Zhang Zi's words have not appeared for several days, so we can't count on her. Just as the two were discussing whether their teammates could come over, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the cave in the distance, and rushed straight towards the center of the pool. The speed was so fast that even everyone present, it is also difficult for people with supernatural powers to see clearly. Lu Yizhan is a supernatural person with enhanced eyesight. Although he can't use supernatural powers now, his eyesight is always much better than others. At this time, Lu Yizhan saw Shen Feng directly face, At this time he was rushing towards him at a high speed. Seeing this scene, Lu Yizhen couldn't help blurting out, "Shen Feng? He's really here? So soon?" When Lu Yizhen saw Shen Feng appearing in the underground space, he was almost stunned, because he never expected that Shen Feng would appear at such a critical moment, and as soon as he appeared, he had already broken through the tree man in the defensive line. There is no treeman who can stop Shen Feng. If it was Shen Feng who came to the rescue, maybe he could really be rescued. Immediately, everyone present became excited and stared at Shen Feng, hoping that Shen Feng could rush over. At this time, lower yourself from the tree. Shen Feng stepped on the water with both feet, and his speed slowed down a lot. After all, Shen Feng was able to walk on the water thanks to the surrounding wind to support his body. The force on the water was obviously not as strong as that on the ground, so the speed slowed. It is also a matter of course. However, even though the speed has slowed down a lot, no one can stop Shen Feng's advance. More than 20 tree people have been blocked by Jin Zijou and Xiao Shen. Dao's lightning, after hitting the tree man, couldn't kill the tree man directly, but it could cause paralysis. The paralyzed tree man could no longer catch up with Shen Feng. Xiao Shen was not to be outdone. The fire dragon in his hand was entangled everywhere. As long as it entangled the tree man, it would release intense heat, and white smoke of chi would immediately appear from the tree man after soaking in water. Now, the tree man had to deal with the two annoying supernatural beings in front of him, and had no time to stop Shen Feng. And Shen Feng looked at Huxin Island, which was already close at hand, with a smile on his face, and then shouted loudly, "Brothers, I'm here, everything is ready. After I cut off the vines, you will give me back when you land. Run, I can only take 2 people with me." At this time, there was no tree man in front of Shen Feng. After discovering this situation, Shen Feng believed confidently that his next task could be completed. Lu Yizhen hurriedly shouted, "Shen Feng, we are all exhausted now. Even if we fall, we won't be able to walk." Shen Feng didn't care about this, and released a large wind blade with a wave of his hand, aiming at many branches above. As long as the sharp wind blade hits a branch, it can directly cut off the branch at that time, and the cage that was originally hanging on the branch directly it fell down, and the light green digestive juice flowed all over the ground, and in this situation, all the vines on a dozen people were cut off, and they fell straight to the ground. In Shen Feng's thinking, as long as these people hit the ground, they would be able to escape on their own. However, when the branch was cut off, more than a dozen people with supernatural powers fell to the ground, but they fell so badly that it was difficult to reach out. Not to mention running away. It is also fortunate that everyone has a strong physique, otherwise, if they fell from a height of more than 10 meters, they would fall to their death directly. "Stand up, Meng Meng, stand up." Shen Feng couldn't help calling out when he saw several people lying on the ground. They were all Chinese who couldn't stand up and had no ambition at all. "Your sister, Meng Meng, you said we were powerless and unable to move. You just don't believe it, right? You bastard is fully responsible for what we have fallen into." After Lu Yizhen fell to the ground, smelling the smell of the sour digestive juice around me made me angry immediately. If we had the strength, wouldn't we run away by ourselves? Shen Feng shrugged and said, "It seems that I can only take away 2 people at random. Whoever is lucky will be the one I take away. By the way, have you seen Su Xing?" Shen Feng is not a selfless person. At this moment, naturally, his subordinates are going to take Su Xing away. Besides, they can also bring along a predestined person. As for the rest, they can only take Su Xing away. I will talk about it later when I have a chance. Anyway, I am very fast, and saving people is also very simple. However, at this moment, the island in the center of the lake shook, and Shen Feng was a little unsteady standing on the shore. The fluorescent fruits above his hut fell one by one, and the water surface was constantly shaking, as if something underground was about to break the ground. And out, well, what is this, Lu Yizhen? What else is there here? Shen Feng was stunned by the changes in front of him. Did it mean that the last defense force in the underground space is the tree man? Now that the tree people have been entangled, is there still a monster hidden here? I don't know either. I never knew there was anything else here since I was caught. There was nothing unusual before. I don't know. Lu Yizhen said quickly, and he couldn't figure it out either. I know what the situation is now. Is there something special underwater? At this moment, the towering 50-meter-high tree on the island in the middle of the lake suddenly rose from the ground, directly rising 10 meters in height. Looking at the roots of the tree, More than 30 thick rhizomes had already penetrated into the sky. Out of the ground, walking on the island in the middle of the lake immediately afterwards, 2 thick branches hung down from the big tree, which looked like arms, and a huge tree man with a height of 60 meters appeared on the island in the middle of the lake. Damn, how do you fight such a big tree man? Shen Feng couldn't help but swear when he saw the current scene. He couldn't believe the scene he saw. The tree is just a big tree, but now it is said that this tree will grow. Xiao Xing and Jin Zijou in the distance have also been stunned by the change in the center of the lake. The tree man is already very tall when he is more than 10 meters high. To a human, he is a giant. The huge trent, how can I fight this? This is already the largest trent in the world. Shui, the huge tree man waved his thick branches and knocked down. Before reaching Shen Feng, the strong wind already made Shen Feng feel the pressure. Finally, when the branch was pressing down, Shen Feng left directly from the side, dodging the attack of the huge trent. With such a heavy attack, Shen Feng did not dare to resist at all, because what he was most worried about was to use the wind after the king barrier. The barrier will be broken in an instant. Next, the huge trent kept waving his arms to attack Shen Feng, but the speed was too slow, and Shen Feng's speed was the fastest in the world. All the sharp attacks were dodged, and the trent's attack didn't work. Facing the gigantic trent, Shen Feng felt very small. This feeling was the same as facing the sea beast in the deep sea. When the huge size appeared, the attacks of the supernatural being had no much effect, and there are many supernatural beings hanging on the vines on the tree. With the movement of the huge trent, they are shaking constantly, and they are about to vomit. If it continues, before Shen Feng is killed, they will first unbearable. At this time, a woman said to Shen Feng loudly, "Shen Feng, come back in 3 days. When the time comes, I will lead them to cooperate with each other. Now you go quickly." Shen Feng looked in the direction where the voice came from, and found that it was a woman with disheveled hair talking. He didn't recognize him, but Shen Feng had no other choice right now. At this moment, he could only leave for the time being. Then, it's settled. 3 days later, the inside and the outside will cooperate. Shen Feng then retreated decisively. The giant tree man with a height of 60 meters was not something he could deal with. Chapter 719, The Treeman and Number 039, SIs. After feeling the huge pressure, Shen Feng had no good way to deal with the attack of the giant trent for a while. If he used the wind blade to attack, let alone the lethality the wind blade could cause, the tree was still being attacked. If the bound person is accidentally injured by the wind blade, it will be even worse. So, after thinking about this, Shen Feng was afraid to attack. Although he had an extremely sharp meteoric iron long sword, but such a weapon compared with a giant trent 60 meters high, it was still a toothpick. Coming and going, Shen Feng could only dodge the attack of the giant tree man, but he didn't dare to attack casually. But the giant tree man doesn't care about this. To the tree man, Shen Feng is an uninvited guest who invaded its territory, and for this kind of uninvited guest, of course, he must be killed to relieve his hatred. So, the tree man just attacks Shen Feng. As to whether it will cause damage, this is not what it considers. Shen Feng guessed that the body of the mutated plant was hidden in this tree, but he was not an opponent of the giant trent at all, so it was impossible to kill the hidden plant heart. Hold on, we'll come back in 3 days. Shen Feng shouted at the many supernatural beings on the tree and on the ground, and then quickly moved away. For Shen Feng, the request to leave here was also made by others. I just took advantage of the slope to get off the donkey, and let's talk about it after. Slipping away. The feet of giant trents are different from those of other ordinary trents. Ordinary trents have human body-like souls, walking forward and backward, but giant trents are different. When walking, giant trents, below the trunk are more than 30 tree roots moving, as if moving in the same way as an octopus. After Shen Feng was far away from the island in the middle of the lake, the giant trent stopped chasing and fell again. The roots stretched into the ground, and the 2 huge branches continued to lift up, turning into the big tree before, while the ground was in a mess. There are leaves and fluorescent fruits everywhere, which fell from the trees during the battle just now. The wind is tight, screaming. Shen Feng shouted at Xiao Xing and Jin Zijou. This is a slang word in the world, and most people really don't understand it, but in this case, Shen Feng's meaning is very clear. If you can't beat it, withdraw quickly. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng went straight to the exit, and Xiao Xing and Jin Zijou didn't dare to neglect. In this case, whoever runs slowly will lose the rear. Some escaped from the underground space to avoid being chased and killed by tree men. Damn it, your information is incomplete. You only asked me to save people, But in the end you left me with the most difficult enemy. You really are not righteous at all. Shen Feng couldn't help but said, it can't be our fault. We didn't know that the tree was actually a tree man. Who made it impossible for us to break through the tree man's block? You are the first person to go to the island in the middle of the lake. Xiao Sheng hurriedly defended himself. They also didn't know about the giant tree man. While speaking, the three of them escaped directly from the side of the crack, quickly returned to the cave from the iron chain, and sat down panting. At this moment, they finally felt safe when they set off. The group was full of confidence, but when they came back, they were panicked like a bereaved dog. This kind of contrast was unacceptable. After the soldiers saw that the supernatural beings were so embarrassed, the despair in their hearts was overwhelming deeper. Now, it seems that it is very difficult to rescue people with normal methods. They can't be beaten again and again, unless they go to Yanjing and call Gong Changfa. He has the most destructive power in the world, and he may be able to directly destroy the inside of tree people. In short, think of other ways. Shen Feng said helplessly. Now Shen Feng and his team have all run into the cave to hide. No one thought that there was a giant tree man 60 meters high in the cave. There is no other way. Maybe if this continues, we can only set fire to the tree people at this moment. Jin Zizhu couldn't help asking, can't we still use ultraviolet rays to attack tree people? Don't think about it. Caveman has been extinguished. Where can I find a UV lamp? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. The weakness of tree people is obvious, nothing more than fear of flames and sunlight. But tree people are basically those who hide underground, are surrounded by waterfalls and streams. If the sunlight does not come in, the flames will be extinguished immediately. As for the attack method of ultraviolet rays, without the corresponding equipment, this kind of attack is also impossible. However, at this time, Shen Feng also suddenly thought of another thing, and said quickly, when I left Huxin Island, a woman told me that I will save people in 3 days. Please tell me, what does it mean? When Shen Feng said such news, Jin Zizhu and Xiao Sheng immediately began to think about it. There are very few female supernatural beings in the Supernatural Management Bureau. Except for Zhangzi, there is only one person left. Could it be Qi Yunfang? But her supernatural ability is hormone secretion, and her combat power doesn't seem to be very good. Xiao Sheng then explained that Qi Yunfang's ability is nothing more than secreting hormones. When fighting, it often secretes adrenaline in his body to make him forget the pain and increase his speed and strength. He can't really use it too much in battle. Great effect. What she said to act in 3 days is not particularly reliable. Hearing such an explanation, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. If it was just such a simple ability, it would indeed be impossible to play a big role in the battle. Then what did she mean by the internal and external cooperation in 3 days? Is there anything else this woman can do? She can only use it after 3 days? But the people who were caught are already exhausted, so it's impossible for her to have nothing wrong with her. Shen Feng squatted on the ground and meditated. I feel like I can't figure out the plan that Qi Yunfang said. However, Xiao Sheng immediately remembered another important thing, and said, we are not the time to be downcast. Zhangzi and Qi Lingshan are still outside to stop the tree people. Go and support them. Shen Feng also immediately thought of another group of people. Zhangzi and Qi Lingshan are still fighting outside, and he doesn't know what's going on. Now he should really rush to support them. If he can't support these two people immediately, they may not be able to hold on. The three of them got up immediately, ready to go. But at this time, Lu Xian, who went to observe the tree people, came back, and brought an important message. As soon as he came back, City Lord, I discovered the weakness of the tree people. I know the tree people. What means do people rely on to prey on them? As soon as this remark came out, Shen Feng was very concerned. You said you discovered the weakness of the tree man, but then tell me, what is the weakness of the tree man? Today, the three of Shen Feng have already encountered failures. Their morale is seriously low, and they are worrying about how to deal with the tree people, especially the lack of means to deal with the giant tree people. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian brought good news at this time, so it is very natural. It easily attracted the attention of several people. It turned out that when Lu Xian followed the tree man out of the cave, he saw the picture of the tree man wading through the cold spring and the hot spring. However, there were terrible creatures in these two springs, but the tree man could rely on the huge size and hard body resisted, so that the fire salamander and the transparent shrimp really became the guard dogs of the tree people. So, after discovering this, Lu Xian used a flashlight to shine on the glowing fruit on the tree man's head, thinking that he could interfere with him to some extent. But the tree man ignored Lu Xian at all. After hearing this, Shen Feng frowned immediately. The tree man has no eyes, so isn't it normal that he can't see the light of the flashlight? Shen Feng didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, the tree man didn't have eyes, so such a trivial matter was not worth making a fuss about. Lu Xian saw that his thoughts were misunderstood by Shen Feng, so he quickly explained, "City Master, please listen to me. If the tree people are animals without vision, then what do you think the tree people rely on to find their prey?" Jin Zida replied directly, "Does it need to be said? Of course it depends on hearing. I already knew about this 3 years ago. Don't you still know it?" Jin Zida was a little angry at this time, because he felt that Lu Xian had wasted a lot of his time. If it is purely relying on hearing, then what is the glowing fruit growing on the tree man's head used for? Lu Xian continued to ask. After hearing this question, Shen Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense, and now they have to support the two people outside the cave, but they don't have time to discuss this issue with Lu Xian, and then said, "What the hell did you find? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." Lu Xian smiled awkwardly, and then expressed his speculation. "In my opinion, the way these trints determine their prey is to use heat sensor, and the fruit on their heads is what they use to sense the heat from the outside world sensor of change." After receiving this answer, Shen Feng immediately began to think, "What do you mean? These trints can sense the temperature changes outside to determine their prey? They don't just rely on hearing to hunt." "That's right, that's what it means. This is what I discovered after I performed it. These trints have lived underground for a long time, and their perception of light is no longer good. However, in order to live underground, the trints have the ability to distinguish prey by thermal induction. Most of the animals that can survive in Siberia are warm-blooded animals, so their bodies are emitting heat all the time, and when the trint is hunting, he can determine the position of the prey after feeling the heat change." Lu Xian breathed out. "Tell what you found." "Oh, so that's the case. What's the use of that?" Xiao Sheng asked. Xiao Sheng didn't think it was a big deal after discovering this. Didn't he just know how the tree people moved? "This doesn't have a very good effect on dealing with tree people," Lu Xian quickly explained. "How can this be useless? By using the change in heat, it can be used to seduce tree people. Tree people rely on heat to catch prey. Using high heat objects to seduce tree people. People are fooled directly, let alone supernatural beings. Even a pot of hot water can attract tree people. Isn't this news important?" As soon as everyone heard this statement, they immediately understood that after knowing the logic of the tree man's action, they could find a way to lure the tree man, whether it was trapping or surrounding them. It was something they could try. "It just so happens that we are going to support Zhang Zi and the others now, so let's try this trick," Xiao Sheng said hastily. Then the four of them chose to leave the cave. When they passed the hot spring, Jin Ziju made a move. A high-voltage electric arc appeared in Jin Ziju's hands. After hitting the water surface, all the fire salamanders living in the hot spring floated to the surface, belly up, but they've all fainted after the fire salamander was turned over by electricity. The situation in the hot spring was much safer. At least they would not be attacked when passing the hot spring. The four of them safely came to the opposite side of the hot spring through the pitons, and there were still many people on the ground. From the many footprints, it can be seen that the tree man passed through the hot spring intact. After the four of them came to the forest, they could only turn on the flashlight. The forest was pitch black, and there was white mist everywhere. It was impossible for the moonlight and starlight to shine on the forest. Therefore, it was impossible to see clearly without turning on the flashlight. The surrounding conditions, and no sound can be heard in the white mist. After Lu Xian cast his supernatural ability, he confirmed that there were no trints within a kilometer range, and most of them took advantage of the darkness to go further afield. "Where are Zhang Zi and Qilingshan? Where are they?" Shen Feng continued to ask. Chapter 720 Arrangement. "I don't know where these two people are, because I can't find them. Maybe they are hiding in a cave." Lu Xian replied. "Tree people will go out to hunt at night. This is something that humans know, and animals in the forest are not stupid. Animals that can survive know to stay away from the forest at night, or go to the plains in the end, or hide in the city of two men. Tree people will not enter the city, and the city wall of two men has been breached. There will be no danger in hiding in the city. If you're lucky, you can still eat 1 or 2 meals of 3 for dinner." Under such thinking, all the wild animals around human have learned to avoid disasters at night. If the tree people want to get enough prey, they can only expand their range of activities during the night. Fortunately, Siberia's winter night as it is very long, there can be 16 or 17 hours of darkness, and the tree people spend more time hunting. Moreover, many resident birds cannot see Chudeo clearly at night. As long as the trents detect the thermal reaction, they can directly catch them anyway. Before dawn, these trents will definitely return to the cave where they are hiding. Shen Feng is not very worried. As for Zhang Zi and Qi Lingshan, these two people may not be able to defeat the trents, but they will definitely be able to escape. The ability to protect oneself is still there. As long as it is not surrounded, nothing will happen. Jin Zijia looked at Lu Xian and asked, "Now, you can play your role, but I want to see how you plan to lure the tree man." As soon as Lu Xian heard this, he immediately regained his energy, and said seriously, "No problem, I can wipe your buttocks with gauze and show off. But, in order to ensure a good final effect, you all must follow my instructions." "Okay, we'll let you direct it, but it better be effective, otherwise, we'll let you know the price of commanding us," Shen Feng said with a smile. For this matter, Lu Xian is full of self-confidence. He dare not say anything else, because many things are obviously impossible for him to do, but when it comes to luring tree people, Lu Xian has many ways. After all, he is a professional. Correspondingly, his ability is heat detection, and he is the most clear about the change of heat, but it is used to target the current trends, and it happens to be the right medicine. Lu Xian immediately began to command, "City Master, please find a way to get a few tons of oil over here. Mr. Xiao Sheng, you go find some tin barrels. Mr. Jin Zijia, you go to the entrance of the cave to guard, and then I will set up an array, set up the formation." Jin Zijia couldn't help but mock when he heard Lu Xian say this. "Have you watched too much, kid? Are you still setting up the formation? What kind of formation?" "Long snake formation." When Jin Zijia used to watch TV dramas, he always saw Shineman formation and Jirgong Bagua formation. When he watched it, he thought it was real, but when he grew up, he knew that these formations were all fake. It does not exist. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called formations are blown out. Moreover, words like breaking formations exist in storytelling. On the real battlefield, there is no unbreakable formation. Lu Xian said with a smile. "Of course it's the ecstasy formation. You just have to wait and see. If Zhang Zi and Qi Lingshan can't stop the enemy, then my ecstasy formation will come into play." Lu Xian was very confident. Shen Feng and the other three could only believe in his confidence. They had no other choice anyway. In normal fighting, it was not that easy to stop the tree man from advancing. The three of them went to complete the task immediately. The goal of Shen Feng and Xiao Sheng was very simple. That was the oil drilling in the distance, where there was still a lot of oil that had not been transported away, and there were also many large metal barrels there. The human goal is the oil well. When going to drill the well, Xiao Sheng said to Shen Feng, "Actually, we already knew that Kinmen had been breached. After the defeat, some of us chose to return to Kinmen to rescue soldiers. As a result, the city was completely destroyed. Yes, everyone in the city disappeared. At this time, we all understood that Tumen has been destroyed. After Tumen has no population, it is impossible to trade oil. We have not told the soldiers about this, for fear that these soldiers would be overwhelmed and collapse." After receiving this answer, Shen Feng suddenly smiled wryly, and said, "From this point of view, your mission has failed. You originally aimed to solve the domestic oil crisis, but now, the city has been destroyed not long after the oil transaction started. Kinmen's demise has a lot to do with you taking away Kinmen's vitality. When you return to China, you just wait to eat melons. In short, the identity of the captain of the Ability Management Bureau will not fall into your hands." Shen Feng thought that Xiao Sheng didn't know about Kinmen's situation at all, but at this moment, Xiao Sheng said that he knew that Kinmen had been destroyed. Doesn't that mean that he knew that his mission had failed? Xiao Sheng turned his head to Shen Feng and said with a smile, "It depends on whether you want to help me, brother-in-law. As long as you help me catch the mutated plants in the ground, then I will definitely not be punished, and moreover, I will get a lot of money. Unclear rewards. Now I will be punished or rewarded when I return to China. It all depends on you." After Shen Feng heard such a statement, his heart skipped a beat. At this time, Shen Feng is no longer the stunned young man he was before. He can see a deep chill in many things. Now at this moment, he can see it right away. Oh, Xiao Sheng is actually playing the emotional card for himself now. Your demands are too many, so I'll just say it straight. I came to Siberia purely to determine your life and death. Now that Suzing has been caught, my first task is to rescue my subordinates, not to help you complete the task. Do you understand? Shen Feng stated his purpose without any politeness. Xiao Sheng quickly said, Shen Feng, I am doing this for your own good. As long as you can help me bring the mutated plants back to China, you will have made meritorious service and the relationship between Yazhao and the headquarters will be eased. Do you understand? I understand, so I won't help you. After I save Suzing, I will watch how you catch the mutated plants. The conflict between me and the headquarters is not a dispute between emotions that can be resolved in a few words. Don't act on your own. Passionate. Shen Feng said coldly, another person who thinks he can reconcile Shen Feng and the headquarters, but Bangxin has already made it very clear to Shen Feng that there is hatred between Yazhao and the headquarters. When the state university started killing, the headquarters didn't say anything, and Shen Feng also saw that the behavior of the headquarters was a typical side effect. It was impossible for Shen Feng to reconcile with the headquarters easily, because it was unreasonable. It is the headquarters side. After receiving Shen Feng's answer, Xiao Sheng could only show a wry smile, and then said nothing. For Xiao Sheng, the scene he most hopes to see is naturally everyone fighting against foreign enemies in harmony. When killing zombies, they work together as one. Now, facing the crisis of mutant beasts and mutant birds, it is natural that they should unite. Got up, but it turned out not to be like this. This matter could not be negotiated. Xiao Sheng didn't care, Shen Feng didn't help, so don't help. As long as he doesn't do bad things, as long as all the trapped people are rescued, then he can still find a way to overcome tree people, and the plant heart must be hidden in the big tree on the island in the middle of the lake. Soon Shen Feng and Xiao Sheng found all the supplies that Lu Xian needed, and Lu Xian immediately started to set up the formation. He split the tin bucket in half and placed it in the woods near the entrance of the cave, paying special attention to it. Clean up the surrounding weeds, and finally pour oil into it. These are petroleum crude oil, which cannot be directly burned as fuel in the engine, but it is still possible to burn directly in the air. The way many oil thieves in Africa refine gasoline is to directly burn the stolen crude oil. After burning, the rest is usable gasoline. However, this method is too polluting to the environment. The area around the French oil refinery can easily become barren. Jin Zija looked at Lu Xian's formation with cold eyes, and when he realized that Lu Xian was just tin buckets on the ground, he couldn't help ridiculing immediately. This is your ecstasy formation? Even a 3-year-old child, you won't be fascinated by your formation, will you, Lu? Xian said confidently, believe me, it's absolutely right. It must be successful. When the tree man gets close, light the fire directly, and you can see if it will work. Seeing that there are half gasoline drums around, Shen Feng felt uneasy. If this overturns, the surrounding forest will be burned. Set fire to the mountain, and sit in prison. You really have you figured it out. Petroleum crude oil is not a joke. It is not ordinary vegetable oil. In ancient times, petroleum crude oil was already used by people at that time. People at that time called oil fierce fire oil. It was difficult to be extinguished, and nowadays winter in the northern hemisphere. There are dead branches and fallen leaves everywhere, and the water content in the trees is particularly low. Once a fire catches fire, dozens or even hundreds of square kilometers of trees will be burned. Lu Xian said with a guilty conscience. It's okay, it won't catch fire easily. After Lu Xian finished speaking these words, Shen Feng could only choose to believe that, in his mind, this is Siberia anyway, not the country, so if it is on fire, it will be on fire. I think it was just a fire in the south of Yazhao. After climbing a few hills, the problem may not be so serious. Coincidentally, not long after Lu Xian's formation was set up, there was already a voice from a distance, boom, boom, boom. The sound like the beating of a drum appeared, and Shen Feng and Jinzi absolutely looked at each other. Everyone knew that the tree man was approaching. Shen Feng took out his watch and looked at it. It was already early in the morning. It was 5 o'clock. This was the local time. People are already close when the tree man approached. Lu Xian quickly said, set up the formation, hurry up and light the fire. After Lu Xian uttered the words of lighting the fire, Xiao Sheng immediately started, shooting fireballs out one by one, instantly igniting the crude oil in the iron barrel, and the blazing fire directly appeared in the woods, engulfing all the people in the woods. Illuminated, even the mist in the air disappeared a lot. After seeing the changes in the air, Shen Feng also jokingly said, "It's a pity that there are no pea shooters here, otherwise, with the torch stumps, these trunks will stay blue." Xian quickly cast his supernatural ability, and felt that the heat emitted by the burning oil in the iron barrel had been connected together, and the heat in the air changed extremely violently, so he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that my ecstasy array has been successfully formed. Now tree people don't want to get even a step closer," and the situation was exactly as Lu Xian expected. The gasoline barrels were not placed randomly, they were all connected together. Once ignited, a heat wave would form in the air, and the fluorescent fruit on the tree man's head was feeling it. After the surrounding heat changes, they are constantly flickering, walking around in the woods, as if looking for a way out of trouble, but it is completely in vain. They have been surrounded by dozens of gasoline barrels, bursting the heat wave hit, making the trunk completely unable to tell the direction, and could only spin around in place with the help of the fire. Shen Feng saw a lot of hoarfrost on the bodies of more than 30 trunks. Except for the hoarfrost, many vines had been frozen by ice. In this way, Shen Feng guessed that Zhang Zi and the others probably did it. Chapter 721 Different Plants. After Lu Xian saw that the tree man had been trapped by the ecstasy formation he had set up, he felt a little complacent, and directly said to Jin Ziju, who was still doubting just now, "Now do you believe it? My formation has already trapped the tree man. People, these oils are already burning until noon. When the time comes, the city lord only needs to use his powers to blow away the mist and sunk the tree people to death." Jin Ziju couldn't understand Lu Xian's villainous face, so he said coldly, "Don't be too happy. If today is cloudy, there will be no sun, and see if your plan can be successful, old Jin. Let me correct a point of view for you, that is, there are ultraviolet rays on cloudy days. Don't believe it, even on cloudy days, the light that passes through the clouds can kill trunks." Shen Feng said with a smile. Jin Ziju shrugged and said, "Then I'll wait to see the picture of you killing the trunks." Originally, mutated ZHI had only 50 or so trunks, but now he kills 30 of them in one go. Foraging for mutated plants will become a problem in the future. Jin Ziju didn't want to argue with Lu Xian anymore. Anyway, the left and right were dealing with Shen. Why bother to argue over this matter? After the tree man was surrounded by the heat wave, the heat detection fruit on his body lost its effect. Because the surrounding air was full of disordered heat, the tree man could not distinguish the direction of the surrounding at all, and there were still many prey on the tree man hanging on the body. Most of the prey are mutated birds, because many mutated birds are blind at night, and the trunks only need to wave the vines to catch the mutated birds on the tree. The mutated plants hiding in the ground depend on the hunting of trunks if they want to obtain energy. And the activities of living things need the support of energy, and mutated plants cannot escape this theorem either. From the time of the Big Bang, the flow of energy has already begun, and if the energy of the universe stops flowing, then this piece of universe will also be declared dead. The mutated plants in the depths of the cave are still waiting for the trunks to bring their prey back to replenish their energy. Unfortunately, the trunks are now trapped, and it is not that simple to bring their prey back at this moment. Two panting figures appeared, namely Qi Lingshan and Zhang Zi. They were covered in sweat and looked very tired. Seeing this, Jin Ziju couldn't help joking, "Did you two come here after intense exercise? Are you tired?" It's disgusting for Jin Ziju to say this, because it's a pun, and the word intense exercise has many meanings, including doing shameful things. I have to say that Jin Ziju is talking. It was very difficult at that time. Zhang Zi is obviously used to Jin Ziju's out-of-shape appearance. He gave Jin Ziju a blank look and said, "Do you think everyone is like a stud like you? We are on a mission, not because you are dirty." As imagined in the brain, Qi Lingshan couldn't help complaining, "These trunks are too perverted. We thought that after freezing them, we could limit their speed, but it turned out to be completely different. There is a thick layer of ice, and as soon as the trunk walks, the ice will fall from his body, which can't restrain them at all, and we are exhausted." According to what you said, the tree people are really invulnerable to fire and water, but don't worry, let these tree people know how powerful they are in the daytime. Shen Feng said with a smile. Qi Lingshan and Zhang Zi's entanglement with the tree man obviously failed. If they were expected to keep the tree man outside, it would be a waste of time to fetch water from a bamboo basket. Fortunately, Lu Xian figured it out by mistake. The tree man's action principle, and then set up the ecstasy array, trapping the tree man surrounded by flames and heat waves. The tree man had no idea where he was going. Fortunately, Lucian had been a supernatural being for several years. Otherwise, he would not have a clear understanding of the flow of heat. It can only be said that the person who understands you best is often your enemy. For tree people, Lucian understands the method of thermal energy perception better. Shen and Zhang Zi went to rest at the side. With the guards of several supernatural beings, both Zhang Zi and Shen fell asleep on their heads. It was obviously not easy to pester the tree man. Both of them were exhausted. He started snoring soon after falling asleep, and Zhang Zi was no exception after waiting for more than 3 hours. It was dawn. At this time, the gasoline burning in the gasoline barrel had also weakened. The fire was much smaller, but it was still emitting heat. Tree people will take the method of catching objects with high heat, but when facing flames, they obviously won't do this. For tree people, the temperature of flames is too high, and vines stretch out to be ignited. These trends didn't even have the guts to get close to the flames. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhou immediately looked at Shen Feng and said, "Now you can make a move." Shen Feng nodded, and then instantly cast the ability Dongfang Haolang. It was a fine day, the sky was cloudless, and the sun had risen, slanting its rays into the trees. After seeing this scene, everyone was full of confidence. When the white mist in the forest was blown away, the sunlight could shine on the tree man in the forest without hindrance. When the sunlight passed through the thick coniferous forest and finally shone on the tree man, the skin on the tree man's body immediately began to wither and shrink. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng showed a smug smile. Said, even if it is invulnerable to water and fire, so what? Isn't it necessary to be restrained by the sun now? However, the tree man's outer skin stopped shrinking after shrinking apart, and the tree man continued to move in the sun, walking tirelessly as before. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng and Jin Zizhou were stunned at the time. The two had seen the reaction of the tree man encountering the sun before. No matter how powerful the tree man is, under the sunlight in the end, they will surely wither and die, without exception. As a result, the current trend can move under the sun. How could this be? Could it be that the sunlight is not strong enough? There are not enough ultraviolet rays. Jin Zizhou asked hastily. Shen Feng didn't have time to answer Jin Zizhou's question at this time, because he couldn't understand it at all. It was obviously not like this when he was in Yuzhan. Why can the tree people in Siberia resist the sun? Isn't this too perverted? Could it be that these two mutated plants are not of the same type? So we use the same attack method, so naturally it won't work. Shen Feng also expressed his opinion, the same attack method, but produced different. If there is no effect, there is only one explanation. The mutated plants in Yuzhou and Siberia are not the same kind. Therefore, after being exposed to the sun at this time, there is nothing wrong with the tree people. Well, if the sun is useless, what else can we do? Can we use missiles to bomb? Xiao Sheng couldn't help but swear. These tree people are not afraid of swords, bullets, or freezing. Flame has resistance. How can we defeat the trench in this situation? Regarding this question, Shen Feng did not have a chance to answer, but Lucian said bluntly, "I'm afraid missiles can't deal with these damn tree people. Don't forget that they are often hiding underground. The killing effect of missiles is really too small. No. Unless it's a nuke. Dreaming, where do we have nuclear bombs now? Besides, nuclear bombs are used to hit mutated plants, and shells are used to hit mosquitoes." Xiao Sheng even disagreed with Lucian's statement. It is already daytime now, and the beast hordes that hid in the city at night have begun to return to the forest, and when the animals have returned to the forest, fighting will naturally be inevitable, especially the Siberian bears. They have already hibernated, and they will wake up in the next winter. However, this autumn, food is particularly scarce. The bears in previous years are already fat, but now the bears can't eat enough, so they sleep in winter. No, only foraging outside. In the distance, a huge wild boar rushed towards Shen Feng. Behind the wild boar was a 6-meter-tall bear with red eyes and a tyrannical aura. For it, the fleeing wild boar ahead is today's dinner. The wild boar panicked and rushed towards Shen Feng's side unexpectedly. A powerful fireball was condensed in Xiao Sheng's hand, ready to throw it out at any moment to burn the wild boar to death. However, after the wild boar saw humans, it became even more flustered. The wild boar was still very afraid of humans and its bones. Although it was huge, it changed its direction midway due to fear, and hid an oil barrel in the forest by mistake. It turned over, and the oil that was still burning immediately flowed out. Coincidentally, there was a dead tree next to it, and the dead tree started to burn in an instant. Bastard, it's on fire. Jin Ziju looked at this scene, and the gasoline tank fell down. If the fire could not be controlled, the surrounding forest would be burned, so the people in the forest like himself are not helpless way to retreat. The furious Jin Ziju shot directly. A bolt of lightning condensed into a long spear in his hand, and then threw it out. There was only a loud crack sound, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning spear had already hit the wild boar scurrying around. The powerful electric current destroyed the wild boar's nervous system in an instant, and the wild boar fell to the ground with its body still alive. Constant twitching, the red-eyed bear had been starving for a long time, and now it was very violent, with a violent aura emanating from it, and then, the bear rushed towards Shen Feng and his group, as if wanting to have a full meal. Things that don't know how to live or die, you give me to die. Jin Ziju said coldly. Then, Jin Ziju's hand sparked another thunderbolt, which passed through the air and hit the bear in an instant. The bear twitched all over, stood up straight and started roaring, and died after roaring. When killing farmed animals in foreign slaughterhouses, they use high-voltage current attacks, which can kill piglets in just 1 second. Jin Ziju's fighting style is exactly the same as that of slaughterhouses. With powerful currents it will kill the animal in an instant, and it is guaranteed that the animal will die without pain. However, at this time, killing the wild boars and bears is not the most important thing, because a fire has already appeared in the woods at this time, and the flames continue to spread to the surroundings. If it continues, this piece of woods will be burned. Hurry up, wake up these two people, let them put out the fire quickly. Lu Xian pointed to the two people who were sleeping on the ground and said, the roar of the bear just now failed to wake up the two people, it only showed they are really tired. After all, they are entangled with tree people, so it is not so easy. However, no matter how tired they are, they can't let them continue to sleep. They are already on fire. If they continue, they will be unable to stop them, and everyone will be in danger. Qi Lingshan, wake up, put out the fire quickly, go. Shen Feng grabs Qi Lingshan's shoulder and shakes it vigorously, hoping that Qi Lingshan can wake up quickly at this time. Xiao Sheng on the other side is also calling Zhang Zi. Compared with the panicked humans, the tree people were even more at a loss. Due to the expansion of the fire, the tree people could only keep retreating, and the living space became less and less. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Unambitious Men. After waking up, Qi Lingshan was startled when he saw a big fire in the forest, and quickly asked, what are you doing? Why did you catch such a big fire all of a sudden? It's not Lu Xian's fault. It's all because of his nonsense to set up some ecstasy formation, and there will be no trouble now. Jin Ziju quickly blamed himself. After all, it was Lu Xian who came up with random ideas, so he ignited the blockbuster forest. When Lu Xian heard this kind of words, he immediately became angry. Jin Ziju, you bastard, without me, the Shen would have been trapped here for such a long time? To be a human being requires the most basic conscience, and you do all of that. Can't you? Just kidding. Don't be so serious, getting angry is hurting your body. Jin Ziju said with a smile. Obviously he didn't expect Lu Xian to become serious next. After waking up, Qi Lingshan began to display supernatural powers. He may not be good at other things, but for Qi Lingshan, such things as firefighting are his professional counterparts. Immediately after casting the ability, the content of nitrogen in the air is the highest, and it will not react with ordinary substances when a large amount of nitrogen is gathered. The oxygen in the air is isolated and cannot react with wood. As we all know, 3 conditions are required for combustion, which are the combustion material, oxygen and temperature. Without any one of the conditions, combustion will be impossible. Is not possible. Ever since, when Qi Lingshan started to cast his abilities, the forest lost oxygen, and the burning was naturally impossible, and the fire was gradually brought under control. As a result, the Trent took advantage of this rare opportunity to find the area where the flames were extinguished, started to escape, and at this time, everyone had no ability to stop them. Seeing the tree people taking heavy steps to leave, Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju became anxious, and said quickly, the tree people are leaving, hurry up and find a way to stop them leaving. The Trents outside to kill them can greatly weaken the power of the mutated plants. Whether it is rescuing the captured supernatural beings or defeating the mutated plants, it will be much easier in the future. If you let the trunks go back, you can think about it later. It is not so easy to rescue the team members, however. Such a gigantic trunk would feel like an earthquake when he walked. The tremors on the ground made the trees tremble constantly. No one dared to step forward to stop him. It is no exaggeration to say that the Trent is far more powerful than ordinary supernatural beings. It is not as good as a knife and a gun, which makes people helpless against tree people, and tree people can also resist flames to a certain extent. This kind of powerful tree people cannot be stopped casually. Seeing that the tree people were about to leave, Shen Feng said helplessly, "Okay, let these tree people go, we can't beat them if they stay outside. Instead of wasting time outside, it's better to hurry up and prepare to rescue the captured people." Shen Feng has been able to clearly realize that under the current situation, it is not so easy to eliminate the tree people. Perhaps if the entire forest is burned to the ground, the tree people can be killed, but such the price is really too high, and it may even hurt oneself. So, instead of staring at the tree man, it is better to let the tree man leave directly after Shen Feng finished his opinion. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zijou also thought about it seriously, and found that it was indeed the case. Anyway, they were not opponents, neither flames nor ultraviolet rays had any effect. If they wanted to win, they had to. You can find other weaknesses of the tree people. Hey, this era has changed too much? The tree people in the past would die after being exposed to the sun. Now this kind of tree people are not afraid of the sun at all. How can we destroy the tree people? Jin Zijou couldn't help sighing. Shen Feng thought for a while, but he didn't know what kind of weakness the tree people still had. Maybe the strong firepower could directly destroy the tree people, but in places like Siberia where the land is sparsely populated, if you want to find strong firepower, that's impossible, especially since tanks and rocket launchers can't be taken underground. After much deliberation, I can only think about rescuing Suzing first. When Suzing woke up, she quickly saw the mess on the ground. Originally, the island in the center of the lake should be in order. Suzing had seen the island in the center of the lake before hiding in the hole of the marmot. Be tidy, that can be called clean. Under the light of the fluorescent fruit, it looks beautiful, but now, Suzing looked at the ground below, and immediately saw that the ground was in a mess. There were gravels and clods on the ground, scattered leaves, and fluorescent fruits that had fallen on the ground. After the fruit fell on the ground, some have already been trampled to pieces, and one can tell that this place has just experienced chaos. But Suzing had been sleeping soundly before, and didn't know what happened before, so she quickly looked around. "Hey, why have you all changed positions? How did you move on the tree?" Suzing couldn't help asking questions immediately. After waking up, Suzing found something abnormal, that is, many trees on the tree. Everyone moved their positions. Obviously they were all tied to the tree before. Lu Yizhan said listlessly, "You have to ask your city lord about this matter. If he hadn't cut off the ropes on our bodies, how could we have come to this point, when I was almost trampled to death by the tree man?" Afterwards, Lu Yizhan narrated what happened last night, and last night, Suzing was still asleep, and had no idea what happened to the outside world. Hearing this, Suzing's heart suddenly felt grateful. He never thought that after he dragged down the city lord, he could come to rescue him. It was really not easy. Obviously, before that, Shen Feng said, "For my own purpose, if I can't find anyone, I will go back to Yazhou directly," and now, the city lord has chosen to risk the rescue for himself. This kind of care is really rare. It's a pity that I was still asleep when the city lord came. Otherwise, I would have been able to help the city lord. Suzing felt regretful. If she was still awake when the city lord came to rescue her, she would be able to help the city lord. We fought together, come on. After Shen Feng appeared at that time, many people regained their freedom. Aren't they all unable to move? Even if you are sober, it is useless. Chai Qifu spoke bluntly at this time, telling the situation at that time. Suzing replied, "You don't understand this. I have my own hole cards. As long as I can regain my freedom, I can resume my actions again. That's enough. You don't have to brag about yourself. You can't be free. Let's not talk about anything else. Just talk about how to recover your strength. Without strength, you can't even escape. It's useless if you don't eat the fruit. Mutated plants will directly inject liquids with hypnotic effects, so what you said is first of all a false proposition." Zhai Qifu hit Suzing mercilessly. Suzing doesn't want to talk to this group of people anymore, because it's obvious that these people have almost laid down and don't want to work hard at all. Although the current efforts seem to be meaningless struggles, They cannot admit defeat and can struggle for a while. Also very good. Fortunately, Su Xing was not working alone. Qian Feng also said at this time, Sister Su Xing, you wait for 2 days. When the time comes, I will help you out of trouble. Wait for a while. Go and don't fall asleep. When Su Xing saw that there were like-minded people, she immediately became happy, and she quickly said, okay, if you can help me get free, sister, I will definitely protect you from here. After the conversation between the two fell into the ears of other people, it immediately attracted a lot of ridicule. The two of you are dreaming more and more powerfully. You are still tied up now, and you have already started to think about freedom thing. That's right, we strong men can't escape. If you two weak women want to do this, isn't that just wishful thinking? SHH, stop making noise, let them dream quietly. These two people probably haven't woken up at this time. Let's wait for Xiao Sheng's rescue. If we don't get rescue, it will be our end. While laughing at Su Xing and Qian Feng's whimsical ideas, everyone was exporting their pessimistic emotions, completely devoid of any spirit of self-improvement. Perhaps, all of them have been beaten to death by the tree man, so at this moment, they don't even think about how to escape from here facing everyone's ridicule. Su Xing said indifferently, the sparrow knows the great ambition. If you guys can't do it, it doesn't mean we can't do it. Su Xing believes that she will be able to escape, because there is still a centenarian seed hidden on her body. She knows that as long as she eats the centenarian seed, then she will be able to use her supernatural power next time. It will be much easier, but the premise is that Su Xing can get out of the current trapped state. If he can't get out of the trap, it's useless to say anything. Su Xing can only trust Qian Feng now. Since Qian Feng said that it will take 2 days to find her way to get free, Su Xing has no other choice but to choose to trust Qian Feng, but she doesn't know what kind of strength Qian Feng has. Means out of control, helpless, Su Xing could only continue to persist. The mutated plants would send unknown fruits to Su Xing's mouth every day. Su Xing had no choice but to get an injection if he didn't eat it. Although Guozi is still weak in the future, at least he will not fall asleep easily. The two phases are less harmful, so he can only eat the fruit during these 2 days. Su Xing also noticed something was wrong. It seemed that groundhogs often appeared in the cave, and the tree man didn't react at all after seeing the groundhogs, as if something Su Xing didn't seem to have seen it, which made Su Xing not sure why. It stands to reason that it is not an easy task for the mutated plants hiding in the ground to obtain energy. Regardless, isn't this just walking protein? Why not? Su Xing couldn't figure this out, so she could only hide her doubts in her heart, and planned to wait until later to find her way to investigate this matter. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Qian Feng finally showed her true face. Before that, her face was covered by loose hair, and Su Xing had no chance to see Qian Feng's face clearly. Now, at this moment, Qian Feng slowly lifting the head, the hair is then parted to the sides. Su Xing, are you ready? Qian Feng asked directly. Su Xing said quickly, it's ready, Sister Qi, don't worry. Su Xing looked at Qian Feng expectantly. Qian Feng had a fair complexion. He looked a little embarrassed after being hung on the vines for more than a month, but even so, Su Xing could still see the confident look on Qian Feng's face. However, after looking at the tree people below, Qian Feng said, don't worry now, wait until Shen Feng and the others do it first. There are too many tree people now. Su Xing looked at the many tree people below, nodded seriously, and said, I understand, we can wait until the tree people leave. Right, facing the tree people, Su Xing didn't have any good countermeasures, and she didn't think that she could win if she faced more than 50 tree people, and the night was coming soon, when there would be many tree people to fight against. Go out to hunt, and at that time is the opportunity to escape. I believe Shen Feng is also ready. Looking at the cave where she was imprisoned for more than a month, Qian Feng felt a lot of emotion in her heart, but when she thought that she was about to leave here, the haze in Qian Feng's heart was also swept away. Chapter 723, The Adaptability of Ability Users. Since Qian Feng was arrested, she has been eating fruit every day. This is the conspiracy of the mutated plants. Many people can see why the mutated plants don't simply kill the captured supernatural beings and end up with it. But the mutated plants never did this, but hung up all the supernatural beings they caught. The mutated plants obviously wanted to use the captured supernatural beings to fish. If they killed the captured supernatural beings directly, then most of the remaining supernatural beings would just leave. Therefore, in order to get more, The mutated plants used fishing methods. The mutated plants seemed to be able to distinguish between ordinary people and supernatural beings. All the captured ordinary people were digested, but none of the captured supernatural beings died. If Qi Yunfeng wants to be free, he can only break free from the current situation of being bound. However, Qi Yunfeng has no strength in his body, and it is completely impossible to break free from the vines. However, at this moment, long-term consumption of tree people, Qi Yunfeng's body unexpectedly developed resistance to the fruit that was delivered. Even Qi Yunfeng's face was full of disbelief when he found out about this. Obviously he didn't believe that he could develop resistance to the fruit of the mutated plant. After all the personnel who ate the fruit could no longer use their abilities, and his whole body is weak, but his abilities have been restored, which doesn't make sense. However, Qi Yunfeng quickly figured this out, perhaps because her body is special. Her ability is to strengthen the body type, that is, to improve the body's ability to secrete hormones, so her tolerance to various hormones was directly enhanced. So her resistance to various hormones was actually the strongest among everyone present. After Qi Yunfeng found out about this, the next step was to think about how to get out of trouble. It would be unimaginable for Qi Yunfeng to be imprisoned here, because once the outsiders gave up the rescue, the captured supernatural beings will lose their use value, and the mutated plants will definitely attack directly and digest all the captives. Fortunately, Qi Yunfeng found that Su Xing was also caught. Most importantly, Qi Yunfeng found a tree tumor on the head of a tree with a long knife embedded in it. Inside, this is a remarkable thing. Ever since Qi Yunfeng saw the tree people fighting, she has discovered one thing, that is, the tree people's body is too hard, and ordinary weapons can't hurt the tree people at all, even if they are as powerful as Xiao Xing and Jin Ziju, failed to cause substantial damage to the tree man. As a result, an unknown little girl cut the tree man's head with a knife. If Su Xing and the tree man were to be one-on-one, as long as they're with time, Su Xing could even win. After thinking of this, Qi Yunfeng knew that the opportunity to escape had come. As long as she helped Su Xing gain strength, then Su Xing could also protect herself from the cave in the end. After a long enough time, Qi Yunfeng already knew that her body had developed absolute resistance to the fruit of the mutated plant, and her strength and supernatural powers had also been restored. In the way of hormones, the blood is filled with ingredients that promote the body to decompose the tree man's fruit. To put it simply, Qi Yunfeng can not only regain her strength and abilities, but also free others from the influence of the fruit of weakness. Up to now, other members of the Ability Management Bureau are still sneering at Qi Yunfeng and Su Xing. Aren't you two girls bragging about the same? I have already said to find a way to escape, and I haven't given up yet. If you really have this kind of ability, then reveal it and let us take a look. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, after we get out of trouble later, you don't need me, HMPH, if I beg you, I'll be a puppy. A person said vowedly. Qi Yunfeng didn't want to say any more. Her eyes were fixed on the tree people on the distant shore. Many tree people were still soaking in the water. For many plants on land, their weakness was flame, and trees people are also afraid of flames, and the way these tree people resist flames is very simple, that is, soaking in water. The body of tree people is also composed of plant cells, which absorb water very well. After absorbing enough water, the flame will disappear. It is not easy to burn the tree man's body. Finally, under Qi Yunfeng's expectant gaze, the tree men stood up slowly, and more than 30 tree men walked out of the cave, while 20 tree men stayed in the cave to protect the towering giant on the island in the middle of the lake. As soon as the more than 30 tree people were far away, Qi Yunfeng immediately started to act. Qi Yunfeng, who had regained her strength, was secreting adrenaline crazily. Her eyes turned blood red in an instant, and her strength soared. The vines on her body were broken, and when she was falling, Qi Yunfeng grabbed the note beside her and swung out through inertia until she came to Su Xing's side. Qi Yunfeng broke the vine easily. If this scene happened in the past, no one would think it incredible, but at this time, everyone has been caught by the tree man, and everyone can't move. The result is Qi Yunfeng, a weak woman. One broke the vine, sister. Qi, please untie the vines on my body. Su Xing saw Qi Yunfeng coming directly to her side at this time. A smile appeared on her face, and she hoped that Qi Yunfeng could help. But this time Qi Yunfeng took out a dagger from her body, cut her own wrist with one stroke, and then said, drink it quickly, I'm not a vampire. Su Xing immediately began to defend herself. She knew that there was a vampire named Shi Wishan in the King Hong Gang in Mi's Hao. He could recover his injuries and strength by drinking blood, but he was not a vampire. I don't have this ability. If I really drink blood, I won't recover my strength. Qi Yanfeng didn't bother to explain too much, and said directly, just drink it, don't waste my kindness, Su. Xing was helpless. The other party had already talked to this extent. If he didn't drink, he would lose face, so Su Xing had no choice but to open his mouth. Qi Yanfeng put his palm to Su Xing's mouth. Su Xing's mouth was immediately full of the smell of blood. Su Xing usually would not even eat raw eggs, because the smell is too strong, and now Qi Yanfeng's blood entered Su Xing's mouth, which immediately made Su Xing feel a lot of discomfort. However, after drinking Qi Yanfeng's blood, Su Xing suddenly felt that her strength had recovered a lot, and she was no longer as weak as before. After discovering this change in herself, Su Xing no longer had any doubts, and didn't care whether it smelled fishy or not, and started sucking Qi Yanfeng's blood directly. When the others saw Qi Yanfeng, they weren't already out of trouble easily. The first time they felt incredible, and after the incredible, they just stared at Su Xing. They all wanted to see what kind of changes Su Xing would have. Finally, Su Xing regained his physical strength and abilities, and suddenly his whole body was shaken, and the vines on his body were broken in an instant, and the whole person fell down, and he regained his freedom. At this time, Su Xing's actions also attracted the attention of several Trints in the distance, and then the Trints walked towards the lake center island, as if they wanted to catch Su Xing and Qi Yanfeng, who had already escaped. The tree man didn't move at all at this moment, most likely still in a deep sleep at this time. After seeing this scene, the other members of the Ability Management Bureau couldn't help shouting, Qi Yanfeng, save me, we are good friends, yes, don't leave us here. We have fought side by side for so long, and the idea of not giving up and not giving up cannot disappear. The two of you are still weak. You are no match for these tree people. Let us help you too. Everyone changed their taunting attitude, because they saw Su Xing regained his strength after drinking Qi Yanfeng's blood. Recovering strength means that he can use his own strength to escape. Freedom is already calling. They are gone. The appearance of Shen Feng last time did not arouse many people's excitement, because they also know that Shen Feng can only rush to the position of the island in the middle of the lake, but it is impossible to take away everyone here. The fact is indeed the case. Shen Feng did nothing but cut off the vines above, but it's different now. Qi Yanfeng has not only escaped from trouble, but also can detoxify others. After discovering this, everyone went crazy, because as long as they regain their strength, it means that they can rely on their own strength to escape. To go, Qi Yanfeng looked at the guy who spoke before, and asked, you said just now that you wouldn't beg me, otherwise, what will happen? This guy was also very decisive. Seeing Qi Yanfeng asking about this matter, he opened his mouth and shouted, wow, wolf. It can be seen that the guy who bet just now is also a person who will do what he says, and he will become a puppy if he says he will become a puppy afterwards. Qi Yanfeng said to Su Xing, who was beside her, you are going to delay the approach of the tree man and buy me time, but don't move too much, so as not to wake up the giant tree man on the island in the middle of the lake. Su Xing nodded quickly, but felt that there were no weapons that could be used with bare hands. Looking around, the tree man who was approaching in the distance was on the head of his own titanium alloy long knife. At this time, the long knife was still shining, but he didn't know if he could pull it out. Forget it. Even if you don't have a weapon, you can fight, no matter what. Su Xing thought silently in her heart. Qi Yanfeng didn't know how the giant tree man on Huxin Island would wake up, because it was the first time that the giant tree man woke up after Shen Feng came to Huxin Island. Besides, the giant tree man had been dormant all the time. The number of cases is seriously insufficient, and Qi Yanfeng can't understand the conditions under which the biggest tree man acted next. Qi Yanfeng didn't have time to worry about other things. She had to take advantage of this rare opportunity to rescue all the captured supernatural beings. Qi Yanfeng directly grabbed the hanging vine and climbed up, and sent her wrist to everyone's mouth, and these people also knew that as long as they drank the blood, they would be free, so they sucked the blood crazily. Those who were capable lost a lot of blood and became pale. The tree man in the distance had passed through the water pool. The tree man was too tall. When walking in the water couldn't even pass through the tree man's thigh. After the tree man approached, Su Xing was the only one left. Su Xing immediately cast her supernatural ability, stepped on the ground, and then caused an earthquake. A crack extended to the distance. The tree people couldn't stand firmly, and fell to the ground one after another in a short period of time. Su Xing can hold back a few Trints. Qi Feng also needs time to save people. Even if it only takes 1 minute to save one person, there are more than 20 people here. Minutes are all it takes, and Su Xing can only grit his teeth and drag the time while blocking the tree man from approaching. Su Xing was looking around. Unknowingly, Su Xing's eyes were already staring at the waterfall in the distance, because on the stone wall next to the waterfall, there was a cave. Through this cave, can directly escape from the mutated plants. No, 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 I can't abandon others just because I was abandoned. Sister Qi just saved me, how can I leave her alone? Su Xing shook her head quickly, throwing the unrealistic thoughts in her mind out of her mind. Go to the back of your mind at the moment just now. Su Xing thought of a good way to escape. She knew that as long as she could escape quickly, as long as she came to the edge of the waterfall, she would have a chance to enter the marmot's cave. At that time, relying on the root in Su Xing's memory, 80% can also leave the ground. Chapter 724. When Qi Feng was feeding blood to the last two people, she didn't know that Su Xing's action to stop the tree man was too big. The big tree on the island in the middle of the lake suddenly trembled. The thick trunk could have a diameter of 8 or 9 meters. Fluorescent fruits kept falling from the tree, and the predator cages that were originally hung on the paper strips also fell down one after another. After seeing this scene, Qi Feng immediately understood that the giant tree man was about to wake up. Qi Feng looked down. At this time, Su Xing was blocking the approaching torrent, and the rest of the supernatural beings also showed their supernatural powers. All kinds of supernatural powers were displayed, and they were all blocking the torrent from approaching. However, Su Xing's ability is still too strong. When Su Xing stomped his foot on the ground, a crack would immediately appear on the ground. The island in the middle of the lake was already small. They all became fragmented. In this case, the giant torrent continued to sleep for no reason. Su Xing, can't you move a little less? Qi Feng immediately started to complain. If there's still time, the last two teammates can be rescued, but now, the giant tree man has awakened. If you don't have time to continue, you will endure it afterwards. Qi Feng swung the dagger on her body and cut off the vines on the last two supernatural beings, and the two supernatural beings immediately fell downward. 2 people are here to carry them. I will detoxify them after they leave here. Qi Feng said hastily. The two men came over immediately, resisted the guy who had not been detoxified, and prepared to take him away. The appearance of more than 20 tree people is not too much pressure for those present who have recovered their abilities. Although they cannot be defeated, as long as they dodge carefully, they still have a chance to escape. However, at this moment, the tree people on the island in the middle of the lake had already started to move, and the tree people rose straight up from the ground, and the tree people with a height of 60 meters started to walk around. The island in the center of the lake is not particularly spacious. When the tree man walked towards the supernatural beings, he immediately felt a heavy pressure like Mount Tai pressing down on the top. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the cave. Why don't Xiao Xing and the others come? Could it be that they forgot this matter? Is there an appointment for a day? Su Xing couldn't help looking at the marmot cave in the distance, and said in her heart, if you still can't get out at the last moment, then you can only protect yourself. Fortunately, at this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the cave. Hold on, I'm coming. This voice was Xiao Xing's voice, and the entrance of the cave was instantly enveloped in fiery red light, and then, a huge fireball shot out from the entrance of the cave, hitting a Trent just in time. After the tree man was hit by the fireball, he immediately began to wave his arms in pain, and layers of white mist appeared on his body, and at the same time he made a chi-chi sound. The tree man would not roar, otherwise, after suffering after such intense baking, no matter what kind of creature it is, it will howl in pain afterwards. Xiao Xing's group rushed out directly, and 6 supernatural beings appeared in the cave. Among them, Xiao Xing's body was already covered with flames, and his whole body was exuding blazing high temperature. That being said, it is already something that has to be taken seriously. Shen Feng also appeared here together. Seeing that the people on the island in the middle of the lake in the distance had escaped the control of the vines, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, I didn't expect them to have a way to get out of trouble. Gone. When Shen Feng heard about the 3-day deadline, he was skeptical, because he couldn't imagine how this group of people would be freed from the shackles of the tree man. Now, this group of people actually they really escaped safely, and really formed a situation where the inside should cooperate with the outside, which made Shen Feng very happy. Let's quickly cover their retreat. Shen Feng, you are fast. You go and drag the giant trunks. We will entangle the ordinary trunks. Let them join us quickly. At this time, Xiao Shen couldn't care about anything else. Quickly asked Shen Feng to entangle the giant trunk. Among the people present, only Shen Feng had the extreme speed to entangle the giant trunk. Shen Feng didn't think much about it either. The moment was very critical now. Su Xing was still on the island in the middle of the lake. In order for Su Xing to return safely, Shen Feng could only rush up and fight the giant tree man desperately. Shen Feng immediately cast accompanying like the wind and rushed out. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for the supernatural being to see clearly. The giant tree man raised his hand at this moment and wanted to hit the supernatural being on the island in the middle of the lake. But this time at that time, Shen Feng shouted, "Wind of Fury," immediately. Afterwards, countless wind blades condensed from the air and flew towards the giant tree man. Shen Feng also knew that he was unlikely to hurt the giant tree man, but his purpose was not to injure the tree man. But as long as he could, procrastination is enough. After the giant tree discovered Shen Feng's attack, he could only withdraw the attacking branch, blocking the two branches in front of him, as if protecting some important part. The giant tree man has a thick trunk, and there are more than 30 roots under his feet. It looks thicker than the average tree man. It stands to reason that the body of the giant tree man will be harder, but things are not at all. In this way, countless wind blades in the air continuously flew towards the tree man, cutting off the fragile branches on the canopy, and the leaves and fluorescent fruits kept falling on the ground. Even if the wind blade hits the tree trunk, it can often penetrate deep into the tree trunk internal. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking, is it so fragile? But soon Shen Feng figured it out. It is understandable that the huge trunks have poor defense. After all, this is likely to be the body of the mutated plant, which needs to digest and absorb prey, and needs to transfer energy and water in the trunk. If the trees are close together, it is not conducive to the transportation of materials. Therefore, although the tree people are very tall, their defense power is actually not good. Cheer up, City Lord, we must win. Su Xing immediately cheered after seeing Shen Feng rushing over the water from a distance. Shen Feng said flatly, "Stop talking nonsense, get out quickly, I will continue to stall for time." After Shen Feng finished speaking, Su Xing didn't dare to neglect, and quickly said to everyone, "Let's go quickly, let's go buy water." Su Xing didn't dare to hurt the city lord anymore. Because of her, Shen Feng risked to come to the rescue. If she continued to cause trouble, then she would be even more sorry for the city lord. Thinking of this, Su Xing jumped into the lake directly. As long as you keep floating in the water, you can use the current to go directly to the entrance of the cave. After all, the entrance of the cave is also the direction of drainage of the waterfall. But here comes the problem. Many of the people present are from the north. They have no chance to learn to swim in the water-scarce environment. The swimming pool is an unfamiliar place for ordinary people. There are 4 or 5 landlubbers who are embarrassed. Standing on the island in the middle of the lake, he dared not jump off. "Don't delay the time, jump down quickly," Qi Yanfeng said, and at the same time, she swam towards the distance with all her strength. Now at this time, Qi Yanfeng has done her best, and it is impossible to teach these people how to swim on the spot. It was still Zhai Qifu who was clever. After entering the water, he shouted to the people on the shore, "Aren't there many branches on the ground? Jump into the water holding the branches, and they will naturally float." When the landlubbers heard that this method was good, there happened to be many branches on the ground that were cut off by Shen Feng's wind blade, so they picked up the branches on the ground and jumped into the water. It is a pity that one person was unlucky. When picking up the branches on the ground, the giant trent happened to pass by here. One leg of the trent stepped on it directly, and the man was trampled into meat paste on the spot. When he lifted his legs, there was only a bloody puddle left on the ground. After seeing this scene, the group of people in the water immediately felt very sad. Seeing that their good brother had died, those with good feelings could only cry out in distress, "Old Liu, why are you gone?" He was a living person, and he was still a highly anticipated supernatural being, but he just disappeared at this moment. It made everyone very uncomfortable to see such a picture in his eyes. Su Xing didn't care about these things. She didn't want to drag the city lord down at all. If she didn't leave quickly, it would be bad if she dragged the city lord down. However, the trents chased after the group of people in the water, vaguely encircling them. After seeing this scene, Lu Xian quickly said, "Knock off the fruit on the tree people's heads, knock off all the fruits, so that these tree people can't see anything. An electric arc appeared in Jin Ziju's hand, and there was a crackling sound in the air. He said confidently, "Leave it to me, I will do it." Stop, stop, do you know what an electric fish is? If you make a move, these people will float up. Seeing Jin Ziju's imminent attack, Lu Xian quickly stopped him. He really couldn't let this guy nonsense. If lightning falls into the water, the mountain spring water will conduct electricity, and the people in the water will be electrocuted to death immediately. Jin Ziju thought about it too, so he could only shrug his shoulders and said, "Then I'd better go to the side to fight, you guys come on." After finishing speaking, Jin Ziju found two tree men and wrestled with them. At this time, Zhang Zi made a move. Zhang Zi condensed the ice in his hand, and the ice gradually turned into the shape of an ice cone. It was extremely sharp, and shone coldly under the faint light in the cave. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Zi threw the condensed ice pick in his hand. Whoosh, the ice pick drew a perfect arc in the air, and finally shattered the glowing fruit on the head of a Trent. The Trent immediately became blind and could no longer feel the changes around him. However, after the luminous fruit was crushed, the Trent grew two more fruits on his head. After appearing, it matures rapidly, and then restores vision. No, the fruit on the heads of these Trents will regenerate, and attacking the fruit will have no effect. Zhang Zi immediately showed distress after seeing this scene. Lu Xian quickly said, "It's useful, it's useful. You see, when the tree people lose their perception, they will actually be in chaos. Once they are in chaos, they will no longer be able to pursue them." Zhang Zi then continued to attack the fruit on the tree man's head. In the end, the 22 people in the water landed safely. Su Xing looked back and saw that Shen Feng was still moving on the water surface, and the giant tree man was constantly attacking Shen Feng. The battle between the two came to the water, in the middle of the lake. The island is completely fragmented, gradually disintegrating under the scouring of the water. "You guys should think of a way to help the city lord," Su Xing said hastily. Su Xing worried that Shen Feng would not be a match for the giant Trent, because more than half of the branches on the giant Trent had been cut off, and a lot of vines were broken, but the Trent didn't hurt the root. But Shen Feng was at a loss. He has been dodging the giant tree man's attack. If this continues, Shen Feng will undoubtedly lose. Chai Qifu looked at Lu Yizhan and said, "It's the two of us who have made meritorious deeds at this time. Hurry up and see where the body of the mutated plant is." Lu Yizhan also nodded. He may not be able to do anything else, but he is known as the Eye of the Sky because his eyes can see different things, and even the flow of energy can be glimpsed. At this moment, the most important thing is to find the weakness of the giant Trent. If it can find the heart of the mutated plant, that would be the best. Lu Yizhan immediately began to cast his abilities, his eyes fixed on the direction of the battlefield. At this time, Shen Feng's figure had also slowed down, and the energy flow on the tree man could be seen. Gradually, Lu Yizhan found a place where energy gathers. Chapter 725. Lu Yizhan soon discovered a place where the energy of the Trent gathered. In the eyes of others, the rough bark formed a path of energy in Lu Yizhan's eyes. In the end, all the energy, they all converge at the position of the thyre root under the trunk of the giant Trent, which corresponds to the position of the human body, that is, the position of the buttocks in this location. No Yijin found an object whose energy had converged into heart, which was even beating. Although Lu Yizhan had never seen the body of a mutated plant with his own eyes, he had heard about what a plant heart looked like from Jin Ziju, and Jin Ziju did not realize how precious a plant heart was at the time, so he directly it has become the cash cow of Yazhao. But now, using the eyes strengthened by the supernatural power, Lu Yizhan has directly seen where the heart of the plant is, and he was ecstatic immediately, and quickly shouted to Shen Feng, "Shen Feng, the body of the plant is right here. The position above the roots of the giant tree man, it is right to attack here." However, after Xiao Sheng heard this, he quickly shouted, "Shen Feng, don't do anything, the mutated plants are what we want to bring back to China. If you kill the mutated plants, we will be miserable." What Xiao Sheng is most worried about now is that Shen Feng will kill the mutated plants. If he really does this, the credit for getting it will really fly away. Shen Feng wanted to kill the mutated plants directly at this time. As for whether people like Xiao Sheng would be punished when they returned to the country, Shen Feng didn't want to think so much. As long as the mutated plants in Yazhao were fine, it was enough. However, even if he knew the true nature of the mutated plant, Shen Feng still needed to be strong enough to defeat the tree man. If he couldn't even defeat the tree man, why would he be merciful? Shen Feng is constantly attacking the giant tree man, and the wind blade in the air has never stopped, and the home field of Shen Feng's ability should actually be in an open area. After all, it will only be produced after the air has flow. If a person's place is particularly narrow, the wind power is not strong enough, so it is difficult for Shen Feng's true strength to be displayed when he is underground. The canopy on the giant tree has also become scarce at this time, because many branches and leaves were cut off mercilessly by Shen Feng. The leaves and fluorescent fruits fell under the tree, and some fruits fell on the tree. After entering the water, it drifted away along the river. The light source in the cave originally came from the glowing fruit. Now, the fruit fell on the ground one after another, and the light in the cave immediately became dim. The fluorescent fruit floated towards the entrance of the cave along the river water, and the whole lake turned into stars at this time. This kind of scenery is never seen by ordinary people, but the group present did not have the idea of watching the scenery at all. Because the most important thing at a moment is to win the battle at this time. Either take advantage of the superiority of the number of people on your side to defeat the Shuren side in the world, or quickly leave and find a place to rest for a while, and all of this depends on whether Shen Feng can win against the giant tree man. If he can't even deal with the giant tree man, then retreat as soon as possible. Anyway, staying is a waste of time. Shen Feng restrained the giant tree man alone, while the others could only watch the show at this time. Shen Feng was very dissatisfied with this, and shouted directly at the group of people in the distance, "If you think the tree man is so if it's easy to deal with, then you guys will do it yourself, especially you, Xiao Sheng." On the surface, Shen Feng had already cut off a lot of leaves and branches from the giant tree, and seemed to have the upper hand. But only Shen Feng himself knows that the giant tree has not actually suffered substantial damage. After the wind blade caused some damage, only insignificant branches and leaves were chopped off. As for the damage caused by the wind blade after hitting the trunk, the damage will be recovered in a short period of time. With a huge body of 60 meters high, it is impossible to win easily. When Shen Feng said this now, the meaning was already obvious. At this time, Shen Feng could not defeat the giant tree. After hearing the news, everyone has already understood that Shen Feng cannot win now, so there is no need to continue fighting, and it is time to retreat. If you can't win, retreat quickly, don't procrastinate, the city lord won't be able to hold on later. Qi Lingshan shouted hastily. Xiao Sheng looked at the group of people present. Many of these people had just escaped. They were in a state of distress, and their combat effectiveness could not be guaranteed. At most, he was just entangled with some ordinary tree people, trying to kill the tree people. It is impossible for people, all. Retreat, let's stall for time, don't just stand here. Xiao Sheng shouted hastily. Everyone has just escaped from the tree. Although they have recovered their strength and supernatural powers, they still do not have Qi Yunfang's physique. But when retreating, Zhai Qifu suddenly noticed the appearance of electromagnetic waves, and quickly shouted, "Xiao Sheng, the mutated plants are emitting electromagnetic waves, so hurry up and follow up. Be careful that something will happen later." After finishing speaking, Zhai Qifu immediately retreated out of the cave with the others. The cave where the mutated plants are located is a huge space. Even a tree with a height of 60 meters can move freely in the cave, but the exit is relatively narrow. The tree with a height of more than 10 meters can just pass through this exit. In the end, only 5 people remained in the depths of the cave to stop the tree man. Shen Feng held the giant tree man. Although he could not win, he only needed to hold the tree man. In addition, Xiao Sheng brought Jin Zizhu and Zhang Zi to stop the tree man. Flames, lightning, and ice blocks were flying in the cave, and the tree man was constantly waving vines. The battle between the two sides has reached a fever pitch. To a certain extent, the trees have not been seriously injured. On the other hand, the superhumans have consumed a lot of energy. Under the ebb and flow, the trees are still approaching step by step, and the situation is gradually leaning towards the mutated plants. Qi Lingshan stood at the entrance of the cave to meet Shen Feng. After the people who needed to be rescued had safely left the depths of the cave, he quickly shouted, "Master, they have all gone out, we can retreat now." After Shen Feng heard Qi Lingshan's call, he immediately prepared to retreat. "Bye-bye, I won't play with you anymore." Shen Feng said this to the giant tree man, but he did not expect the giant tree man in front of him to be able to answer him. In addition, this is Siberia, and he speaks Chinese, so it is impossible to expect the tree man to answer him. People can understand. As a result, right after Shen Feng said these words, a hole was cracked in the trunk of the giant tree, and an airflow passed through this hole, and then he could make a sound. You can't run anymore, wait to die. The tree man said directly. The words spoken by the tree man are standard Chinese, but there are some problems in the cohesion of the tone, so it sounds like a mechanically synthesized voice, but even if you listen to these words of the tree man, you can already understand the corresponding meaning. You can speak Chinese. Shen Feng was already shocked at this moment. He knew that mutant plants had thoughts, but at this moment, it was not easy for the other party to be able to speak Chinese. For Shen Feng's shock, the giant tree man didn't explain too much at all, as if it should have been like this. The tree man finally just mechanically said to Shen Feng, "Go to hell." After finishing speaking, the tree man directly attacked Shen Feng, and the thick branch slammed down from above. Once this level of attack fell on Shen Feng, there is no doubt that Shen Feng would be killed on the spot. To be crushed to death by a heavy tree branch, an example of an unlucky supernatural being turned into meat paste and melted into the ground, and the buckle could not be buckled. Fortunately, Shen Feng's speed was very fast, and he just dodged easily, dodging the tree branch that was slammed down from above. Next, the Shen Feng and other people who have been cut off are preparing to retreat. At this time, the rescued people have already retreated outside. With such a tall body of the giant tree man, it must be impossible to go out, so retreat there will be no hindrance. However, at this time, an accident really happened, because Lu Xian, who had just rushed out of the cave, returned to the cave at this time, with a look of panic on his face. "City Lord, Mr. Zio, there are also tree people outside the cave." Appeared, and now the ant is passing the suspension bridge, and will be coming soon. What? There are also trunts outside? Did these trunts go hunting? Why did they appear here? After receiving such an answer, Shen Feng was already stunned, because he didn't expect to leave the cave before going out. At this time, the hunting trunt unexpectedly killed a carbine. The giant tree man was very satisfied with the result, and said immediately, "You are already surrounded. I know everything about your plans. Don't underestimate me." After Shen Feng heard the words of the tree man, he showed an unbelievable expression at this moment. He never thought that the evolution level of the mutated plants would be so terrifying, and they had already learned to use strategies. In other words, Shen actually knew Shen Feng and Qi Yunfeng's internal and external cooperation methods long ago, and thus formulated such a plan to invite the king into the urn. The most terrible thing is that this plan was successful. Shen Feng's laboratory in Yuzhou often sees mutated plants, and the smartest one among them is the Nine-Death Resurrection Tree. After all, when it was almost killed for the second time, it had already learned to beg for mercy. However, Shen Feng, I have never seen such a plant that can calculate humans. However, Zio Sheng did not think so much about Shen Feng. After he discovered that there were enemies outside the cave, he immediately realized that he must not retreat under such circumstances, otherwise, everyone on his side would have to trapped in a narrow passage. When the time comes, he will really be wiped out. After thinking about this, Zio Sheng shouted quickly, "We can't retreat, and we absolutely can't let the tree people approach. Otherwise we will be attacked from both sides. At this time, we must guard the entrance of the cave. Shen Feng, go and hold it back." Giant trunt. Originally, Shen Feng had already planned to retreat. After all, there was no hope of winning. If he continued to stay in this situation, he might be caught on his side. In desperation, Shen Feng had no other choice. At this time, he could only after the fight. I couldn't help cursing angrily. This damn mutated plant is really too insidious to plot against us. At this time, Lu Xian rushed to Shen Feng's side, and quickly said, "City Lord, Su Xing asked me to send you a message." Shen Feng was about to rush forward to fight at this time, and couldn't help asking, "What kind of things are you talking about now? I don't know if the situation is urgent at this time." Lu Xian took out a strand of Su Xing's beautiful hair from his body, and when he handed it to Shen Feng, he said seriously, "City Master, Su Xing said that she caused you to be troubled, and she felt very guilty. Fighting with death, if she can block the tree people outside, please don't stop her from doing what she wants to do in the future. If she is unfortunate enough to die here, then please take this strand of her hair with her. Go back to Yuzhou and give it to her mother." As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he had already realized it. Hearing what Su Xing said, these were completely farewell words. What is Su Xing going to do? I didn't blame her. How could she not think about it? Shen Feng hurriedly asked at this moment. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.